ค Good afternoon and welcome to week number 2 of our NA DPC Division 2. I'm going to be your host, Nat T, and joining me on the panel, Fear and Gods. Gods, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Another day of NA Dota. I'm enjoying Div 2 so far. It's had some clowny games, but had some good games as well.
Yeah, it's kind of delivering on all fronts here, Fear, but how are you?
Wonderful. Thank you for asking.
That's okay. It's so nice. Full of energy, just bursting to life there in your description of how wonderful you're feeling. We can start off, though, having a recap of what we saw 2 days ago. It was our long day. We had 3 BO3s playing out. The first one being between Penguin Squad and C-Dub. That one was a nice 2-0, something that is quite common here down in Div 2 of NA. But Gods, how would you describe that one? I know you're hosting the panel for this one, so now you get to do a little bit more analyst work on this series.
C-Dub looked like a real team who like scrims, practices, has clear ideas. I mean, they played the qualifiers. Fear kind of followed their journey, and every time we see them, they seem to be getting better and better. They have this kind of clear idea of how they want to play around Mark being this kind of mid lane playmaker. Ela's really good on these kind of zoo summon heroes, but even when he's on like a playmaker, he had a game where he was on a Tusk with Aframusha's Rubik. They look good. Speaking of Aframusha's Rubik, he's an absolute beast on this hero. So I just feel like C-Dub look like a team who are like done all their homework and showing up, you know, ready to ace the test, whereas Penguin Squad is just kind of YOLOing it and trying to figure it out as they go. They're playing kind of this outdated style with this carry mid laners. They're just completely swapping up their roles and picks. And as a result, this series was 2-0, very, very one-sided. Yeah,
Penguin Squad still trying to find some stuff out, what their team really needs. But C-Dub, in this game number 2, Fear, they had the POS 1 Dawnbreaker. You reckon we're going to be seeing that one a little bit more often now?
From C-Dub, absolutely. Double King Classic. He loves to play this as the position 1, so whenever he sees a decent game for it, he's going to go for it. We heard in his interview, he loves heroes like Razor, he loves like the Dawnbreaker carry. He likes these not hard carries, right? He wants to be very active, so definitely expect to see more of it in the future.
Acing a test on some unconventional POS 1s. I love it. That series was very enjoyable. Our second series was also enjoyable because it went to all 3 games. This one was between Felt and Fart Studios. But Fear, I think it's very easy to say that this series probably should have been a 2-0 for Felt, and that there was a little bit of misplaying in the second game.
I mean, yeah, but Felt still took it to the end, so they did get the victory here. But this series made me question, like, my knowledge of the game, honestly, because, like, I thought for sure that, like, Felt didn't look so good against DogChamp, and I thought, you know, Fart Studios is going to come out, they have some experienced players here, they're going to mop the floor with them, but apparently I was just wrong on that, and it may be just a tribute to how good DogChamp are in this Division 2 here. We'll have to see if there's just an off game for Fart Studios there, or Felt really is kind of that good. So, interested to see.
Yeah, as the DPC progresses, we will be having all of those questions answered, but there were even moments, Gods, where we weren't really favoring Felt's lineup, and yet they were still crushing Fart Studios throughout all 3 games.
Yeah, they were doing some kind of unconventional picks at time. We saw in game 2 there, they had the off-lane axe, which actually worked really good at pressuring the Void in lane. And then here in game 3, they're playing, going back to the mid-TA, which when you have a good mid-TA game, you can kind of, you know, really snowball hard with this hero. They combined it with a Nature's Prophet, a Legion commander who was building up a lot of damage, and they just put Fart Studios on the back foot, which was important this game because this PL, if Fart Studios were able to kind of stay even and survive the early to mid game, PL was likely going to be able to easily carry this game given how good of a PL game it was, but it's just so hard to kind of get in that position when you're playing such a fast lineup.
Yeah. Then our third and final
I don't even want to talk about this one.
Oh, come on, Fear. Just at least 4 words to describe this series, please.
This series in 4 words.
Yeah.
Eternity got super stomped.
Okay. I thought you were going to say Eternity soon relegated. What? I thought that's what you were going to say.
Well, I'm not that beat. I'm just saying one series at a time here. Maybe they just had a bad series.
Yeah.
It happens.
Well, I mean, we've seen them now in 2 series. They were up against Dog Champ, okay? And this is the team that when we keep interviewing people, Gods, they say Dog Champ are looking the best. Dog Champ are almost definitely going to be going up to Division 1. So do you think that this is one of those things that Eternity brushes to the side and yeah, guys, it was a rough series for you, but you're also up against the hot favorites to be coming up to Division 1?
I think it's a bit of both. Eternity haven't really impressed really at all. We talked to Felt, and even their series against Dog Champ, it was like, okay, Dog Champ won kind of convincingly, but Felt still, put up like at least a respectable showing, and felt like they played pretty well. Here it just felt like, Eternity just getting steamrolled over, like at times Dog Champ just treating it like a pub game with some of their plays. But what really, honestly, makes Dog Champ so good, it just feels like they came in like really well practiced, and then also just individually, they've got some of the best players in their roles. Like we've had other mid laners from other teams be like, yeah, RCY is the one mid laner that like I'm most afraid to go up against. He looks like a serious, like, maybe star in the making. I would not be surprised to see RCY in a Div 1 team in the future. I mean, maybe Dog Champ will be that Div 1 team at this rate.
I do have like a high expectations for them, especially because they are sitting up there at number 1 on the leaderboard. They've played 3 series. They won all 3 of them. And when we talk to them in interviews too, we can definitely hear and see just how serious they're taking this. It's very refreshing and really nice to hear from the Dog Champ players. In second though is C-Dub with 2 series wins, and then it's the Cut, Felt, Fart Studios, Penguin Squad, and then Eternity down there. And I asked at the end of broadcast 2 days ago if we thought there was going to be too much change up here. But Gods, do you feel that there's going to be a big change up in the leaderboard from how we see it to the end of week 3?
I think the big fight is for second place, because I at this time have no idea who's getting second place. Like Dog Champ to me is probably going 7-0. Maybe they go 6-1 if they mess up a series, but they are just clearly the best team down here in Div 2. I think there's a lot of question marks about who the second best team is. Like on paper, it's the Cut. They've dropped down from Div 1, but then you've got teams like C-Dub who've looked really good, other than their opening loss against Fart Studios. Felt a bouncing back. Fart Studios looked a lot worse in their second series, but maybe they, compete for it. It really is a battle for second place.
Yeah, it really is. And, with that battle for second place, I know that it is between 4 teams almost. Some teams sort of slipping up in series we might not really expect, but fear for you, is there a more clear-cut second place when it comes to Division 2?
Definitely not. I mean, if there is a clear cut, it will be Felt, just because they did lose to Dog Champ, but their next series against Fart Studios, they looked really good, honestly. And then also, if you look at C-Dub, they lost to Fart Studios pretty badly. So if there is some type of pecking order, and there is a team to be like a clear second, it would probably be Felt.
Okay, we're going to have a look at our schedule today, because we are going to be seeing some of those teams that you guys have put in potential contention for second place. Our first series is going to be C-Dub up against the Cut. So 2 very prominent teams that you guys have already highlighted for potentially being second. So a lot does ride on a win or a loss for those 2. But also Fart Studios and Ant. Like if Fart Studios want to be putting themselves in that running to come up to Division 1, they're going to need to take a win over Ant, a team that a lot of people would say are going to be sitting on that lower end of the leaderboard. And with that second series, Gods, do you feel that it is going to be an easy one for Fart, or you're just not really sure what to expect with these 2 teams?
Yeah, I think a little bit of not really too sure. I think after the last series, Fart Studios, I think, surprised us in not the best way. They didn't look as convincing as their first series. So, if Fart Studios are a contender, they, of course, need to win this series because they're versing one of the lower-ranked teams, but they need to win it convincingly. If they don't win this series convincingly, I'm going to be losing any hope of Fart Studios being a top 2 team here in Div 2.
Yeah, and then we may as well just jump straight into it. The Cut versus C-Dub, there is a lot of conversation to be had around these 2 teams. Is there more of a clear favorite between this series, Fear? Are you siding maybe more towards the Cut because they have come down from Division 1?
No, not necessarily. So I think the Cut in their opening series, they won, but they didn't look very pristine in a lot of their movements on the map. They looked good, but they were playing a weaker opponent in like the Penguin Squad there. Where C-Dub, I really do enjoy watching this team. Sure, they have moments where they lose, they don't look great, but like when they do win, they look really good. Their strategy also looks incredibly good. I'm gonna need to see more from the cut, but they talked about it before, like how in the interview we did with Shaggy, he said they were losing like every scrim. And that is like, that's not a team that inspires like a lot of like confidence where they're losing a ton. They go against Penguin Squad, they win. They're still not super confident. I think this match is going to mean a lot, and I think it could definitely go to 3 series. So.
And it's something important that you pointed out there too is we've only seen one series from the cut, so we only really have 2 games of information on them, and then you hear that they're losing scrims, it big question mark around them, whereas C-Dub, we've been able to see 3 series from them now, and they've played 6 games, so Gods, with more information on C-Dub, can you give me some more information about how they play as a team and what you expect them to take the cut by surprise with?
Yeah, I think it's kind of become a bit more defined what C-Dub like to play because they played so many series, not just here in Div 2, but also the qualifiers leading into this. As a result, I think teams know their hero pool. They know Ela wants to play the Beastmaster, the Broodmother on the off lane. They know Mark likes to play these active mids, Tusk as well as Ember Spirit. Double King's super flexible with his hero pool. Aframoosh has his signature Rubik, which pairs really well with things like the Beastmaster and Brood. Generally speaking, C-Dub like to get those Zoo heroes for the off lane and then play these, gank heavy mid laners that run around creating space, and they play fast. They put teams on the back foot. Double King's rarely playing these greedy carries, so I don't think it's necessarily going to surprise the cut. I think one thing where the cut, are going to have like an advantage or be strong is that there's a lot of info to go off, and they're very experienced. Like the cut even mentioned in the interview, like, we're one of the lower ELO like MMR teams. Like we don't have high MMR players, but we have very experienced players, and they're really good at like, studying their opponents and preparing for matches, and they kind of, similar to Fart Studios, lean on that experience over maybe their individual skill at times.
Yeah. Let's have a look, though, at 2 individual players. Let's have a look at the position 4s from each team here. A small comparison between them because the cut have been having a stand-in beat god for them, and he is going to be playing again today, while C-Dub have had that consistency with Aframoosh has almost always gotten MVP, I want to say, on Rubik, or definitely caught everyone's eyes. Like, this man just absolutely shines with the Rubik here for you.
Yeah, I mean, his Rubik is really good, as you would expect from most people who have a Rubik player in this patch. It's a really good Rubik patch, but he is Grandmaster. He's really good at B-God as well. We saw he doesn't really like to pick up the Rubik, even if it's in the pool. He prefers the Skywrath, but he gets similar stuff done with the hero. He's all over the map. He's getting ganks done. I remember he was playing with Shaggy in the mid lane, who was playing Ember. His Skywrath kept coming mid and killing the enemy mid laner. He likes to make those rotations towards the mid lane here. So we might see a lot of battles towards this mid lane here. And I think if B-God is going to play his Skywrath here, he will have a bit of an advantage there because Rubik doesn't particularly like going mid as much.
Team comparison on our screen too. Again, take it with a grain of salt because the cut have only had two games, whereas C-Dub have 6. So there is a very big difference in where we've been able to pull this information from. But even just off 2 games, the cut have some fantastic statistics, Gods.
Yeah, I think as a team, they kind of rolled over their first series because they were versing one of those weaker opponents. We mentioned B-God Skywrath Mage. He was just running around solo killing people. It felt almost like, they were playing a pub game at times. So not surprised to see these stats. I think the cut are in for a much tougher series here today, though, against C-Dub.
Yeah. What do you think are going to be more of the contested heroes than if, B-God doesn't really favor Rubik that much? Oh, they're still going to just take it out.
No.
The cut.
I mean, B-God historically has been playing heroes just Skywrath. That's all he's played so far. So we'll see if he busts out a new hero here. He had 2 games on the Skywrath, so yeah.
Yeah. Well, I guess even in other roles and other positions, C-Dub going for the Beastmaster Skywrath, they know it works, so they've picked it up for themselves.
Well, they take the Skywrath, they steal it from the cut. That's kind of cool.
Yeah. They're like. It's interesting because cut they take out the Rubik because they're like, I don't know. This is kind of weird. It feels almost backwards.
Yeah. Maybe it is backwards. I'm not sure. I assume this is correct, and that means
No, it is correct. It is correct.
Yeah. Okay, so C-Dub are taking the Scarith away from B-God. I think it makes sense. Rubik was actually banned, and they obviously C-Dub with their Beastmaster. They love this offlane pick. I think this is one way to kind of play into B-God. He generally plays these ranged fours. Like his most played heroes in competitive Dota is Skyreth Mage, Hoodwink, Techie, Snapfire, and Zeus. So he's playing ranged spellcaster fours that like to sit back and dish out damage.
How strong is the Skyreth Beast opening No Fear?
It's a classic, honestly. It's really good in lane. You have tons of magic damage to drop on top of the roar. And we saw this before, the Bristleback. Something Scourge McDuck likes to pull out against the summons. He played it versus the Brood, now he's going to play it versus the Beastmaster. Same thing, the Quills, they destroy the summons quite easily, you get a Vanguard. They really want to contest this lane.
Yeah, and then closed out with the Bristle there as well. I need more information on Bristle this patch because he was very, very ignored in Division 1.
Yeah, I mean, he's been nerfed quite a bit, so we haven't seen a ton of him. And I kind of mentioned, like, the only reason you'll ever pick him out is for summon heroes right now. Before, it was, like, really OP. You get the early Ags, you have tons of damage, you'll scale into the late game. They brought those numbers down quite a lot, so now he's, like, a specialist hero. You generally just pick it against heroes in which, do that chip damage to, where you can just turn your back to them, bust out the Quill Spray, not die. It's a nice frontliner. I don't fully believe in the hero right now, but the cut, they ran it earlier, and it looked really good on them, so it must just be a comfort pick for Scourge McDuck here.
Anything standing out about these bans for you gods?
I think what's interesting is that the cut picked up 2 cores in the first phase. Like, they get the Bristleback with Death Prophet and, like, reveal a lot of their overall strategy in a sense. But I think it's kind of important they do, because kind of what Fear said, like, this could just completely disrupt what C-Dub want to do. Playing around these summon heroes, getting a way to kind of keep your towers alive, where C-Dub, they like to, get the Beastmaster, get him online, and then just go from objective to objective. The Bristle kind of slows that down. So as a result, the cut get to kind of, pick their supports later on in the draft. And I think the flexibility of Death Prophet means there is still some potential for cut to, throw in some surprises. Run a Death Prophet mid or off lane, and they can kind of switch things up as needed.
CM, nice stable support being picked up from C-Dub, but the cut with a Hoodwink now, and then Silencer as their 2 supports here.
I mean, they are lacking stuns, a lot of stuns. They have, like, just Bushwhack, that's it. They have a lot of silence, and, Bristle can run in there, but if they do want to pick a hero that has more mobility and buys a BKB, or has a way to take off the silence here, could be really good for them here. So, I don't know. I feel like this support duo is very interesting. Like, I get Silencer strong, Hoodwink is also strong. I guess it only looks a little weird because they are missing that playmaker, which I think they pretty desperately need for the mid role in this particular game. Because I know Shaggy will play this DP in the mid lane, he's done it before. But I think if you have a bad game as the cut, as an offlaner who is playing like this Mars type of hero, their lineup is going to be very one-dimensional. It's just going to be DP and Bristle running at you, and they better be incredibly farmed for that strategy to work.
Yeah, it feels like they need to have that far advantage. Otherwise, because this is where C-Dub, I feel like, just needs to pick some mids or carries that take advantage of the lack of stuns here. Like, so many of Double King's heroes can kind of do that. If he wants to plot like a Slark or something, the mid laners, the Embers and whatnot, maybe a little rougher against Silence or Hoodwink, but there's a lot of heroes that can just capitalize on playing against a zero stun lineup if the cut don't snowball.
A Shofin there. How are you liking these 4 picks then coming out from C-Dub Fear? Are you favoring their tempo a little bit more, trying to ensure that the cut doesn't snowball?
I think this works. It's pretty good. They can run SF as a mid or a carry, so it does give them some flex potential here. The main reason they're doing this is if DP goes mid, Shadow Fiend's one of those heroes that can just like triple raise DP if she ever tries to get aggressive with the Siphon, knowing that Shaggy has played this DP mid. But at the same time, if the cut wants to put a an Ember or something, a playmaker mid, Shadow Fiend also shuts that down pretty hard. So I think the FSF kind of does want to follow the DP in most cases in this draft here, and it brings the damage. It's a lot of damage, and on top of all that magical damage, you can push with Beast really fast. If you do get an early lead, you can get the Presence Aura that affects buildings of level 15 talents. Their lineup looks pretty good overall.
I like the SF so much. It also just kind of chunks through a Bristleback when he's a pretty low armor hero, and often you're going to have to go an armor item on Bristle here, but like with Beastmaster Aura buffing up the SF and all that minus armor, like this Bristle can't really just run in unless he does get super farmed and tanky.
Yeah, I mean, he's also a Silver Edge buyer, right? Big reason why kind of this BB has fell off, because I think Silver Edge is still a really powerful item, and any carry does, like, they're not sad to buy the item this patch. In fact, they want to buy it, and SF's a hero that definitely is really happy buying that item.
Would you rather the DP go mid and you try and find a different win condition or a different tempo in the off lane if you're the cut?
This SF is just going to follow DP. They have last pick, right? I'm pretty sure it's just going to follow it. So I think no matter what they do here, they're just going to change their draft up depending on where they see this DP go. So now SF's going to go mid most likely, and they're going to pick a like and answer.
Yeah.
They are so all in on this like mid-game push. They pick another hero with no stun. C-Dub last pick a Pudge, so there's your like and answer. It's good in lane versus the hero. It's also just here they couldn't go too greedy. Like you see this Death Prophet Bristle Lycan, you know exactly what the Cup want to do. They want to just snowball, take all the towers, take Roshan, go high ground, and if it goes late, they lose. So you just need to pick this hero that comes online as early as possible and also can just like be tanky and stand in the front lines for your SF.
I'm excited. It feels like you have like C-Dub that has some of the most impactful like dirty heroes with like this Pudge CM lane. We're going to see Aframish on the Skyrat this time. I'm very excited for it. But Fia, when it comes to skill as well as implementing these drafts and the execution, who are you siding with a little bit more, C-Dub or the cut?
I mean, skill-wise, I don't know who's better, but I love how C-Dub always has a nice stable draft, so I definitely see a dub for their future.
You've been on hand with some of the puns lately. He had it the other day too. But Gods, do you have a pun for who you're favoring?
I do not. We're gonna see.
That's right. We're gonna
see the dub.
Yeah, perfect. All right, I love it.
Yeah, I got nothing else for it. I think their draft is great though, and yeah, there's so much pressure on the cut here to make this early game work.
It is going to be tough for the cut, but I have a little bit of faith in them. You know, we saw them do well in their first series, and I'm excited just to see them play a little bit more as we are heading into this first series with outcasters Wagga and Breaky.
Thank you very much. Game number 1 upon us here for yet another day of some North America Division 2 DPC Dota. Looking forward to this one kicking off. C-Dub versus the Cut. And let me tell you, this is a series I could totally... No, I'm not even going to go into that. We got game number 1. That's what matters here. And 2 somewhat different drafts, but the most glaring thing, Wagga, is that the Cut, they're lacking that crowd control overall. And you gotta question, is that going to be the best strategy?
They're lacking a bit in Disable. However, they have very fast cores at running at people later on. They have like an ulti, of course. The DP makes you faster as well, and then you have the Bristleback who can run in. So while they're not locking down their opponents, they are pretty, high tempo at charging in. Question is, to me, are they going to be able to get enough value during the global silence? Can they get those important kills that they need? We'll see how it plays out. I think overall I favor C-Dub's draft, but I think the Cut might be just a little bit sharper as players.
Yeah, that's certainly the vibe that I'm taking from this as well. And this kind of goes back to, though, C-Dub, this is now their 4th series they're playing here so far in Division 2. The Cut, this is their 2nd. But one of the things we've been praising about C-Dub with their overall 4-2 record is that they're just drafting the way it's evolved even from that first series to this last 2 and even this one here. It's definitely been impressive. It's been certainly one of their stronger points. Now it's a matter of being able to use that draft and execute appropriately. And obviously they got some formidable opponents here in the Cut. So I genuinely am excited for this series and seeing how this game 1 shapes up. But Battle for the Rune is going to be taken by the Cut right there. But yeah, Scourge getting to play as Bristleback once again.
Yeah, he gets to run that Bristle, but in this game, like Pano pointed out as well, it's a very good Silver Edge game for the SF. I think SF was a great reaction here into both the DP and the Bristle. It fit like a glove here. So he is going to get that matchup mid against the Death Prophet. Misses his first race though. So that may seem like a small thing, but it allows DP to be just a little bit more confident here on the first wave, not getting stacked up on the races. One race is not a problem, but the first one is just there to put the debuff on you, and then the danger comes when multiple stack up.
Now, let's stick with the Shadow Fiend conversation, because Shadow Fiend's always interesting to me. I know more as of late, we've seen even a lot of the safe lane Shadow Fiend, and we see more of this right-click style Shadow Fiend, but the spell-casting Shadow Fiend is also a possibility. It certainly has its own powers to it. Do you see one way or the other? Is this going to be the attack damage?
I think it's just right click. They need right click in this game anyway. And overall, I think right click build is like way more reliable and good overall. I've even seen some people do a hybrid where they go right click and then later on in the game just add an Arcane Blink casual like towards the very end of the game, and then you have the big power of the spellcaster, which is that Arcane Blink initiation. But you're doing it with, you know, Hurricane Pikes and Silver Edges and so on as well.
Yeah, obviously his spells still certainly bring a lot to the table, even if he goes that right-click build that we're referring to. Even a couple of items that you can pick up. So we'll keep an eye on that and how the evolution of Mark happens on the Shadow Fiend. But the top lane, you saw some pressure there on the Crystal Maiden, as Beastmaster's even getting pretty low himself, actually. One more Quill, it's not going to be enough. Popping his stick right there is Ela, but getting very low in the process.
Yeah. No stick on Afromush in this lane. Oh, he got it. He got it. Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah, both sides definitely need those sticks in this lane.
Yeah, he got it delivered from Courier. You have to get it as soon as possible when you're playing against the Bristleback. And he does play aggressively here and gets one kill. Does have one more nuke.
Somebody else is dying. It's a matter of who first. It's going to be the Bristleback going down first. Afromoosh with a double kill. We've been seeing a lot of this Rubik Afromoosh. He's going to go ahead and get a free transport back to base. But yeah, now he's playing the Skywrath, and that's obviously a hell of a start. The double kill.
That is fantastic. He gets double null talismans completed now, so going to be even stronger in this lane. And did a good job setting up these kills. I mean, shout out to the Beastmaster as well, who is spamming those axes. It's the combination of having two heroes with high spellcasting damage in bottom lane. They do connect with both spells on CM. You can actually bring down heroes quite easily. Not scaling the aura, of course, level 2. You have a power spike.
Yep. Hoodwink was thinking he's being a little sneaky right there. He was spotted though, and it really this Pudge Crystal Maiden, that's a lot of slow that you have to deal with, and Hoodwink was unable to get away from the beast that is that Pudge, and with the help of the Crystal Maiden. So 3-1 start for Sita mid lane. Somebody, he's just dead on Death Prophet. Mark just walks up, a couple of auto attack, and raises right in his dome. Now it's 4-1.
Yeah, he didn't go Majestic against the SF as well, which is, you know, a little bit needed as well. And top lane again, they secure a kill with this concussive bolt, concussive shot.
Yeah, the walled axes coming through as well from the Beastmaster to secure that kill. Those are level 2 walled axes right there, taking out the silencer. But how about this very fast start for you? See, all 3 lanes very aggressive in picking up kills.
Yeah, I really like it. It's, you know, the power of C-Dub's lanes here. And bottom, they're going to slow up the Hoodwink. But Hoodwink got the deny on the bounty rune, so not letting the SF get a refill there. SF will walk back towards the water rune. Shaggy going in, but the TP out. Nice. He's going to get both the runes now because of that. He TP gets the second water rune.
Yeah, Shadow Fiend not necessarily known as a mid hero. That's one of his weaker points is when it comes to rune control, right? You know, he doesn't have that mobility, but I guess that's one way to do it. Take the bottom, teleport, and get the top one. But he's going to run into Death Prophet right here. DP wants revenge. Meanwhile, Chive's going down on the Lycan at the bottom lane. Shadow Fiend turning around with a raise, but it's just going to be Sadman zoning out Mark and going to head back to the mid lane now.
And top, they dive as well. Level up saves his life just barely. He would have died to those axes, but stays alive to cast more nukes.
TP out.
And he gets him.
No,
oh my god, that was so huge. That level up not only saved his life, but ended up with a Beastmaster dying and wasting his TP. Now has to do a slow walk back to the top lane. Gonna take him quite a while, but yeah, like you mentioned, bottom lane as well, the kill potential between CM and Pudge together is really, really high. You have 4 abilities that do damage, and of course repositioning, slow, stun, you have everything.
I mean, we've been getting plenty of action here in these Division 2 North American Dota matches, so this isn't necessarily a surprise, but man, it's even earlier than usual with all 3 lanes. But we're about that 5-minute mark now, and CW with that 6-2 Hero Code lead. But despite that death on Death Prophet in the 1 versus 1 matchup, it still feels like Shaggy, aka Sadman, is not afraid to still play fairly aggressive in this lane.
It was really big how he played after the water runes there. You can see that he died once, but look at experience. He's not behind. He has 3 creeps to kill here. He's actually ahead in EXP. So he played this really well. You'd think that after having died once, he should for sure be behind, but that's not the case. He's ahead.
Yeah. Rotations coming in from the supports as we're about to hit 6 minutes into this game. It's a lot of heroes showing up around mid. Aframush, Empyrean's behind, but Aframush focusing on Death Prophet. Ancient Seal is put up, but he got the Siphon up first, and Haste Rune picked up by Aframush in the process, and that's a thankful rune for him, because any other rune, he might be dead right there, so he's able to pick that up and get away.
I think so. I think absolutely any other rune, or no rune, and he would have died there. So he got one of the few outs to survive, maybe the only out, because there was a sentry on the silencer as well, so even an Invis rune would not have saved you with the DP turning around there.
Works to his favor. Taking a look as I have a little bit of Null in the action as far as what's been picked up. Pudge does have the early Vanguard. Not a big surprise to see there. He's almost level 6 as well, so his start's looking great. But man, the 3 versus 3 mid back here. Action gonna continue. Curse coming out, hitting 2 of the heroes. Shadow Fiend pulled back in. He's in trouble. He has Requiem canceling it there. Realizing he can just walk this off, and Crystal Maiden also gonna do the same. Turning around with the raised nose mark. Oh, just had a range for that Crypt Swarm. Was Crystal Maiden. Sadman was going big for the kill. Coming up just shy. Somehow nobody dying in that exchange.
Yeah. DP, by the way, going for a 3-0-3 build, not having a point in ulti yet. I think he skilled it to try and, you know, be a little bit stronger for the fight there with the Crypt Swarm. Didn't have mana to ulti earlier. Top. Now going on to Bristle. A lot of lockdown. Frostbite as well.
As support's coming over, but they're going to be a little bit too late, unfortunately. The Curse will hit Ela. He should survive, though. He's got support nearby, and Imperium cannot make it in there further for an auto attack or 2. But yeah, big kill on a Bristleback, as well as his net worth, his CS has been looking strong. Of course, that'll slow him down ever so slightly.
Yeah, the thing that stands out to me this laning stage though is the Pudge is having a fantastic start. Oh, Emp is gonna go down here as well. Empyrean goes in for a curse, but the regen from the Helm of the Iron Will keeps the Beastmaster alive just fine here. And that's gonna be another kill going the way of Afro, who is having a fantastic start on his Skyrath here.
Yeah, spamming those abilities. But yeah, back to the Pudge again. Take a look at the net worth chart now. It is Pudge. Really a dominating lead. Almost 4,000 basically net worth lead at this point. We mentioned the Vanguard. Here he is. Going to be picking up boots and well on his way to starting the progression towards the Aghanim Scepter. And we all know what that does on these carry Pudges.
No, he's massive. He's absolutely massive. We're only 8 minutes in. Oh, top. Ela might be in trouble here as the Bristleback comes in from the side.
Again, it's a case of he's definitely dead. I mean, right? Oh, he's out of cool range, but it's not going to matter. Another Viscous Nasal Goo and another Quill will secure the job. So many slows, really, on both sides, to be fair. I mean, that's where, yes, still lacking hard lockdown crowd control, but there is a fair amount of slows here on the cut side. Of course, Bristleback and even Silencer included.
Yeah, these slows are mainly good in laning stage though. Like later on when BKBs and other items come in, then slows drop a little bit in value. But yeah, for now it's working out decently for getting these kills. And feels bad for Silencer. He didn't get any int for killing that, by the way. He has to go for a 2-0-2 build. I kind of agree with the skill build too here. But always feels bad to kill stuff without getting int.
Yeah, 8-3 lead here, and we're going to see more kills adding up. Death Prophet going in with an Exorcism, did pick it up at level 7. Mark holding his ground, hits a couple of raises though, and down goes Death Prophet. Scourge McDuck also going to happen to fall. They did take out the Shadow Fiend, but it's a double kill for Aframush, and they want more, and the hook is going to secure the 3rd kill of that fight. Aframush is like, yep, kill secured, baby. Triple kill for him, but obviously a team effort.
Yeah, that was beautiful for them. I mean, that was a big fight to commit into for the cut there. They don't have global silence yet. They don't have DP silence either. So they were really just running straight into an SF who was just laying out the damage before he goes down. SF is like, really? You're gonna dive me like that? Okay, I'll take it. Meanwhile, the stacks are real here over for C-Dub. That Ancient camp is already now up to, what is it, 4 stack now? Yeah, 4 stack going on it right now.
Yep, I assume that's going to be for Shadow Fiend, or is it going to be for Pudge, actually?
I think Beast is just going to Wild Axe spam it.
Okay.
I think he will farm it for himself. Meanwhile, same thing can be said on the other side, though. Scourge McDuck wants that money. Farming Big and Ancients at the same time.
Yeah, that's a little more obvious on the dire side. Bristleback's certainly the hero that is going to take those stacks, just turning his back, spamming the quills, getting the procs. And he's, getting a little lower here, but ultimately going to be fine, of course. And similar to the Pudge, it is kind of funny how we happen to have the 2 position 1 cores are basically going the exact same bill, but it makes sense.
Top, nice dive onto Silencer here. Pudge does get in close enough with the help of CM. But yeah, I was just thinking the same thing as you said it. They both going Vanguard, both going straight Aghanims afterwards. It is, strangely similar in some regards. Of course, Pudge is more about that spell damage later on. Afro might be in trouble mid.
They would love this kill. That's going to be a bounty on his head, and there you go. Sadman credit for it. Another exorcism use. This one to push the mid tower. Ela showing up. You have Mark Sanctified here as well, so they're not going to go this tower easy. There's a TP in the backlands from Silencer, who's not level 6 yet, by the way. So still no global silence. That was right at 11.5 minutes. That is critical for the cut, but can they get this tower killed? They want it, but with just too many reinforcements here. Oh, the hook just missing in between the supports.
Tumbler's toy dodging the hook. Always a nice tool to have, a little mini blink to keep yourself safe.
Save the tower. And now it's C-Dub's turn to push, as all 5 are here.
Yeah, it's hard to defend now as well with Lycan ulti cooldown, Exorcism cooldown. Oh, that hook connects.
Tumbler toy ain't gonna save you that time. He actually ends up getting hit by it anyways. And yeah, to that Death Prophet, no exorcism either. And I think that's one of the biggest factors. That's why C-Dub is so confident about actually pushing this.
Yeah, I mean, the Tumbler's toy is good for dodging hooks, but now if you jump along the hook, then it's just a matter of range. Unfortunately, he couldn't really juke there. Get himself out of that one. So tower and a kill for C-Dub. And they're enjoying more and more control on the field here as they protect their mid tower. I think that's really big because Roche is such a contestable item on the map, let's say. What is this dive? Wow.
This wraparound. I was watching the support, the Crystal Maiden and Skyrat that whole time. CM's just going to take the bait in the end and die, but still very worth it. Yeah, they went around this back area here. There was no vision, and they just sneak up onto the Death Prophet.
That's really worth it, getting that kill on him there. You do lose your killing spree on the CM, so Scourge McDuck gonna be happy to add that gold, but still a nice takedown, and keeps your opponent on the back foot a little bit. DP though, she had ulti on cooldown, so it's not the worst time to die, let's say. It would be worse for her to die if she had ulti ready and wanted to go somewhere. But soon it's coming up again.
So, Waga, a hero that really... I feel like we've called every hero but Lycan so far this game, especially with all the action, right? But Lycan's kind of just been quietly doing his own thing at that bottom side. Hold that thought, because Ela, not often you see this, the one chance they had to stop his TP. He primal roars and gets the hell on out. A good heads up there from Ela to escape at least.
Yeah, very nice play. Like you were saying, the Lycan, he's getting ganked now as well.
Oh no.
The rotation here, and definitely gonna be going down quickly to the Frostbite and the Sky ulti. That alone does so much damage, but the SF, of course, with the Dragonlance. I think what we're seeing now is just standard early game Lycan gameplay. He didn't have a good lane because of Pudge, though, so he's just slowed down a lot. He doesn't have the Dominator upgrade yet. 14 minutes in. In a good game, you want to have it by now, but this was a tough laning stage.
Yeah, it just got a little bit tougher. That's almost ironic. I was mentioning how we're not really talking about him, and sure enough, C-Dub's like, oh, you want to talk about him? Okay, we'll rotate on him and kill him real quickly. There you go. There's something to talk about.
Yeah, you can talk about his death.
Yeah, that's
meanwhile, though, someone who's, getting close to a big power spike here is the Pudge. He is only 1100 gold away from his Aghanims. But even closer than that is the Bristleback. He's going to have it faster at 550 gold away right now. So once that axe comes up, it does massively increase the power spike of Bristle. However, only 1 point in Q so far. So you kind of want more points before it starts adding huge value. But even just having it is great.
The biggest difference there is that phase boots were built on Pudge, where you see Bristleback just sitting on the brown boots currently. So I was wondering how Bristle is even going to get that much quicker, as Pudge is actually ahead of net worth this whole time. But that would be the biggest difference to note. But obviously, yeah, Pudge is going to have his shortly after.
Same combo, same place, just different targets. Gonna be the Frostbite into Skywrath ulti again. I like that the supports are hanging tight together here on C-Dub, realizing that they can pretty much take down anyone except for Bristle at this point. Bristle would just turn his back and be completely fine. But the rest of them are actually killable. Oh, DP, as I say that though, she has a Yule Scepter now, so she is protected.
It's another TP stopper as well that they certainly are lacking, so a really very versatile tool to have to take advantage of. Beastmaster, another Promer Roar used defensively to get away. He just roars the Bristle back and then runs right there, so close call. But by the way, we had so Imperium over here playing the Silencer currently. He actually had the chance, PGL had the chance to sit down with him and talk about what heroes he both likes to play and maybe not play against. Oh, never mind. Well, that might be coming up in a little bit, actually. Apologize. Yep. Somebody was in my ear telling me something, but something else.
You're hearing ghosts, man. You're hearing ghosts. But on the side of the cut here, they're starting to try again here for this tier 1 tower mid. They want to take that so that they have access to Roche in a more safe way, or, you know, have equal access to Roche as C-Dub do. Because right now, C-Dub are owning, let's say, like 75% of the area around Roche, and that doesn't sit well with the cut. So they want to make a move somehow to extend their advantage. Either taking top or mid tower would be great. Instead, though, they want to try and gank SF. I think he's already just TPing out. He is completely safe. Double scans. Both teams scanning the same area is kind of funny, but Radiant do know that this smoke is happening now.
Yep, that scan turns red, so they're very aware. It's just a matter of how do they play off of this. Obviously, Roshan up, and no one's really showing interest in it for the time being. However, C-Dub is pinging out Bristleback up in this area. They don't have the vision, but they're suspicious that somebody's up here. They're not going to be able to catch up, though.
And they also go together so they can de-ward. This is like pairing up with your support so that they can remove the ward. There's still a ward on them, though. They have full vision here. The cut. Can they initiate?
Can they? Yes. Will it work out? That's the question now. Pudge, global silence team going to be used. Pudge is dropping to the Scourge McTuck, and Pudge is going to fall when it's all said and done. So far, it's looking like the cut is dominating in this fight. Death Prophet tanking that Mystic Flare as if it was nothing. Skywrath will fall, and the cut is going to go right into Roshan.
Yeah, that's going to be Roche immediately. It feels really bad, by the way, being Skywrath or CM when you see the helm of the Overlord Dragon coming in, because when he presses that Howl as well on Lycan, removing 4 armor, and you're sitting at Skywrath with a base 3 armor, the dragon hitting for 250 damage and then add a crit on top of that, you literally die in like 2 hits from the dragon. It's really terrifying, but beautiful. They made the most out of the vision that they had there. Didn't waste any time, as they the side of C-Dub probably felt pretty safe. They just got a D-ward, walked up, and they were trying to control and farm the area, but they were all standing under that ward close to the outpost, punishing them big time.
Oh, so Lycan definitely helping to show up right there. He has his helm with the Overlord now, and of course helping to do some good damage to that Roshan to finish it off and get the Aegis to Bristleback, who now goes back to farming in the jungle. But C-Dub, they don't want to let up on this pressure. They have 16 kills at 18.5 minutes. Let's keep that almost 1 kill per minute average going, they say. And they're hunting for somebody. Again, the Bristle was here, but no longer here. He just has those spider senses tingling. They just get vision, but he's just too fast. He's running away as if they see him this whole time.
That worked out perfectly for him. That was like he had some sixth sense right there, just feeling like they're really close to me right now. Good reaction by the cut that, okay, they just respawned. There's a big chance that they're all going to go for a smoke together now, since we killed them. They're going to be in base together. It's pretty natural time for them to smoke out, and they just read that situation correctly, played safely on all their heroes, not just the Bristle. And Bristle, of course, was the safest. Even if they caught him, what are you going to do? He has Aegis. His team would just react and go there. It would be very difficult to find favorable fights. So they were hoping to maybe connect to a Lycan or a DP, but not going to be that fortunate.
Sure. Well, as things are a little bit of a stalled out here once again. I mean, again, this game is fairly close. Curious what the esportsbet.io odds are looking like currently. Of course, the watch tour and platform. You can check it out for yourself. And there you go. It's C-Dub with the advantage. Still feeling pretty good. A decent advantage, frankly, against the cut right now. So, yeah, the odds are liking C-Dub. Waga, it's, you feel the same right now?
I'd say it's pretty close overall. I mean, obviously the cuts, they got a great fight there, and right now it feels good for them. But hero matchup-wise, it can become more difficult. So I think I'm pretty much in line with that.
Top lane? Okay, they found the Bristle. This time, do they actually have the follow-up damage? Definitely. Now again, there's the Aegis though. Now what? The response is coming in. Around that Roshan pit, they're being distracted though. Global Silence is going to be activated. Meanwhile, Marco's down in the back line, so that's what was happening. The support for Bristleback was busy killing off the Shadow Fiend that they found, so they kill Bristle, but at what cost? They're going to lose 2 more chives with the triple kill, and they're going for more. They also stop the TP after Musha fall. An ultra kill for Lycan, and Lycan's like, you wanted me to show up? I am definitely here now.
Damn, after having such a shutdown laning stage, this is a fantastic recovery for him. Nice move overall, though. I want to give credit to Hoodwink for that fight as well. Got a good catch on the SF by the Roche pit, and then after the catch, SF was already dropping down to like 30% HP. He BKBs, tries to ulti, but then the Global Silence stops that ulti as well, and he finally goes down to Sanctified. Are you gonna survive this gank? Hoodwink, ulti? Not gonna live.
No, you're definitely not surviving that gank right there. So
yeah, if the spells connect like that, then you're just going down.
Yeah, talk about some good revenge too. This we mentioned how Skywrath and Crystal Maiden have been going around as supports, doing work here for the Radiant, but that's a case of Silencer and Hoodwink. Like, we could do that too, and they find the free kill. So I mean, it is definitely swung in favor of the cut now. If there was ever any question of like, oh, maybe an even game, slight advantage, no, this is definitely an advantage for the cut now. Yeah, look at that graph there.
Yeah, definitely. After that fight, that was a beautiful fight to take, and they're gonna get closer to some key items as well that they want. They want the full Assault Cuirass on Lycan. That will make him so much stronger. BKB is coming up for a Bristleback very soon, and with DP having her 9-second BKB available already, if she adds Plate Mail next, which is her build, then she'll be very hard to kill.
Pudge, it's gonna come back to the meta. He was looking like he was going to farm, but I think they're getting the call to do a smoke play right here. The way they're gathering up. Yeah, there's all 5 of them even.
They're smoking under wards. This is going to be another risky fight for them. We see the cut, immediately reaction. Take a high ground. This is usually the call when you see the enemy smoke up. Pick a high ground, go there, sit and protect it. You're using Hoodwink to blink reveal, or to reveal the smoke. He has blink to get safety. He's under ward.
Parda's just going to jump and happen to jump right on top of the Hoodwink, so that works out. And the start for C-Dub. But Bristleback, Agent Seal, eventually going to wear off, able to run away. But again, going into uphills, making this difficult for C-Dub to commit much further. The hook just missing. C-Dub chasing though. Another blink forward from Double King, but too far.
Lycan will be ticking down though, so this is the cut missing their power spike, losing a hero there, and Lycan without ulti is not a threat really at all. So now he's saying like, can we not fight guys? But his team is sticking around. Early BKB.
Yeah, another hook missing right there. Global Science going to be activated. You mentioned that BKB able to sit on top of Pudge though, and Pudge does not stand a chance. Mark is like, I gotta get the hell out of here. The BKB TP himself, so that Primal Roar again defensively used by Ela. At least he will escape, but and this Pudge seems like he is having a bit of trouble, especially with the start that he had with farming. I mean, he's still farming decent, but his impact is low.
My jaw dropped when he blinked in there. I was like, wait, you don't have BKB, bro. What are you doing? He just blinks in. He doesn't really have BKB. He doesn't have, you know, Shivas or anything for massive armor. He's just an Aghanim's Vanguard Pudge. So when he puts himself in massive danger like that, he better hope this entire team is ready to go up behind him. But with Global Silence, your team can't really assist you if you go in. So that was a bit of feed, and his team has to fall back as a reaction.
Oh, well, and we haven't really talked much about Shadow Fiend too, right? Where he went after the Dragonlance, a full BKB, which sure it's great, but he's not necessarily that big damage threat yet. I mean, he can hit, but he needs a bit more items before he's much more of that threat, especially that Silver Edge, which he is building into, which is critical this game.
Yeah, SF is like doing fine, but he's not having any turbo start at all here. He doesn't have like insane farm. Meanwhile, Pudge blinking in for a silencer. The root from the Hawk.
Oh boy, but here's the turn. So they're gonna kill Empyrean, but the sharpshooter, I mean, again, that's a position 1 for a position 5. Not the trade you're looking for. Mystic Flare with the Primal Roar lockdown, though. They are gonna get the kill. Lycan, Requiem from the distance in the tree. Sadman able to siphon on up, though, and Shadowfiend losing out a lot of his damage now. He's already used it. He's gonna be pushed back with his own Hurricane Pike, but it's not gonna be nearly enough to escape. Alphamoosh making his way back to base, but losing all 4 of his teammates. The cut once again dominating a fight.
I'm so confused by a lot. See, I feel like the Blink Dagger is doing more harm than good to the Pudge. The SF didn't use BKB during the entire fight there. He had BKB for a Spirit Siphon, could maybe BKB Force Staff away and TP out. He had everything ready, but I just see C-Dub falling apart. And this is a little bit what I was hinting at the start of the game, where C-Dub, they always have like a really nice draft, very balanced, but player-wise, I think that the cut are just, you know, a little bit higher level, because there's some really big mistakes happening right now.
Yeah, the Cut's certainly showing their experience. We mentioned with that Division 1 and being a team together for quite some time. So C-Dub having to work through some growing pains here perhaps, but still in this Game 1, and it is just Game 1 when it's all said and done, of course, of this best out of 3 series. But certainly need to kind of tighten some of their strategy up if they want to have a comeback chance, specifically in this game right now. Because yeah, this Bristleback, his evolution, the BKB, did he have something else purchased? Not yet. Looks like we're going to be seeing a Lotus Orb come, though.
He's building towards Lotus Orb. It's a good Lotus Orb game. You're playing against, you know, Beastmaster, Pudge, CM, Skyrath, all of them. It's really nice. And you get some armor against the SF, so it's a great deal. He has it completed now by disassembling. So no longer has the Vanguard. But this is a really natural build for him. He can later on use the Bit Booster to build into an Abyssal as well. So it's completely fine. He'll rebuild the Vanguard later.
That seems to be a weakness. I mean, on paper, it seems that they have the possibility of this burst damage against these beefier cores, but again, the progress hasn't necessarily been there, and oh boy, the Cut is going to get a great opening on a Crystal Maiden off the bat. Although the follow-up is not really there. Hiding in the trees, never mind. Sharpshooter will finish the job. There was scatter time, though, for the rest of C-Dub. Aframush is also going to get caught, so they end up killing 2 supports. But the cores are able to get out at least.
TP out bottom. No real response for BKB, or for just casual TP out from the Silencer and Bristle. They can't stop him, but yeah, they get caught out top. They didn't have SF with them, so that was just sort of a split push. But it's a split push that was punished. They did get taken down, 2 heroes immediately there. And right now, the Cut are just doing a great job at starting to stabilize the map a little bit more. Bristle using the time to push out all the way bottom.
I'm also noticing Lycan keeping the Wolf here on the Roshan pit. This is actually a very, very long Roshan respawn currently. It's another 30 plus seconds, but clearly the Cut is eager and ready to go for that Roshan, and naturally you'd figure this is where the next potential fight could take place. Both teams somewhat positioning themselves in that area, and we do see the respawn is, again, it's only another 20 seconds out, but you can tell even sending the army, and both teams are scouting it out, though.
Yeah, using their zoo to control it. Nice D ward here in time, though, by Empyrean, getting the Observer ward removed from C-Dub. Of course, they have the Beastmaster with the potential for Hawks still, and they can get vision using the Boar as well by moving in there, but the control is fully slipping here. They were well ahead in the beginning of the game, but now 11,000 lead and building. And Bristleback just got a nice item delivered as well. Gets the Cloak of Flames added on. That's such a nice item, because getting armor and magic resistance, all Bristle wants to do is stay alive and run in. So never mind even the immolate. Like, that's a nice bonus, but it's all about the armor and magic res.
Yeah, and that kind of goes back to the point I was bringing up earlier before yet another fight broke out, but that C-Dub, again, it's on paper, sure, maybe they have the damage to get some of these kills, the burst damage to break through, but with the way this game has progressed, they fall behind, and heroes like the Skyrath and especially the Shadowfiend just aren't necessarily built up enough to break through so much of this tankiness that's been built by the Cut, as they do get the free Roshan, as we see right there.
Yeah, a top tower was taken at least by the Helm of the Overlord creep, but it does go down. Hoodwin comes in and snags it, so 250 gold. Meanwhile, attempted split push wherever we can right now on the side of C-Dub. They're sending heroes down on the side lanes, trying to build space, but when you try to delay the game, there has to be a big power spike that you're looking towards where you will suddenly be stronger. I think for them, it has to be all the way to BKB on Pudge. That's what they need. Oh no, Beastmaster.
That sharpshooter feels pretty good for the Hoodwink right there. It is. It's level 2 still, almost going to be level 3, but of course, not much of a chance for Beastmaster to survive out of that one. He's going to have to be dead for another 40 seconds before he's going to come back to assist the team. But yeah, with the Sages now in the hands of Bristleback yet again. I mean, there's someone even split out here, but the cut is just going to figure what objective they want to go for next. And it looks like that mid-tier 2 is the obvious point. And
Yeah, that's just going to fall immediately. There's no real way to defend it. By the way, I want to say that B-God has been playing really good on this Hoodwink. It's very similar to when he was playing Skywrath before in earlier series. Plays a similar style, high kill potential, and now has the full E-Blade as well.
Oh, jeez. That is some big bada boom burst. So the cut's the one that has some pretty good burst here. Specifically with that Hoodwink. Tier 3 tower will fall. Pudge sitting in the distance, currently silenced up, but I mean, he has that hook. But it's a case of you don't really want to hook it like the Bristleback. Oh, well, okay, they hook in the Bristleback, and that'll happen. So.
Yeah, there's no way to kill him, even if you hook him in, especially with that Lotus Orb and BKB. He's completely safe. They're gonna back out now. They did lose top tower, so they're gonna go back, push out the top lane, and try to, you know, repeat, get control towards another side of the map. You have 3 minutes on the Aegis. Over on the side of C-Dub, though, they're smoking. This is sort of a flailing type move. They want to get out and get something, but look at the positioning, the counter smoke.
Yeah. And the Kush is ready to that exact. They're like, it's almost as if they're predicting this to happen. They're sitting on the uphill. They're sitting together and they're waiting for them to come into their arms, but it's not going to happen. C-Dub does play it a little more reserved, disciplined, dare I say, and they will just work on some farm now.
Yeah, like I said, that was sort of like flailing, like trying to catch anything that happens to stay behind. Meanwhile, though, B-God jumps in immediately and gonna burst that Hoodwink damage onto the Skywrath.
Ouch.
And a tip as well.
The
Damn.
tip, yeah. Because, like, casters have been talking a lot about Aframoosh. What about me? I mean, again, Aframoosh has played a bit more games here so far in Division 2 this season, but B-God certainly helping to make a name for himself even more.
I actually think that B-God might be the most solid +4 that I've seen in Div 2 here so far, actually. He's like really delivering. And the funny thing is, he's not officially on the team yet, right? He's a stand-in, but they're trying to have him be like a permanent player is what they want.
Crystal Maiden? I guess he was just getting some vision for his team. It is going to result in his death, and also the vision that was put there is immediately destroyed, so mission unsuccessful. And now the cut is going to go into the Radiant jungle and do their part down here as they're going to take out their observatory, get their own vision down, take a bounty rune.
I love that they went with the early gem on Silencer. He had it for a while now, by the way, but this gem is paying dividends. It's so nice to know that you have D-worded areas. There's one thing about, you know, getting those D-words, but there's also the security that we know for a fact that there are no wards where we have walked that allows you to play with the confidence of information that you won't have if you just, we put down some sentry and we got one D-word and we didn't find something over there. But when you have gem, you just know.
Okay, Waga. You got a level 20 Shadow Fiend. He just got his Silver Edge. This seems like more than any time in this game right now, this is at least something positive for C-Dub. As we've been in this mid-game state of like, okay, maybe there's a shot now. Get a good Silver Edge opening, get some decent burst damage in there.
I think you're right. I think they've hit their biggest power spike that's going to happen in a long time. So I think something good needs to happen for C-Dub in the next, 2 minutes here. They need to get a good engagement with this. Aegis is just timing out, 10 seconds only remaining. But look at this, bottom, the wave is pushing in. If you see this and you're Dire, they're pinging it right now. They're like, why is nobody defending bottom? Kinda sus.
I mean, Waga, or more so, Skyra shows up right there. No, Bravo Roar, this one is offensive. Yeah, there's that burst. That's what we're talking about. They do get the opening. 90 seconds. He's out for it. No buyback. Death Prophet. Exorcism's up, though. Skywrath is going to go down elsewhere. You see Sadman just running around with an Exorcism. Buybacks happening from both the Beastmaster and the Skywrath. Ghost of Maiden also falling, though. Silence up on a Death Prophet, but Pudge cannot keep on top. He's just too damn fast with the haste, so able to make it out of there. Shadowfiend, meanwhile, isolated by Lycan and others, and a triple kill for B-God. Here on the Hoodwink, Imperium avoids the hook as well to survive on the Silencer. So the start was so good, but in the end result, it's still pretty good for the cut.
They have these fast heroes, and that was something we talked about earlier, their benefit on the side of the cut. Sure, the fight started out horribly with walking in on, with a bristleback who just gets absolutely blown up. He, overestimated his own situation there. He thought he was immortal. He is not. It didn't even matter that they had Silver Edge, because he got roared facing 3 core heroes. So he was gonna die no matter what. But the continuation of the fight, the heroes on the side of the cut have so much kite. Hoodwink super fast with the blink and scurry. Force staff on the silencer. DP is quick. Lycan is ulted. Oh, top. A solo kill on Pudge? Oh my god. Okay. He gets my tip as well. I'll throw in a tip as well.
Yeah, I'll do some too, yeah.
Damn, be god.
Yeah, I mean, this is the most impressive Hoodwink as well. And you're talking about B-God. Yeah, very, very solid players proven to be. Position 4, arguably the better one here in Division 2. Hoodwink as a hero hasn't necessarily had the greatest success so far. This is definitely the best Hoodwink game we've seen, too.
Look at the mad lad. He's going Dagon next. The E-Blade
Nice.
Dagon going full absolute burst here. I love it. Love to see it. A lot of people have gone for Aghanims or something here, but he's just adding more. He can already solo kill a Pudge. What are you adding Dagon for, dude? Are you preparing for something bigger?
This is the I'm having fun now. And you know what? It's a game, damn it. You're allowed to have fun. His team is up 26,000 net worth. Let's be honest. I know we're casters here. And
already solo killing 3,000 HP heroes, but he's building for that raid boss. He's going to burst Roshan later on.
it feels good. I mean, there's not many opportunities to get the chance to build a Dagon, especially on a support. So
He's the
let
highest
the man
level
be,
in the
Waga.
game, dude. He's level 24
He is,
soon.
yeah.
He's higher than Bristleback. B-God. What's happening, man?
I mean, it's all those solo kills. He really has been, occasionally with the silencer that you've seen too, but he has been off on his own, just getting kill after kill, lurking in the trees. As we see again right here, he's hiding off to the side of the trees.
Another
but
smoke. Here comes Radiant, going up the high ground.
They're going up. The Primal Roar, nope. A good 4 staff away initially, and you got the Lotus Orb put on a Bristleback. Global Silence Course coming out as well. Now Beastmaster, he's just dead. There's that first up P-God. He takes out the Beastmaster, and meanwhile, Pudge is also caught a little too far out with his hand in the cookie jar. I think those GGs are bound to appear soon.
Yeah, 60 seconds plus on all 3 of them. SF is still there looking for an ulti, but Shadowblade gonna time out. No more Invis. Even if he had it, there's still Gem. It's time to win. Nice one.
There you go. It is official. GG, well played. Game 1 is going to go to the cut. Yeah, great performance by them. Again, the one criticism really of the draft was a lack of crowd control, but you even said yourself, yeah, that wasn't the most concerning for you in the end. As long as they executed appropriately with the strategy that they built, they certainly had a good shot in this game, and they had a great shot. They had a fairly easy game, especially coming out of the laning phase, it felt like.
Yeah, they itemized well, they played it out well, and they had good reads overall on the movements coming out from C-Dub, so nicely reacted, and what a beautiful performance there by B-God. I have to say it again, that was really, really something.
I wonder who the MVP is going to be. We'll find out soon, though, with our panel. Take it over.
Yeah, so we have a little bit more to talk about before we do get to MVP, but a big standout in this game was definitely B-God. He had his Skywrath taken away from him, but he still shone on this Hoodwink. Let's talk about the laning phase, though. Let's talk about a little bit earlier in the game, because it wasn't always clear-cut in favor of the cut, because we had Cedar performing really well in lanes, and I thought it was going to snowball from there, Fear.
I mean, yeah, they did well in pretty much every single lane. I thought the SF, after getting the first kill on the DP, would start to dominate the lane, but Shaggy brought it back and kind of actually shut him down, even after getting solo killed there. And a lot of good moves were made throughout the map here, and yeah, I gotta say, you know, B got on his hoodwink. It feels like he's always on some hero that is just solo killing and just lurking in the side lanes. He was doing it on Sky, he's doing it on hoodwink. Feels like if the cut ever gets ahead, this guy is someone to look out for because he's a sniper.
Yeah, we see the highlights of the team fights and how they're playing out, gods, and it was always, I think for the 17-minute mark, always going in the way of the cut. They just hit their timings and they knew how to split fights, how to make them always in favor of themselves.
Yeah, and it felt like they could just kind of run at C-Dub, and there was never really any threat of some of these tanky cores of theirs dying. Like Lycan, Bristle, Death Prophet had so much sustain or just raw tankiness, and Death Prophet being able to run in too and just, you know, charge at people with Exorcism Siphon. Just, it never really felt like C-Dub could hold their ground and take a fight. And it's not like, yeah, again, they weren't super behind. Like, I thought this might happen if the early game went well for the cut, but the fact it happened with C-Dub doing so well early definitely shows that their draft is stronger than I expected. And yeah, just the sheer damage output from the supports throughout the game. You know, obviously B-God's Hoodwink, the Silencer adding a ton of extra utility as well. And it was just a really well executed draft in the mid game. They just kept putting C-Dub on the back foot, and at no point, were C-Dub really able to take a fight.
What was it about that 17-20 minute timing, Fear, that really enabled the cut? Was it the levels or the certain item builds that some of the team was going on the side of the cut?
I think for C-Dub, they really... So for the cut side, I guess, like, they took advantage of their timings, they played together, and they took fights where C-Dub wasn't ready or they thought they potentially would have been stronger. I feel like Mark in this game was kind of like nowhere to be found when C-Dub was looking to take fights. He was going for an itemization of an early BKB. He was missing in a couple fights. He was just spread far away from his team, getting picked off. And Double King, I think he just didn't trust in his lineup, or he felt like there's some flaws and kind of like rushed this Blink Dagger. As you see it for the cut, they didn't really go for some early Blink Dagger play on Scourge McDuck to like start fights. They just kind of played their lineup naturally, where I feel like C-Dub was on different pages where Double King wanted to get really aggressive really early on, but Mark was more on the page of let's not fight, I want to get my items. They kind of fell apart in that mid game.
Okay, so a little bit of column A, column B of C-Dub misplaying and the cut really capitalizing on that. MVP is not going to be any surprise here. It is going to be the way of B-God. The standard, would you have it, for the cut. He has just shone so brightly in this game. I don't know if you guys... I will give you the opportunity, guys, actually, to praise B-God a little bit more if you feel like you haven't already.
I'll just point one thing out, which stood out to me. He did the most damage on his team. As a support, he did 22k hero damage. Not like some crazy absurd number, but it's the highest on his team. Next highest is Death Prophet with 20k hero damage. Obviously, his itemization's a big part of that, but this dude is just a beast. He loves to just go around sniping people, getting kills, solo kills. He's showing it's not just a Skywrath. This is his second most played hero, so it's one of those things where he's very much like he needs his comfort picks, but when he's on them, he's just unstoppable.
Yeah. Now that we know that that's how B-God likes to play, that he's comforts, if you were C-Dub, Fear, how would you be looking at the second game? How do you ensure that you're not kind of getting run at and picked off by B-God being on a comfort hero, either Skywrath or Hood?
I mean, you have to do better because he always like pops off once they have an advantage, right? It kind of felt like it was C-Dub versus the cut, but also versus B-God, because B-God, like, I didn't see him in a single team fight. He was just, like, playing his own game, honestly, getting solo kills. There's a team fight in one screen, but on the other screen, you know, B-God solo killing someone off on the map. It's definitely really hard and chaotic to play against, but the source is always he gets farm. And if he gets really farmed, he makes plays on the map.
Okay, so maybe something C-Dub really have to focus on in game number 2, which will be happening after this break. Welcome back. We're going to have game number 2 between the Cut and C-Dub very shortly. Before we do, though, I want to just jump straight into it because we had Pudge on Double King really popping up on the early part of the game in game number 1 and then falling off, really opening for, how do you pronounce it? Scourge McDuck? Is that right?
That's it. Yep, you got it.
Yeah, that was, it's one of those things that you want to say Scrooge and it's not, but him really coming back on the bristle after a rough lane. So we're going to compare the two of them here in what stats they have. Again, take it with a grain of salt because the Cut have only played 3 games now, so that's what we see here. When we do look at the stats though, Fia, what can you take from it in the way that these two play?
They both want to play pretty active, and like Scourge McDuck, he's played this Bristleback 2 times, he's played NP once, really active carry, whereas you do see on the other side here, he played a Lifestealer 1 game, and last game he was Pudge, he likes to play as Dawnbreaker. Both these players want to be very aggressive, but I think in the last game here for Double King, unfortunately, he went a little too aggressive, right? He bought the early Blink Dagger, he was blinking way past this team, way before Mark was ready. I think he just needs to slow down a little bit, still play a high tempo type of carry, but these two players like match up pretty well as far as their hero pools.
In your eyes, Gods, do you think that being too aggressive is something that is more on Double King there, or do you think there was a way that the rest of his team could have been just as aggressive in game number 1?
I think it's always a bit of both. Like, you can't just put it all on the one player. I mean, he probably should not have gone for that, fast blink and been, diving in, but I do think with the way their draft was, they just needed to be on the same page. If he's going to be playing aggressive, he needed his team, the SF, to be fighting with him. But it just felt like, one player wanted to farm, the other wanted to fight. You got to sync up and be on the same page there. But I think a lot of that's also the experience factor. Scourge McDuck has been around playing competitive NA Dota for like 5 years now. Double King, he's 17 years old. He's kind of new. And he's looking like one of these promising young players, but he's going to have these games where he screws up. Let's just put it like that.
Hopefully he does take a little learning lesson from it, and there can be a bit more communication from the team of C-Dub in game number 2 here. When we do look towards the draft, though, how much focus do you feel is going to have to go towards the off lane, or more specifically B-God, Fia?
I think he'll always get his style of hero. He's just going to be like some heavy nuker, ranged pos 4. But, for C-Dub in general, they are currently like my favorite team to disappoint me right now, because every single time they draft, it looks like they have some good stuff going on, but something tragic always happens in the game. On the side of the Cut, though, I don't know what I'm getting with their drafts, but I'm loving the individual display of skill this team has. Because they're very unconventional. They're picking the Spear Breaker, Centaur offlane. A lot of teams aren't doing heroes like this, but they're making it work.
I think that's been one of my favorite things about watching Division 2 across all regions, but more so specifically for NA, is that you never know what you're going to get in a draft, and you can look at it and say, this doesn't feel like it works on paper, yet somehow there will be an execution or a player that pops off, and you're just like, okay, I guess there is a realm in which everything kind of works for Dota. So in game number 2, Rubik not getting banned out this time, so C-Dub pick it up, and the Cut going for the Hood and Lycan Gods.
And they were ready for this opener. They said, no, we're done with Skywrath Mage. B-God's got a new hero after game 1. They seem to just really like these tempo kind of zoo heroes. They don't really prioritize playmaking out of their cores just because they get so much playmaking out of B-God. So as long as they secure him like his Hoodwink or something that can run around getting kills, they're fine to draft these 3 cores that are more these, building hitters, run at you, but not actually stun and make plays, like the Lycan, the Bristle, etc. But I do like that C-Dub banned this Bristle. The fact that the Cut showed they're willing to first phase it, and that C-Dub like playing these zoo offlaners, I do think it's pretty crucial that they take Bristle out of the pool, given the Cut are so comfortable on the pick.
Yeah, wow, okay. A closing first phase Bloodseeker Fear.
Yeah, I mean, it's for the Lycan. He sees his lane matchup. It's going to be versus Lycan. It's going to be versus the Hoodwink. I thought the Pudge last game, I get why it can be okay versus Lycan, but at the same time, it's not the greatest either. I thought he was going to bring out his Dawnbreaker here, to be honest, something that can tear through his illusion, or it's not illusions, but the summons quite easily, but he's going to go for the route. Lycan doesn't really like being ruptured. I mean, I play a lot of Lycan, and, when I get ruptured, I'm not generally super sad about it because your army still can do a lot of work. If you play it right on the Lycan, this matchup isn't ultra terrible. Sure, the laning stage isn't great, but it wasn't good last game either for the Lycan, right? So the Cut have something similar going on here, and C-Dub, they're answering in a very similar fashion too, so I guess they just need to step up when it comes to playing this game.
And is it that sort of hero here on the Bloodseeker that we like to see Double King on, Gods?
Yeah, I think for Double King, he's actually shown, despite being a young new player, that his hero pool is big. Like, he's looking through his Dota buff, he's played a number of heroes quite a lot of times, and Bloodseeker's up there as his 5th most picked hero. Okay. I think for him, aggressive carries is where he's looked best, and Bloodseeker is one that comes online early and fights early.
Hopefully the rest of C-Dub can get on the same page this time around in game number 2, but the drafts doesn't feel like anything too out of the question. The Cut just really banning out a lot of that zoo there for you.
Yeah, I mean, they don't want to give Elaw one of his zoo heroes. They got their zoo heroes, so we're not really worried about it anymore. Elaw is known to be really good on these zoo heroes, but he did play one game on the Tusk, and he actually looked really good there too. In fact, I've just been impressed by Elaw overall as a player. Like, it feels like rarely he is the problem or he's not stepping up to the plate, so I'm pretty confident if whatever he plays, he's going to perform on it. They just need to make sure that mainly just Mark gets a matchup that's good, especially if that's that rotation hero and has a good laning stage. Whereas, Double King, yeah, he had a rough game last game, but I think that's, his first strike as far as I see it. Other than that, he's been pretty solid.
Yeah. And Pengo and Ember being the last 2 bans for the banning phase from both teams there. Do we expect the Cut just to open up with a pretty standard post 5 here, Gods?
Yeah, I think that generally makes the most sense. You want to reveal as little as possible. Try get some more info before you go into your final pick here, so we'll see what that 5 is. Like, they're going to stick with the silencer, just general team fight, strong laner. This, it's good enough. Like, having a Rubik on the other team as a silence target, you don't need that big, Enigma kind of counter. It's just silencers just always feel solid.
A very unique draft from the Cut here.
The 0 stuns again.
Exact same 3 heroes, but we'll see.
Yeah. And there's the Tusk you wanted, Fear. It has flexibility. Mark can play it as well as Ela, but that Tusk Rubik lane was honestly so flawlessly played. Ela and Aphromush just seem to be on the same page. The 2 Jordanian players just must have this like little connection because it feels like they're never really losing their lane.
So do you feel that the Tusk is going to be flexed then? Or is it just one of those things that it's going to be revealed with this next pick for you?
Oh, they'll pick their 5 here. I think they're definitely going to flex the Tusk. When we did see him play, it was against Alina, right? So if they end up picking like that ranged type of carry, Tusk will definitely go into the off lane there. If not, Mark might just bring it into the mid lane. He's also really good on this hero, so I do like the fact they ended up picking like an off lane / mid flex here without fully like revealing their strategy here. Whereas the Cut, they're gonna have to show something now, and whatever they show here, they can kind of make a decision on where this Tusk is going to go. And if it's a bad off lane Tusk game, it's always a good mid lane Tusk game. So I do like that pick.
10 seconds remaining.
For yourself, Gods, what would you like to see the Cut close out here? Are you like, all right, guys, it's time. Pick a stun, please. Something more reliable. You're on the same page as Theo.
I think they're proven they're fine with just the Hoodwink. At the same time, they're kind of, snowbally zoo heroes are mostly being banned out. Like the Nature's Prophet, Death Prophet. Like, I'm trying to think of what replaces them. There's heroes like, maybe they go for like an SF or TA type hero, but I don't really think that's Shaggy's play necessarily. Instead, Spectre coming out. That's a carry we haven't seen too much of. Pretty, at least tanky carry in some ways. Like, I feel like it's one of those heroes that isn't as afraid of the Bloodseeker as others, but it is a bit more on the greedier side.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, I'm just thinking Spectre, for what purpose here? I guess it's good versus the supports, right?
Yeah.
You can kill the Rubik in the fights. This hero is very exploitable in the laning stage, so you're going to give a hero to the side of Elaw here that's good for it.
Is there anything that Spectre deters you from picking Fear that could have worked with C-Dub?
Sniper.
It feels like a very convoluted way of thinking. Okay, Viper.
No, I don't think they need any of those heroes, right? There's nothing that they absolutely need here that Spectre counters hard,
Shut
right?
down.
Like Spectre is really good at getting on these squishy heroes like Drow, Sniper. There's the Bat ban. I thought C-Dub would ban that. Maybe they were thinking about it as well. Maybe. Oh yeah, they banned Quops. I think they wanted Bat potentially there, but regardless of that, there is a mid laner that needs to be picked up here for the cut. But they do have the last pick, so C-Dub will reveal here. I think you just throw the Tusk mid. It's a fine Tusk game. Pick something good. I like Tidehunter a lot here, to be honest with you. I think it's a very hard lane for the Spectre to lane into. Good versus Lycan as well. You can get the Greaves to break the global silence, and plus your Kraken Shell. Generally quite good in a game like this, but something that really punishes the Spectre in the laning stage and gives them, like, they don't need the wall, but you don't want to pick another squishy hero against the Spectre here, right? So I'm definitely going Tide as, like, my favorite pick here.
Yeah,
So
I
is
think
this-
that I was going to say the Tide gives them some good team fight as well, which is something they kind of don't have right now. But also a hero just to use as a wall to stop this Lycan from, pushing towers and objectives. It's a hero that Hoodwink doesn't easily snipe, so could definitely see it working. And I think just in general, some of those, offlaners that cause Spectre problems can look really good here. And Primal Beast, they actually have two flex heroes now. Both Tusk and Primal could go offlane, could go mid.
And they both do similar things, so I'm not a huge fan of it. Like, they're both like that single target, like roaming early tempo. Like, sure, it's in a Div 2. It's anything can happen at any moment in the game. If you do get ahead on C-Dub, you got a ton of tempo here, right? Like, you're running across the map, you're getting kill after kill after kill, but this doesn't really address the Spectre problem in a lot of ways for the teamfight avenue, because the cut do have last pick here. They are going to pick their mid here. Tusk and plus this Primal. They're the strength, like, tanky type of hero, so I'm sure they're just looking at, what hero can we pick for the mid lane now that does a lot of damage, because that's all they really need now.
Who is that? Who springs to mind when Fear describes a hero like that, Gods?
Invoker, probably one of the first that comes to mind. Other than that, maybe Puck, you could say, but Puck looks all right here, but I would say Invoker is probably one of the ones that has overall looked pretty good. Not the best Zeus game, maybe, but could be an option as well. I don't know if Fear has any ideas.
I mean, it's not the easiest pick. Like, Viper obviously would have been amazing here, but, like, some Necrophos could be okay. Some Timbersaw if they want to play that. Whatever Shaggy wants to play that, like, does a lot of damage. DP would have been ideal, right? But that's banned. So they do have last pick here. Bat is banned too, which would have been great. They banned it themselves there. Probably because they were
Huskar?
Huskar. I mean, it can work, yes. So they're debating in their head,
Unconvincingly,
right?
maybe?
They're debating in their head, right? We have a Lycan offlane Spectre carry. Do we need a stun? But last game they didn't really care, so why would they care this game, right?
Yeah, do we
You
need
really
a playmaker?
think the stun? Yeah, the stun question mark. That's what they're thinking about.
I mean, a Husker Spectre Lycan as your 3-core sounds god-awful, but I don't know.
There's the Necro. So
Necros.
there you go.
Yeah.
A little
I was
less
thinking
god
Timber and
awful.
Necro.
Fear? Yeah.
I mean, back to no stuns, but, B God, whatever. He's like, they're just gonna, they like to be tanky, right? So there they are. They're gonna be tanky this game. If they get ahead, B God will just solo kill everyone on the side lanes. It's fine.
Well, are they going to get to that position, Gods? Or do you have a little bit more faith in C-Dub this time around? Their lineup looking a bit easier to execute, more on the same page?
I didn't hate their lineup this last time. I think this draft is just a bit more wonky. I think they need Ela as well as Aframush to dominate their lane and crush this Spectre. That to me is kind of the key place to watch. But with things like Bloodseeker against the Lycan, I still feel pretty good about C-Dub's draft. It just looks like the cut are, playing at a slightly higher level as a team based on game one.
Is that sort of the same sentiment for you, Fear, that the cut, one, better draft, two, executing in a different level as well?
I mean, this is a rare game where I don't think C-Dub's drafts looks great, and I thought their draft looked better last game, so unfortunately I can't give them my faith for this game.
I mean, they'll be disappointed in that. I'm a little bit sad. Hopefully, they do come back, though. I'm always hoping for more Dota, but for now, it's game number 2 between these two teams with Breaky and Waga.
So I think Fear said it best right there. You know, they picked tanky heroes once again. Who cares? Anyways, B-God, he could just go solo kill everyone. That's what they're going to set up for here on Hoodwink. Once again, being played by B-God. But no, I mean, definitely a similar style draft to that point for C-Dub. Not all the same heroes, but they have these 3 cores that are all about kind of building up, being difficult to kill. Not a lot of crowd control, but hey, it didn't stop them in game 1.
Yeah, they do have, you know, heroes like you said that are pretty good tempo, pretty good tankiness on them, but I'm concerned. I'm with Fear on this one. Like, this draft, I'm not really in it for C-Dub because they have no building damage whatsoever. The best one they have is like Bloodseeker auto-attacking. If that's your best pusher, I mean, I'm not super happy about the draft overall. They do have some good kill potential, but I feel like even if they get good fights going, it's going to be so hard for them to translate those fights into map advantage, which is usually what you want. And yeah, going into this game, I just think that the last pick call by Fear as well on Necro, it's a nice game for Necro here. It looks pretty nice. There's not too many good nukes to throw into his ghost form as well.
Yeah, when a call like the Necrophos happens there, a hero that we haven't seen banned, let alone picked at all throughout this Division 2, and then it actually is picked up, that's where you kind of sit back and are like, okay, yeah, this obviously is a really good Necrophos game, one of the rare ones it seems like a potential to have, and that's just even more of a reason why it feels like the cut is setting up for a better time. But hey, you know, it's you can strategize and talk about that all you want, but in the end it does come down to execution as well, and thus we got game number 2 upon us here. So
yeah, even if C-Dub's draft looks good in game 1, you know, it didn't work out that well. Hopefully that means that now that I'm not so confident in their draft, perhaps it's going to work out better for them. Who knows?
There you go. That's a way to look at it. Yeah.
Either way, the start is going to be nice here for the cut. They get 3 runes, slight advantage. However, 1 CS towards the Bloodseeker. He's got that 1 wolf, 6 experience shared between him and CM each. Look at that.
They are taking off this game completely, turning one-sided. Well, I mean, yeah, right. Yeah, but for C-Dub, let's give them a little bit of hope here, a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. What is positive about what C-Dub has going for them, would you say?
Well, the good thing that they have going is that single target bursts. They can kill, you know, if there's one target that you're annoyed by that you want to be dead, they have a good lineup to kill that one person. You can rupture him, you can charge in with Primal Beast. I mean, your gank potential and like skirmish potential is really, really high in this team.
Sure.
That's what you get when you trade off some pushing. You make yourself specialist in one thing. So this team is specialized in fighting. Meanwhile, some couriers are going to go down here actually trading. It's Sanctified and B-God losing their couriers to each other.
Okay, guess that's, you know, that's something. No first blood here, but the courier exchange happening. Putting some focus on this mid matchup, though, again, especially since we have a hero that, like I said, we haven't seen yet here in Division 2 play, Necrophos. What makes this a Necrophos game that is setting up to be pretty good for Shaggy?
Well, Tusk is a really high HP hero overall, and so is the Primal Beasts. So that's a big thing, of course. You get good value from your ulti later on, and your Heartstopper as well is going to be more powerful. But it also adds a little bit of AoE healing to the team, some sustainability that is very good when you have a Lycan as well. You can heal up his army. It rounds out the draft in a nice sense for them because they get that extra disable as well. The ulti can be used, you know, against TPs. Top lane though, Ela doing a lot of damage, stomping around.
First blood coming. It's who's going to be first. Imperium will fall. You mentioned the trample on top. Aframush, go figure. Gets credit for the kill. He's good at doing that, it feels like, especially in this landing phase. But that's the start for C-Dub as they take a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, this lane is concerning. Playing a Silencer, sure, he's a good lane bully. But Spectre is the opposite. It's a carry that, you know, doesn't do that much, doesn't threaten that much in laning stage. He does have the 5 mango build, something that's been popular lately. I think RTC is one of the ones who, you know, helped pioneer the mango love recently as well. But even with all the mangoes, you're still just a Spectre, and you will get trampled down very hard by a Primal Beast.
Yeah, that's fair. We're putting so much stock on this Necrophos that like, oh yeah, we haven't seen it yet. We haven't seen a Spectre yet either, right? Now that I'm thinking about it. So really, the cut is running 2 heroes that here we are in week number 2. Plenty of matches have been played and that just haven't been seen yet. But talk to us about Spectre. What are the expectations you have from him this game?
I was a little bit surprised to see Spectre get picked here. I didn't really see a clear reason for Spectre to be the carry here. Like she has her value, like Panel said too, good at killing supports. Bottom lane, a support that's gonna live as B-God, running away, and so Sanctified. But yeah, she has good potential to jump in and bring down that Rubik quickly. Also, CM is always gonna be in danger when the Haunt comes in. And against all this single target damage, the Dispersion will be good for dealing back some damage until a method of breaking comes in. But Aghanims and Primal Beasts, for instance, would be fantastic against Spectre.
We'll keep an eye on that progression there. If he does choose to go for it, Scourge McDuck, though, speaking of the Spectre, is trying to use the dagger to get on out, but it's going to be effective. He's able to cut through the trees and survive Aframoosh. Just not enough damage to finish the job. Did have to use his wand there, of course, but well worth it to stay alive. Imperium manning up against the Rubik, proving to be a futile effort. Will survive, though, himself. But yeah, this lane, as we talked about, is definitely going the way of C-Dub, so that's a good sign for them.
Yeah, that's a good lane for them. Meanwhile, though, mid lane is absolutely not going their way. They have 0 denies on the Tusk. Oh, they're diving in for the Science. They're gonna get him, probably. Just trample after. Spectre is like, yeah, okay, as long as it's not me, I'll just keep CSing. It's fine.
Yeah. What do you do? So yeah, you're talking about, oh my gosh, that's making me realize that too. Tusk 12-0 is currently back at base. 28-5 Necrophos, yikes.
Yeah, mid lane is very one-sided right now. I do think it's, you know, heavily Necro-favored matchup, but this is probably even worse than it's supposed to go. Like, so far, Shaggy is outplaying Mark here on this lane, not getting a single deny on Tusk, who has the snowball, you know. And again, Mark is doing what we saw last time, going for the point and tag team. I'm not a fan of this build. He did it last time he played Tusk as well, and he also that was the game where he was like extremely far behind the enemy mid.
Yeah, and that's, you know, facts are facts to that point. It's, yeah, see, there was the one game where he was a Tusk, got behind, and it was a, you know, not the greatest performance. Now, again, to be fair, his team did win it in the end. That was the comeback game that they had. Yeah. That's what matters. But yeah, this is now another Tusk game where he has fallen behind quite a bit, even more so than he expected the matchup to be set. But look, certainly, we'll see if Mark is able to step it up as the game progresses. But bottom lane, B-God, guess what? He's just busy helping to get a kill right there. Chives credit the Wolves doing that, but he will end up falling, of course. Safe transport back to base.
Nice thing about laning together with Lycanus, you can always just send over his help. Silencer might be in danger, but the slow from both the Curse and the Dagger, actually Eli is in trouble instead. Face Boots keeps him safe.
Fine. Yeah, a little bit speedy, but speaking of his support, that's because Rubik's mid lane. You got the Ghost Shroud, though, coming out from Sam, and dear God, that heal. Level 3 Death Pulse and a wand use. All of a sudden, he's back to full life.
I want to give, top lane, Empyrean gonna find Ela on the way back here. Gonna get a kill, solo kill. I want to give some credit to Shaggy for surviving that as well. That was by him not skilling ulti the moment he hit level 6, right? Always hold your skill point unless it's immediately giving you some reason to skill it. You didn't need to skill ulti, because who knows, maybe he's gonna need something else. The level 6 point that he put was Ghost Shroud. That allowed him to survive the gank. So, very nice to, you know, just see that discipline. A lot of people would just put that point in ulti. I'm level 6, I ulti.
Oh, very, very good point. That's glad you caught that, because that's one of those kind of smaller details that it's hard to appreciate, especially when not pointed out. So, yeah, well played by... Guys, we keep referring to him as Shaggy, but again, no one in game here is Sadman. 0-1. Yeah. Shaggy's just more fun to say, so stick with that. Oh, and speaking of him, Tusk, there's that Reaper Scythe that's not going to get the kill, though, but... Okay, Snowball. Now, Sadman, he's got that Death Pulse getting activated in time. Pops a Ghost Shroud, Death Pulse missed, though. Marcus surviving, he got the team support, and Tusk could set up a turn. The Walrus punches here, and Crystal Maiden showing up as well, puts out the slow. They want this kill on a Necrophos, and it looks like they might get it. He had a wand, not able to use it, though. Fade Bolt Nuke is enough. B-God, he gets out.
Whew, that was close to a Frostbite as well. Sanctify was on the hunt there. Nice reactions, nice punishment. That was very close to getting the kill with the Reaper Scythe. But stopping that kill is really impactful because that means no Urn of Shadows charge for the Necro. Interesting to see, by the way, the Urn build on Necro. I haven't seen that so much, but it makes sense if you want to be active and have a lot of fighting. Yeah, it's a good hero to be able to heal himself up, and getting a bit of extra damage helps you get those kills with ulti.
Well, is this maybe a Spirit Vessel? I'm trying to think. Like a Spirit Vessel maybe gets a Bloodseeker. Like, is there logic there if he wants to
No, this is more for the earn value. This is not a game that prompts you to go Vessel. Obviously, it will stop the Bloodseeker's healing a little bit later on, but Bloodseeker also rushes BKB pretty fast after Maelstrom. So this is more that he just wants to have the Urn for extra damage. And it's good. I mean, I consider the Urn is good enough. You should almost always have one in the team, and it's just a matter of which hero you should buy. It's
Sure.
my take on it. It's so much kill potential and extra heal after fights.
8.5 minutes in, a lot of movement around this middle of the map. Top lane, by the way, Scourge McDuck. We're going to see our first Pulverize coming out, but Scourge McDuck, he's a little tanky. He's got those power treads and not much damage that Promovisa is going to do right there. Just yet.
So he's looking for a haunt right now. Sanctify is low HP. Gonna haunt in for CM.
There's the hunt. Dagger, it connects, gonna pick up the bounty rune at least before, so minor victory there for Crystal Maiden, but in the end, last laugh going the way of the cut, of course. Meanwhile, mid lane, Raframoosh, he's having to throw away the Necrophos to make sure that he gets out of there. Not level 6 yet on Rubik, so unable to spell steal, but that's gonna be important to note as well, what he looks to go for here.
Yep. Interesting, when you play Spectre, you kind of just go where the map takes you. He TP'd base, obviously, so now he's farming over here, because this is where his ulti ended him up. Oh, Rubik gets caught by Hoodwink. Hoodwink, though.
Or, I was gonna say, is Hoodwink caught by the team of C-Dub, and there's some counter-tipping coming out, so having fun with it. But yeah, getting a bit too eager right there to make the kill. Oh, and the MP showed himself! Imperium, oh no! He was hiding in the Roshan pit. They didn't have a clue initially, but then he kind of poked his head out, and sure enough, is seen. However, the chase continues. Necrophos, Ultimate, Reaper Scythe, this one will kill on the Crystal Maiden, as Tusk at least TP's away.
Oh, that's a nice kill for Necro, though. Gets that first Reaper Scythe, so 2 HP region, 1 mana region ticking in. Now, you want to build those up. It matters a lot if you start getting a few of them going. And, of course, getting the Urn of Shadows charges as well.
Remember the good times of it increasing your resurrection timer?
Was that a thing?
even...
Wait, resurrection timer? Like respawn?
Yeah, right? With Reaper Scythe, yeah. Am I making that up?
Increasing. Yo, I thought it was like, yeah. You mean the adding to the death timer? Yeah, of course.
Yeah, the death timer. Yeah. And then there was even, wasn't it like axe where like you couldn't even fight back?
Something for yourself. I was like, what? Faster respawn or something?
No, that was like what, Bloodstone or whatever. Yeah, that's those iterations.
Yeah, true. And then you had the no buyback allowed as well. That was the best one.
Yeah.
Adding 30 seconds and making so enemy can't buy back. Goodbye.
Yeah, he was. Let's call it what he was broken at that time for sure.
Very nice for sure. Bottom lane, by the way, we haven't talked about him too much. Just having a pretty flawless game so far on the Bloodseeker Double King. Free farming a lot down here. Has the early Maelstrom, 82 CS right now, and well ahead of everyone. 300, 400 gold ahead of the Necro right now.
Oh, that's true. Glad you're bringing that up because, yeah, top net worth in the game. Double King certainly doing his part. And, and I think fair criticism. The panel was even talking about his Pudge. He was making some decisions that were questionable, to put it lightly, right? So
I think, he put himself in that spot by going for the blink overall. Oh, look at the read here by Shives. They had a ward. They had a deep ward, saw this rotation coming in. He sticks around long enough, but then backs out.
They were gonna love to kill the Hoodwink and talk. You can just tell there's a bit of revenge for that first game that they're feeling it. Want to get those kills as that was a little interesting. Freezing field. I don't know if they assumed more were coming. I guess Chives is in the area.
He had the
but
Lycan Dominator creep on him and the Wolves. He didn't want to die to him, so he used it to get armor. I mean, CMS 3 armor otherwise gets 23 armor when she ultis. So no way of dying to Lycan, and killed off the Dominator creep.
And she's still in trouble. I mean, Chimes is not giving up, and there's that threat of the Spectre, as we've seen once before. And B-God, he is going to get his own revenge. Teleports in to secure that kill. Necrophos even showing up over to the jungle, but the other one not here is a Primal Beast right now, who's been living at this top lane currently.
Yeah, he gets a bit of time and space up here for himself. He's rushing towards a BKB, by the way. It's the only item you really need on Primal Beast. We see a lot of different type of offlaners, but all the Zoo heroes, they want their Helm of Overlord. This guy literally only wants one thing, and that is BKB, and then he's good. I think Aghanims will be the straight second item.
Snowball in, bottom lane, Blood Rites put down, Necrophos. Ghost Shroud is ready! The heal was already used though, and they just had way too much silence on him. He could not cast anything else.
Yeah, I also
can't, an easy kill.
Can't use it when you're being trampled. The damage from trample is extremely high and it's magical, so you can't protect yourself from the primal that way. He got caught out nicely there, and the rotation down to bottom lane might mean that Spectre wants to find a safe haven towards the top side of the map instead.
Yeah, that's a good point. The Ghost Shroud is not like the save, the I'm gonna definitely survive ability this game. There is a fair amount of magic damage that he will have to be careful using it against.
Yeah,
Trample being one of them, as we're talking about.
They have some good stuff. He also needs a lot of levels. When you get more levels, it's actually decent to protect yourself. Oh, Bloodseeker might be in trouble. B-God coming over the Hoodwink ulti, Necro ulti.
Sharpshooter, there you go. What a combo that is. Wow.
Yeah, it's like made for each other. The 1-2 massive damage, and then the one ability to finish off as well.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Great find. Double King. Still top net worth, but that might be overtaken now by the Necrophos after that death there.
Yeah. Scourge McDuck, he has his Blade Mail completed and 4 points in the dispersion. So might want to think twice about trampling him. Yeah, he sees the spikes, he's like, I'm out.
Got the Pulverize ready to go, but yeah, Blade Mail. Quite the intimidating item. Now, of course, it's on cooldown, and Crystal Maiden's gonna really push him away. They want the tower kill. They're gonna get the tower kill, but did they overcommit? Global Silence. Here comes Hoodwink as well. Crystal Maiden for sure dead. She was a distraction of sorts for the team, I suppose, to secure them the tower.
Thought that B-God was gonna give the kill to Scourge, but he last hit it instead. He's like, nope, that's mine. Getting another kill. Starting to build.
Gotta get that Dagon.
Yeah, exactly. It won't, you know, it won't happen if I don't take these kills. That's all. You can kill creeps on Spectre, right? Hoodwink needs the kills.
Yeah, this game, it's definitely not as strong of a start for B-God, that's for sure. But again, as we saw with that combo with the Necrophos,
it's really a mid game though that it opens up when people start going low. But look, he's already top, setting up again.
And Necrophos did get the Spirit Vessel. He upgrades it, and it's going to help secure this kill on Double King as well. So, how about that?
Yeah, I mean, you still probably upgrade just for the extra damage. Like, it's not so much Vessel to stop damage. Oh, Blade Mail. BKB, though?
It's not going to matter. It's not intimidating enough. You mentioned the BKB. This Primal Beast is the absolute beast that you like to see when he's on your team. Dagger stolen by Aframoosh. Using it to help go for Necrophos, but uh-oh, they overcommitted. Necrophos, he's so good at that. You think you have a chance, and then you realize you're at like 30% in your life, and you're like, ah, crap.
Yeah, that was overstepping for sure, and he didn't give it away because he immediately pressed W, so Rubik didn't get it. He instead got the Ghost Shroud.
Oh, smart, yeah. Not the ability he's hunting for.
Yeah, definitely not. It's pretty useless. Level 1 Shroud doesn't really do much for you unless you have built-in healing. Which, I
guess if Lycan's sitting on top of you, maybe. It's like a pop Ghost Shroud.
Yeah, of course. It's a little Ghost Scepter, I suppose.
Oh, Necrophos. Again, we mentioned the Spirit Vessel, so he did upgrade into that. More damage that you were talking about, and now he's queuing up the BKB.
In danger. Hoodwink is there again with another ulti.
Oh, here comes Primal Beast, though. Hoodwink is dead, actually. So Crystal Maiden surviving, even with the Spirit Vessel. It's not going to be enough damage. And now the Pulverize. Blood Right showing up as well. I believe the Rupture was used on top of this, but Spectre, he shows up, and so does the Global Silence of Silencer. They kill Crystal Maiden. Bloodseeker's dead as well. So Necrophos stays alive, and a great response from the cut.
Yeah, that's the value. One big value about having Spectre in your team is the turnaround potential. Any hero with global abilities like this, you can just wait for the opponents to overstep a little bit. And that's why he's going for Aghanim Scepter next as well. You go Blade Mill, go Aghanims, then you have a lot of global factor. And you farm just fine actually with Blade Mill alone. It's not like super fast, but
Radiant's top tower
it's
is under attack.
it's respectable enough that you can afford to go Aghanim second item.
Rummel Beast moving around the mid. He's got an Invis rune active. Sees the Hoodwink. Gonna go in. Walrus Punch first. The Blink showing off by Tusk. And that is a pretty easy peasy kill on the Hoodwink there. Necrophos coming in. And that's not a target they want to commit on, but they got the free one.
I think it's the absolute best target for them this game is to get the Hoodwink first, because that hero sets up so much and can dish out so much damage. So being able to get vision on him anytime they see him, I think they'll be happy to jump.
Dire's top tower.
Waga, I gotta say, it's similar to game one. The Lycan is, is quietly doing his own thing, it seems like. And, I mean, he is a 1-0-4, but as we saw last game, all of a sudden he really turned it on and kill after kill happened. So maybe a similar situation coming up here.
Yeah, we might see that. It may be a little bit of a repeat to what we have seen from the start, but last game as well, things turned around. It looked good last game for C-Dub in the beginning, but then the cut just flipped it.
Yeah, it did. So while we're in a little bit of an hole here, speaking of game two, let's take a look at some odds here, esportsbet.io. Of course, watch to earn platform. You can check it out for yourself, head to their Discord, etc. Heavily in favor of the cut. I assume that's the overall series. As this game, it certainly feels a bit more even as we got a fight here on the bottom. Who do they find? That's actually going to be the Lycan. Speaking of him, but he's going to shapeshift and he gets on out of there. Even Global Silence used because elsewhere they were killing Double King.
Yeah, good takedown, and again, get value from this Necro ulti, now with level 2 ulti as well. He's really starting to pile up on the Reaper side here. Getting 10 HP and 5 mana regen passively already this early on in the game is so valuable for him. He can just stay on the map. Meanwhile, I'm seeing exactly what I was worried I would see from the side of C-Dub. They have these heroes that are great for ganking, but they're not threatening something bigger. Like, they did take 2 tier 1 towers, but I feel like they're... just rotation from Tusk, though. Find Silencer.
The lack of objective taking may be concerning, but their hero killing potential is certainly there. Mark, however, there's, again, the lack of crowd control on the cut side. Allows him to TP out safely in the end, but... Still, it is a concern with the lack of objective taken, as you're discussing there, that how is C-Dub going to get around that?
Yeah, as for now, though, I guess they are ahead in, 1 tower, and split pushing bottom is good for them. Nice kill, though, by B-God, finding and taking down the Tusk here. This man just keeps getting away with it, and he doesn't have his Blink Dagger yet. Once he has that, it'll be a lot easier for him.
Yeah, the Boomerang being shown off there as well. Of course, the Shard pickup by Hoodwink, so... amplifying that damage. Easy peasy kill for him. But Spectre, he's farming away in the jungle, and this is really no surprise. The Blade Mill first, but the Ag's coming up next, and that Shadow Step will be online shortly now. Yeah,
Shadow Step will amp up your kills, and having Silencer and Spectre for the global impact is so nice. Like, to just allow anyone to kind of make moves across the map. If Necro finds someone, if Hoodwink finds someone, hell, even if you have Lycan seeing an opportunity to run in on someone, perhaps with Silence and Haunt, or Mini Haunt for that matter, they can find kills.
Now looking at Double King here, and again, his farm overall, really had a good start. I mean, still, it's not the worst net worth, but he almost has his BKB. So starting with that, of course, that, as usual, a crucial item. He's going to have it in just a couple of seconds now. And that seems like, again, one of those other new power spike points where you're like, we got this BKB and Bloodseeker. Let's make a play on it. He is 1-4-1 though currently, and again, that's just not the stat line that you're hoping for. But with this BKB, perhaps something. But there's the Ags finished on Spectre. So
I think, yeah, like you mentioned, this BKB needs to have a big impact with it, because so far after that laning stage to be 1-4-1 does not feel good for him. I think they would have wanted him to have, a cleaner entrance to the game, considering how the lane went. He was absolutely dominating, but somehow he's one of the cores who has died the most. He's actually, is he the core? Yeah, the core that has died the most this game.
The cut is just so aware of where C-Dub is at. It feels like even with the smoke there, they were positioning appropriately. I don't know if they actually got the information of the smoke happening or not, but either way, they are able to play against it. And as you're pointing out last game, Waga, they see them smoke or they're curious about them smoking, they go on uphill and they just wait for them to come into their arms. Now, not the case there. C-Dub a little more disciplined, but ultimately not finding anything out of that smoke play.
Yeah, I like the word that they threw on the top map, by the way, like near the tier 1 tower on Radiant there. That word has revealed a lot of people walking by, just giving intel on kind of whereabouts the opponents are. It doesn't see them for a very long period of time, but it's still crucial information that you can use. And it's like almost guaranteed not to get deworded. That word is so difficult to find. You would have to put your sentry on the left side of the cliff, and like the odds of someone putting it there is very low.
The Uproar upgrade is coming out for Primal Beast, aka the Ags, as you called it. So that's, again, another tool. Now they have that. They got the BKB and Bloodseeker. They have Tusk. He doesn't have his Deso yet, but still. They're ready to make a play here, and you can tell, without a smoke even, they're just going to try to go in.
Yeah, this Aghanims can be massive this game. Like, it will shut down the Spectre really hard. Even the Lycan Feral Impulse, I guess you can turn off. It's a big one.
Oh no. Rubik is able to make it out, but that Spirit Vessel is taking him down, man! He's gonna live. You see even the trample by Ela just in case somebody was gonna jump in. Makes it out though.
Yeah.
Mark's gonna far bottom.
Lycan just trying to use his dragon to split bottom, and Mark is reacting to it, coming in with the punches. Not gonna be able to bring down the dragon, but at least stops the tower threat.
Yeah, so Lycan clearly doing a lot of, while they're occupied elsewhere. I'm going to push towers. Mid lane, Elo was going for the reach on a Necrophos, unable to get in range of him, though, just barely outside of him, so survives for now.
Yeah, and if the game is progressing slowly, then the Cut are the ones who are happier with this. Like, right now, this kind of lull that the game is in is favoring them quite heavily, because they just scale better into late game. And I think right now they're super happy with just dodging the fights. Nobody really wants to go top because they know that D-God is sitting there looking for solo pickoffs. He's just patiently sitting in the tree line.
Yeah, and it certainly feels like C-Dub is aware of that too, as you're pointing out, Waga. It's like they understand that they're not maybe going to scale as strong, so they're trying. I mean, they certainly are trying. We mentioned the smoke. They've even tried to blind there without a smoke, trying to go in, but they just can't catch the Cut. Cut's a little too slippery, and obviously that's to their credit on the Cut side, and them playing disciplined and understanding the game state right now. I mean, in another case right here, Tusk is just going to YOLO jump in. He is going to find somebody, but realizing, wait a second, this is not the initiation we're looking for. The Blade Mail Chase, Scourge Protect, though. He's going to have to turn around himself. Mark is eventually picked up, using that Shadow Step. Helps to kill a Crystal Maiden as well, and Ela just has to TP out. He tried to make a play right there. It's just too scattered, though.
Yeah, they have great heroes for reacting to the initiation. So if C-Dub don't have a lineup that can force down a lane and push S5, which they don't, then they have to look for these random skirmishes. But when the skirmish happens, there's global silence. There's Spectre with the ulti. Immediately they turn it around. Mark is out of position, and Necro comes in with this brutal travel really fast as well. They can travel in on the Wolves, by the way, and on the Dominator creep. So he gets himself in position to get another reaps down the CM. And yeah, this is just really controlled for them. And they don't want to push their advantage. They won the team fight. And while they do have heroes that could go and try and get objectives like Lycan, this is too early on in the game. People respawn quickly. You don't want to fight without your global, your Reaper, your Spectre ulti. So they just want to wait, reset, and try to repeat what's happening.
Yeah, I love this shard pickup. I like it as well. By the way, top lane, that's another kill. Scourge McDuck, not even really needed, let's be honest. B-God had that the whole time. Jumps in with that Blink Dagger, and that's the item to help him come online, of course. And we are seeing a couple of cases of that now. So, but yeah, Lycan just having the Wolves randomly spawn in the lanes as well, even assisting with that much more push. It just feels like all three lanes, now as I say this, the mid lane's being somewhat pushed in for C-Dub, but you see where their heroes are. 4 of their heroes, the ones alive, are currently in that middle area, but the other 2 being out pushed by the Cut currently. So, again, the Cut playing it very well, playing it exactly how they should be, it feels like. And C-Dub needs to figure out a way around this some way, somehow. I mean, a Basher just finished by Double King, a Yule's pickup on Rubik. So they're getting some item progression, but it's about making use of said items.
Yeah, they're progressing, but they don't have the heroes that scale as well. So like you pointed out, they need these items to turn into something. And the thing is, I highlighted that their push is not the best. You know what's also not their best? The Roche is kind of they have tag team and they have Deso, so they can certainly go for Roche, and I think that's what they're thinking now. Like, let's take Roche, but it's not like they can take a 10-second Roche, like it's super quick. They will have to bring everyone, and they will have to try and deal with the lanes before they go there.
Yeah, Hoodwink, top lane. Rubik's kind of protecting, I guess, but Rubik also needs to be careful now. Again, without Yule's pick up on Rubik, that's a way to stop the incoming death from happening. But B-God is just going to be very patient, wait for the appropriate time. But you can certainly feel that C-Dub is playing a bit scared, understandably, especially with what happened in Game 1.
Yeah, so they don't go top alone. They go there with multiple heroes, but I think P-God now could maybe cut the next wave here, and they're pushing bottom already. They're pushing mid. Might not even go for the cut on next wave. He's just sitting there. He's chilling, not revealing himself. I think he's been off map for like nearly a minute now without revealing himself.
Yeah, no, talk about patience. It's not easy, but he is going to eventually TP back to his tier 2 tower though, and set up elsewhere, so yeah, just waiting for the opportunity.
So now they will try Roche, because now they shove top all the way. They now have the position to do Roche. They're protecting bottom with Primal Beast, and this is probably gonna go their way, because nobody is really playing that side of the map. Primal Beast is creating space.
And I think that's the key. The Primal Beast showing bottom lane, and it's kind of that keeping TC guessing still a little bit, right, in terms of where they're actually at. But yeah, he's going to do enough of a distraction to where it is the free Roshan, and they are going to get the Aegis for Bloodseeker. So again, signs of life for C-Dub.
Yeah, I suspect that they actually knew about the Roche, but felt like that's not a great area for them to fight right now. They know they don't have any vision in that area. They probably suspect that C-Dub have vision there, which they definitely do. So instead, they go for the trade. They get the tier 2 tower, take outposts in exchange for Roche. So C-Dub, they get the Aegis. Now they can use that to try and, have more impact in a fight. But meanwhile, the Cut got even more map control during that time. So it's not completely free Roche.
Manta finished by Spectre. As Hoodwink will catch the we'll catch more so the Crystal Maiden. Spectre again showing up. Yeah, that's just insane. Like, what do you do? They're gonna pause again because of lag apparently, but making use of that shadow step. I mean, again, that's the Ags effect too, with the follow up to the Hoodwink. We talked about Necrophos combo as well. Yeah, and the response capabilities that the Cut also has if they are to get jumped, proven to be a massive issue for C-Dub. So I hate to be a doomsayer, man, but it really just feels like C-Dub it's such a difficult game for them.
They're in a super difficult spot right now. They somehow need to shove out like all lanes across the river, basically. If you think about like where the creep waves are, you want to get all the creep waves to be meeting somewhere on the other side of the river, so not on your side. And then make a move with that. But against Lycan with the Shard and his Dominator creep, always pushing out bottom, despite Ela's best efforts down here, he's not able to press it back that far. And at least he reclaimed the outposts. He took back the control of that. That's useful for him. But no, I agree with you. This is a very complicated spot to be in.
Looks like he's back online, so gonna be resuming here in a second. Level 20s are starting to, or will start making appearances here in the near future. So, of course, we'll look out for that. Necrophos likely to lead the way. And we'll see what he ends up going for. You have any thought? Are you a Necrophos player yourself? Any thoughts on that level 20 talent?
Level 20 talent, you usually see the left talent being better. You can, of course, go for the Ghost Shroud self-restoration amplification, but it's not normally the more impressive one. Yeah, Heartstopper regen reduction is rather good, I would say, overall, a lot of the time.
Oop, top lane, Bloodseeker. We're going to see this combo. God, this is every time. That damage is so impressive.
Yeah, he might still go down here. There comes the snipe, but BKB still on. A little bit early on the release there. But Spectre.
Spectre's like, you forget about me? I still have this. Okay, Big Guy goes down to the mark.
Yeah, good kill. full disengage on the side of the cut, but that is ultimately a nice exchange, I would say, for C-Dub. Yes, you lose your Aegis, but you get a kill on a hero with a streak. That's actually almost 800 gold. It is an 800 gold swing for killing just a Hoodwink. And Mark needs this. He needs some kills going their way because Tusk doesn't farm that well.
And I don't think it's critical what do you do after the fact. Mark is going to be exposed right here, so he knows he's going to just jump up. Oh no, into the Reaper's sight though! And the immediate death reaction of the cut. That's what I was getting at. It's like, so what do you do now for progress off of that exchange? And unfortunately, it's Mark going down. Bottom lane, Chives. He's going to use the Pulverize, try to keep Chives close enough. Is Ela. Gets on through with a stun and the stolen sharpshooter from Rubik.
That's a nice one to have, actually. That's a really good spell. So much damage. So they get a nice takedown there on the Lycan, and that's going to free up chance here for them to actually go for the tier 1 tower. This is exactly what they needed. Lycan down, and there's Global Silence cooldown. The Spectre ulti and the Necro ulti are both on cooldown as well. Like, this is go time. I'm surprised they're not rushing towards a tier 1 tower to get some more maps.
We're 32 minutes in. I'm with you. You figure by now.
I think they're too intimidated at this point. This is an opportunity to make a play when everything is on cooldown and you have one takedown.
Yeah, that definitely shows a bit of a lack of confidence, absolutely. So they're going to just, as you said, they're farming up the jungle. They're not going to push the objective, and it is going to buy a little bit of time for the cut to regroup, get those cooldowns ready to go. Haunt ready in 20 seconds. He'll shadow step in on Ela. Ela using that trample with the Ags, but he's still being run down. BKB just going to go for the onslaught away. Necrophos in hot pursuit, though. Doesn't have a blink himself, so... in the end, probably this is going to be fine, but...
No blink, but he's going for a heart, and he's not too far away from the full heart on Necro. He only needs his bit booster, so in 320 gold, he's going to have the entire thing, and then this Necro will be not unkillable, but incredibly tough to bring down. He was previously pretty hard to kill, but with this, if he adds like a Shivas after that, he will be absolutely unkillable for the Radiant team, I think.
Well, and to that point, his level 20 talent. So he ends up going the Ghost Shroud self restoration amplification. So even that much tankier. Spectre, keeping it simple, 350 life. So both of these cores very difficult to kill.
Yeah, when you go for the heart, then it makes a lot of sense that he wants the increased restoration, as the heart benefits really well from this as well. Get even more heal quickly.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Mid tier
top
2
lane?
looks like it could be the threat here, and top tier 2 at least being harassed here.
Oh, and then bottom lane, it's Ela by himself. Never mind, more showing up. In Tusk who jumped in, but again, the response is just always so good from the cut, it feels like. As soon as Tusk goes in, he's out for 70 seconds. No buyback, Double King. He's running in, Spirit Vessel's up, he'll pop his own BKB, going toe-to-toe with Chives, but a battle that he's not going to win with more support nearby. Onslaught not through, but that BKB's being activated all over the place in the middle with that trample. However, Necrophos pushes in, gets the Reaper Scythe kill, and a Bloodseeker who's also staying dead with no buyback. The cut breaking through right now into the base. They did lose Lycan. Need to fall back bottom. Nope, going back in. Aframoosh is low, lining up the sharpshooter. It's not going to matter, though. He needs to be careful.
Yeah, Necro does not care about that one. Spectre having a little bit of fun, diving in, diving out again, but that was fully debated. They got pulled into the false sense of, oh, Necro's a little bit alone. Yeah, but he is also Necro. That guy's unkillable. Nice dive by Ela
Especially with the heart.
Gonna get a kill.
But at what cost? Onslaught? Okay, he's good.
Yeah. That was good. He spotted an opportunity.
Aframoosh trying to keep Necrophos here. I mean, 10 seconds for Tusk.
You can keep him wherever you want. I don't think you're killing this Necro.
No. The sharpshooter going right on through.
They want
Onslaught? They really want him, Waga. Is this going to be worth it? Oh no, Ela's dead. That's what I was worried about for them too. It feels odd. Well, why are they so committed to really stick on this Necrophos? I don't know.
Hey, he brought down the Necro to 80% HP. He was fearing for his life there for a moment. Still holding the 20 magic stick ready as well. I don't see this Necro dying again this game unless he really works hard to kill himself.
Yeah, that almost just seemed like one of those moments of, I swear it's gonna work, I swear, and yeah, like 80% life maybe, and he had supports nearby.
I mean, the Spectre,
that really was
Spectre
never
just
gonna
clicks
work.
her buttons and jumps back in from Fountain again. Like, that's the danger as well. The more you commit on Necro, the happier he is because his team gets a chance to punish. This hero at this stage didn't need to be entirely ignored. You don't have the items to deal with him, you don't have a Shivas, you don't have a Skadi, you don't have a Nullifier, you know, the items to bring him down.
You know, I was just about to say this as well. Guess what item B-God has now? He's got his Ethereal Blade. And you
Happy
see
times.
the use there. Yep. Crystal Maiden.
Certainly had a harder
No
start
longer.
this game than last game over on the side of B-God, but even so, he's played the same impacts, and I think a lot of the impact he's had this game is not represented by stats alone. It's just the fear he put in the opponents. Mark, farming top, has his blink and BKB, so he should be fine here.
I didn't even think about the Ancient Granite Golem as well. You might have mentioned that yourself, but yeah, Necroful was at 3,800 life with that thing standing near him.
Oh yeah, and
ridiculous.
every life point is so valuable too because his resistances from cloak as well.
Tusk. What? Sharpshooter from Rubik is like, gotcha! But no, it's Rubik the one that's got perhaps, although Mark's trying his best to save his teammate. Sadman is deep though. Nekfos using his ultimate to take out Rubik, and look at the positioning of the cut. They just don't care about the tower.
Mark, he's fine.
Is it gonna kill him?
He's fine.
Oh,
He
wow.
was really low though, but yeah, we have some sniper v sniper action here. The counter sniping. It's exciting stuff to watch, but that was actually the first death of Aframush this game. He's managed to keep himself safe,
Oh wow.
but meanwhile, of course, there's been plenty of other deaths on his team, so not to say that him surviving has necessarily improved their chances too much.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back. He did get that Yules earlier on. He's got the Yules blink, 8th lane. So yeah, he is all about sitting back in the reach. But yeah, there is a lot of catch with the cut. Of course, Spectre specifically, and how he can just get on top of you, like, and etc. It is a faster Roche on respawn. Both teams, once again, very suspicious of it. Ela, Imperium having to deal with this primal beast in his face, and that's not easy. However, he's gonna get the backup with the global silence as well, and suddenly Ela's just about dead. His BKB at the last second will keep him alive for the time being. He's gonna have to onslaught away. Mark finishes the job on a silencer though, and gets the hell on out of there.
So much damage to Primal Beast immediately there. That sharpshooter, it's funny how like good Hoodwink players make this hero look so busted. It just looks broken. So much damage in no time at all. The boomerang, the E-blade. He didn't even charge the ulti for more than a split second there, and still the Primal Beast was down to like 400 HP trying to run away. I like the composed nature of the cut here. They're not rushing this Roche. Yes, you're ahead.
Sure.
Yes, you're in the lead. But why give that opportunity? Top lane again.
Oh, he went back in. Well, greed here from the Spectre. Yeah, he did not need to do this, and he's just dead now. Oh my gosh, 90 seconds, no buyback.
He lands it. No disable needed. Just lines it up. Perfect. And it's funny because you hear that ulti going off in the fog of war, but still he manages to catch Mark. Maybe the CM ulti was overpowering it audio-wise though. Conceal your ulti.
But Spectre, though, I mean, again, he was out initially, but it got greedy, did not notice all the reinforcements nearby from C-Dub.
I think he double tapped or something. He clicked one too many times there. It was just a mistake. I don't think he wanted to go in necessarily because it was pretty obvious that a lot of people were around.
But is this a time, though, see, like, buyback Tusk, go for Roshan, force a fight, right? I mean, they don't know that he doesn't have a buyback, to be fair, so.
Yeah, that's the worry. If you buy back here, are you also confident that you'll get Roche for it? I mean, there's still Global Silence, there's Hoodwink ulti up again, of course, he has no cooldown. Lycan and Wolves are gonna scout you doing it. You can't just buy back and go Roche, you have to wait. So, sure, Spectre died, but not too much punishment gonna come out of that.
Mm-hmm. I was going to mention, though, we saw going into that exchange right there, tier 4 items are being picked up, so keeping an eye in terms of what has been picked up. Penta Edge Sword picked up by Bloodseeker, who has a full Glyper now, so again, Double King, like we talked about, he hasn't had the greatest, most effective game, but he is built right now to be fairly deadly if he's able to get on top of people and get some auto attacks in.
Yeah, he's pretty strong. I fear that it's hard for him to get on top of and do anything to the Necro. Necro really prompts you to go Nullifier. If you don't have Nullifier, you're not going to kill the Necro as a carry. That's pretty much the field.
Sure.
Oh, nice move coming in here by the cut, I think.
We still have it. Yeah, your best Spectre's maybe, second guess in here. He's just gonna let the illusion do his thing. But the Sandman jumps in, the Reaper Scythe. The BKB coming out though from Mark in response. Ghost Shroud immediately. Ela, onslaught forward. He ends up going to the back lines on a Hoodwink. Global silence used though. And now Hoodwink's able to make his way out of there. So far, nobody dead. Make that Rubik dead. And so is the Crystal Maiden. Double King holding his ground, but without his supporting cast, he's in trouble. The Sharpshooter finishing the job. 80 seconds he's out for. And now the cut can start breaking the base.
Man, B-God is in their heads. They're so angry at him. They commit so much to try and catch this Hoodwink. Just charge through the entire fight. And then they're not ready for the rest. And this dive trying to hold here, but yes, no BKB.
No, he's just dead. He's desperation at its finest right there. I mean, he is going to buy back, but yeah, you can just feel it now. C-Dub is just, they're doing anything they can do to slow this game down, but it is just, it's too overwhelming.
Yeah, the push is happening, and this is where we see all the pieces coming together. The Necro is healing everyone up. The Spectre is that tanky frontliner. So is the Necro, actually, the two of them. And Lycan's just sitting back, letting his Dragon do the pushing instead, and the Wolves, of course, staying safe. Good positioning overall here by the cut. Staying disciplined in their push. And the side of C-Dub, I just don't see how they can defend. No Bloodseeker for 20 seconds. You're not going to have any barracks by that time.
Yeah, pretty much the case. Shapeshift even going to be activated. Yeah, that's an illusion of Spectre that they're using on up over here. Mark, meanwhile, where the hell was he? Oh, he was in the middle lane, I guess. It's got Sharpshooter
within the
killed.
scope of the sniper that is the Hoodwink, and thus he is dead again.
Scouting him and routing him.
Yeah, and now backing up. They're gonna go straight into smoke for Roche here, and then probably gonna push for the finish. 60 seconds on the Tusk as well.
Yeah, they're gonna do plenty of damage to the Roshan Tusk, as you mentioned, now for just under a minute now. So no chance for C-Dub to truly attempt to defend this. This is game 2. You're down 1-0. Understandable that C-Dub is giving it a go right here and hanging in just a little bit longer. Might as well play to the very bitter end. You got to respect that, of course. But being honest, this has been the cut for really most of this game now, and there's no reason to believe anything different with the Aegis pickup and everything else that's going their way. They're playing this clean, that's for sure. What was their second series again? It's only the second time we've seen them so far this season, and they are proving to be a very effective team in terms of claiming a top 2 spot.
They sure are.
Move on to Division 1.
Yeah, they managed to actually find themselves in a spot where the best shard available pretty much was the Spectre. That is what I would say is the worst shard in the entire game. I think it's absolutely terrible, by the way. But they already have shard on Necro, on Hoodwink, on Lycan. So it was either the support Silencer getting shard for his Glaives of Wisdom, which is terrible, or Spectre getting it. So yeah, best option here.
All right, worst shard effect. Get a witness, apparently. That dispersion. Throwing out some daggers.
Yeah, it's usually not too many. It's every 300 damage absorbed by dispersion, and on a 7-second cooldown, it sends an untargeted dagger. So you need to take, if you have the talent as well, which he does have, then you need to take still some over 1,000 damage. It's 1,500 damage normally. Now it's a bit less, of course, but it's absolutely awful. He needs to take 1,200 damage to send one untargeted dagger out. That's it.
That is a good point you bring up, though. The level 25 is him as with that 5% dispersion talent, and then Necrophos also level 25 gets the Death Pulse cooldown. So these Death Pulses just 2.5 seconds right here. I mean, obviously just spamming them.
That's pretty good, actually. Both level 25 talents on Necro are pretty good. The Heartstopper percentage one is, situationally very good against high tanky teams, but this one allows you to spam so many nukes. 2.5 second cooldown, you double the value of your heal. And he also has that overwhelming blink to his name, so he can blink in now with the BKB and Stormcrafter, slowing people more. He's very fight ready.
Guess who else is almost level 25? Or boy, B got it on the Hoodwink. Almost there. That'll be fun.
One Tusk kill away.
Yeah. I mean, they're defending, once again, doing everything they can. Obviously, the cut is kind of letting their creep waves naturally push in. That's what happens with Mega Creeps. There is a double damager in that spawn up top, but no vision on it currently, so that's going to chill there for now.
The cut are just playing this in a very torturing kind of way. You know, they're not stressing to end it. They know that this is their W, but they have 2 minutes left on Aegis. I think we're going to see them go soon. They've been waiting out the value of farming the map well. Of course, all of C-Dub are locked in base dealing with Mega Creeps, and they don't have the best heroes for it. It looks like we might see the move, though.
Tusk, meanwhile, is farming the other team main chances. Getting any kind of farm you can get with a game state like this, understandable. Double damage is going to be found, by the way, by Spectre. He's like, oh, that's a nice rune to have.
Yeah,
Go ahead and pick that bad boy up.
Double Global Silence with a Refresher. They have Spectre with a DD rune. I can't imagine that they won't find an opening during the DD duration here, but at the end of the day, they can keep farming like this. There's no stress for them. 30,000 gold lead. Well, why not keep building? 40,000.
Yeah.
C-Dub have absolutely no move. The only thing they are capable of doing is staying at the mercy of the cut here.
Nope. Ag's just picked up by Tusk, so that's what he was really trying to farm right there. Picking up a Walrus kick now, so...
Okay. The good move by Mark, he realizes they need the Fountain to step in and help. We've seen it before. The Fountain has won games before here in this NA Div 2. So with some disrespect, possibly. Oh, Mark.
That would have been unfortunate.
Oh, they have the kick rupture combo too.
That's true. Now, Bloodseeker is at half life, though, so needs to worry about surviving for the meantime. But it seems like the cut is getting a little more confident about making a play right here. Visibly locked in on a Primal Beast. As soon as he pops a BKB, tramples out. There's their first global silence as mentioned. As a refresher, Primal Beast just absolutely locked down. He's out for 2 minutes. And now the tier 4 towers to be finished off. Buyback from Rubik. There's our second global silence. In the midst of it, Necrophos standing strong. Gets Walrus punched in the air. The kick already used. Necrophos might end up dying right here. Nope, he's going to start healing up, baby. There's a turnaround with his ultimate. It just doesn't matter. Why am I even casting that? The Ancient's dead. And the cut is victorious.
Even gets E-bladed by his boy. $1,700, they say, at the end of this.
Interesting. I wonder what that's about.
Yeah, not sure what the players are referring to here, but definitely quite a few tips between these two teams here, as the cut are the ones to take down C-Dub 2-0, and that was two very dominant games. I don't think there was any real moment where C-Dub looked like they were in the lead.
Yeah, it's I don't want to say a tale of two different teams from C-Dub, but clearly this was an opponent, again, as we've talked about them coming into this, and one of the more respected teams here in Division 2 right now in the cut that proven to be a bit tougher of challenge than others. So C-Dub looking good at times, but certainly still could use some practice and some strategizing, and looking back at a match like this, figure out where things went wrong, and we'll see how what their future holds as it continues on here in Division 2. But so for the cut, they start off 2-0 in series now, and curious on what the panel thinks about how the cut looks.
We can definitely share our thoughts about the cut here, but first I think maybe we should have a bit of a discussion about C-Dub, because we have seen them at times have pretty good performances here, but this is just a tale for Division 2 teams of inconsistency, and it feels like C-Dub are probably the most vulnerable to that right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, I was talking about before with you guys, and the green room, as I will call it, like, game one, they didn't really have, like, a whole lot of stuns, right? Like, they picked the Beast. Of course, he has a stun, but generally that hero's looked as a more greedy offlaner who farms a lot. They had the SF mid. They come in this game number 2 here, and they overdo it. They pick, a Primal Beast who's great at roaming, has single target damage. They pick the Tusk, and yeah, they killed some supports here and there, but, like, at the end of the day, it felt like they were just really all in on, like, trying to get these small pickoffs, not really looking at the big picture of this game. And, like, this Primal Beast, yeah, you're laning versus Spectre, you're laning versus Silencer, there's no stun there, you'll have a great game, but at some point in this game, he does have the global to stop your combination from the Primal. It's not a good game matchup. They don't have a way they can group up against the Spectre, and 5-man, I feel like they could have really benefited from, like, a Pipe or a Greaves this game.
Yeah, do you think that's similar for you then, Gods? Like, in game one, we saw the issue that they weren't really on the same page with their execution, and this time around, was that the same issue, or just their draft overall, like Fia was just explaining?
Yeah, the draft is definitely a problem, but I think we also saw some of those execution issues at times, like when they were, they kind of dug themselves a bit in this hole with this draft, but then they were just like forcing these bad plays. Like we saw Mark blinking in like solo blind towards the enemy Ancients to try and gank a Spectre when he had no follow-up and just kind of, feeding there. There were just, I think, a lot of plays where you could see that C-Dub were just a bit more inexperienced, and because of the position they were in, I think we're making more mistakes than we've seen them when things are going right and they have this draft where, Mark's on Playmaker, Ela's on these zoo heroes and they're, taking objectives, things are great, but they had no objective takers. That was a huge issue with their draft, and ultimately it gave them nothing to play around except pickoffs and ganks, and the Cut were just ready for that.
Yeah, speaking of the Cut, talking about how well their lineup was, did you guys get whispering in your ear who the MVP is? Do you guys already know?
I love surprises.
Okay, well, I was actually going to ask you to guess, Fia.
Who can I possibly... Is it, it's Sadman 01.
No, that was a good guess. It's not. It's actually
Thank
Chives. It's going to be...
Oh, okay. Sorry, the 10-2 and 10 guy. Not good enough, all right.
Yeah. Almost had it there. You were just one position off. Chives is going to get the MVP, and he had a pretty good game. He was playing pretty much how he needed to, is how I'm going to describe it. I know, Fia, you're going to describe it in better words, though.
Oh, yeah, of course. Why he got my MVP, right?
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
All right,
That's it. Yeah.
No, I mean, he had a great game. He was against the Bloodseeker. Didn't have a great laning stage, of course, but that's kind of expected. But he got his farm, and I think that's like always really impressive. He made all the rotations where he needed to be. Generally just had a great Icon game, and I think his itemization was pretty cool here, too. Picking up the Lincolns to deal with the Tuskags, ended up getting the Abyssal Blade. Like, yeah, I mean, pretty standard performance, but a couple cool items, like, to just adjust to the game itself.
Yeah. Any honorable mentions for you, Gods? Not allowed to talk about B-God, though, right? I feel like...
Oh, no.
Yeah. See, I knew where you're going to go with this one, because he, as a player, has just absolutely demolished expectations in every regard. So any other honorable mentions that aren't B-God?
I would say Shaggy as well. I think his Necrophist did a really good job mid lane. He was getting rotated on a lot, and able, particularly that level 6 moment where he saved a skill point, and instead of leveling up ulti, he levels up the Ghost Shroud. That was a really cool play to help kind of secure that mid lane win. He put Tusk under a lot. He did a dive on the Tusk that kind of backfired as well, but I think his play in the mid lane was very impressive as well.
Awesome. I have more questions I want to ask you guys, but instead, we're going to get an interview, a winner's interview here. So my questions can be directed to Scourge McDuck. I'm so sorry, Scourge, if I'm pronouncing it wrong, but congratulations on the win. How you guys feeling? Second series and second win.
I guess we're feeling fine. We're pretty chill. I don't know. We don't really talk much like outside of like the games. I don't know. Not to sound mean, but I don't really care their thoughts. We're just here to play. This is mainly us just trying to make some money this time. This is less serious than the other iterations we had. But, I mean, yeah, we're happy. Like, we just want to win as many series as we can so we can get some money.
Yeah, I love to hear it, just because it's feeling less serious doesn't mean you guys are performing any worse than you were before. You guys are looking fantastic. I actually want to know from your point of view, though, how would you describe your play style of this iteration of the Cut?
It depends. I think like we're all pretty experienced. We've all like played Div 1, and I mean except for Chives we're playing right now, and Sabe hasn't played Div 1 either. Our real player who hasn't played with us yet because he had work these last 2 days. But
okay.
The play style, I think we're just trying to chill. Like I think we know we're experienced, so we're just trying not to try to get leads. But this team was certainly like really focused on the lanes. It felt like so getting those leads was a little harder against them. But once we like had map control, we were just trying to play our game.
Yeah, what do you think was the biggest advantage you had over C-Dub this series?
Just like, yeah, experience probably, our drafting, knowing how we think they're going to play.
All right. Fear, if you have any questions?
Sure. All right. So you said you're here to, get some money. So what's a money-making strategy here? Like when you guys go into the game, like what's your mind state and like how do you feel like you're gonna win games?
I think just like in this game specifically, some people on my team mentioned how they might be like tilting and stuff. Like if they care more than us and we're just like chilling and not tilting, then we think we'll have like an advantage going into the series or whatever.
All right, so the next question will be, so you guys don't seem to care too much about like drafting stuns. Is that because you have like a high emphasis on winning lanes, or what is maybe it's comfort picks, I don't know, like what's the idea behind your drafts that have very little stuns?
Yeah, I don't want to say too much, but we just don't play those heroes at stun. It's just hero pools.
All right.
Hey, firstly, congrats. I wanted to ask someone of last time you guys won, we talked to Shaggy, and he said that you were giving your team some shit about being the lowest MMR team. Is that something you feel like they need to work on, or what's the deal with that?
Well, I haven't played like a ranked game in like 2 months, but with that said, I'm also the highest MMR player on our team. So I mean, I just want everyone to like realize that, you know, we're certainly not going to be unstoppable. Like in the last 2 times I played Division 2, it was pretty easy to make it to Division 1, and I just want everyone to like realize, you know, we like initially we didn't want to scrim at all. We were just going to play and show up, but we played a few scrims just to see where we were at, and I was like, all right guys, we need to scrim a lot more. So we actually do scrim quite a bit, but yeah, I mean, I just need, like, I don't know, after we played our first few scrims, I realized we're pretty weak. If we don't practice, we're certainly not going to do very well. So I'm just trying to keep everyone level-headed, especially now that we've won a few games. You know, I'm pretty sure we're the lowest MMR team in like the region. Our highest MMR player hasn't played Dota, like a ranked game, in like 2 months. Just don't underestimate anyone. Like this team was the 3rd team like from the open qualifiers, and they got the slot because another team dropped out, and they're still like really good. Like their landing was really good. They scrim every day. Like it's not a joke this time around.
No, great to hear you have that attitude. I guess in a more lighthearted note, at the end we saw some ult chat from B-God. Do you know what that was about? The $1,700?
I don't know. He's a bit of a clown, but he kind of B-God's in the wrong in this situation. But he like imploded our last team in Division 1. Like we're supposed to be in Division 1 right now, but B-God like sort of imploded it. And thankfully, I'm having a blank. Afro-Moosh stood in for us though, and we just happened to lose our important games with him. But I mean, you know, he stepped up and stood in for us, and I mean, we gave him a cut of the pay because. So that's the portion of the pay that B-God didn't get because we had Afro-Moosh standing in. But B-God is certainly in the wrong. Like I couldn't even see his alt chat. I have B-God blocked on Steam and stuff, but he's our player right now. So.
That's great. I just wanted to get some backstory there. That's good. Thanks for the info, SMD.
Yeah, I do have one more question. You talked about how the fact that you don't really do too much with the guys outside of playing the game. Is it literally just games and scrims and that's really all you guys do? Or are you watching replays together too? Like, is there anything else going on? Or is it like, we're here to play Dota, we play Dota, we win, we just prepare for the next series and that's it?
That's pretty much it. I mean, we watch our own replays and stuff, but some people are like friendly with each other. I think like Save and Chives will do a queue, and Shaggy will do a queue with like B-God and Empyrean and Save, I think, as well. But yeah, I just show up and play personally.
Hey, well, it's worked out for you guys so far. Scourge McDuck, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on a 2-0 here today.
Thank you.
Let's see. What was it? I love the old chat from being good, kind of throwing a little bit of flame at Afro-Moosh there, it feels like.
I love that I have my teammate blocked.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just like when the story was already good, somehow it went to a whole nother level of good. We can have a look at the leaderboard though, because with another series there is a small little change up here in the rankings. It's the cut. I'm going to be moving just ahead of C-Dub there because now they have 2 wins and C-Dub on a 50-50. 2 wins, 2 losses. Would you still fear that C-Dub is in the running for that second spot, or after this performance you're very heavily favoring, the cut or felt over them?
It's hard to believe in C-Dub anymore. I was a huge believer when it started, but like the inconsistencies are too real here. I think for that second slot here, I definitely think, cut, felt. Maybe Fart Studios has another chance. They're going to be, I guess I won't spoil, but they got another chance. If they get on like a winning streak, then maybe I could see them taking it. But unfortunately for C-Dub, there is a chance, but just through their gameplay, it feels like they're kind of losing steam.
Well, instead of letting you spoil it, we can just have a look at our schedule. We can see who is going to be playing next. And oh my gosh, wouldn't you have it? It's Fart Studios up against Ant. I don't know. It's like you knew fear. It's like you're prepared here. But gods, is this the start to the Fart Studios win streak up against Ant?
I would hope so. I think they come in as favorites. They definitely, across the board have a bit more experience. And I think as individual players, I would favor them at least a little bit. And haven't looked too good so far. They're kind of looking a bit lost as a team and don't really have a clear identity. So I think Fart Studios should be able to get the win. And I'm just kind of looking to see how convincing they look. And if they're getting the loss, then I think for Fart Studios, their season's kind of over at that point. Maybe not getting eliminated, but they're definitely not getting top 2 if they don't win this series.
Oh yeah, you kind of want a flawless performance from them, but for you, Fia, does it have to be flawless as well, or what area do they really need to improve on, considering that they lost to Felt 2-1 yesterday?
I mean, I guess they have 2 routes here, right? Like, they can be the series team and try to win, and that would require better drafting from their end. I think they picked up too many boomer heroes, I believe. They had the Phantom Lancer in one game, then they had the Faceless Void Magnus game. Like, these are like some old school strategies. But hey, if they do end up losing that series, they're probably not relegated. It's, maybe you can let loose a little bit. It's content time, so it's a win-win situation for them, I guess, either way. As long as they don't start taking too many losses and get relegated, right?
Yeah. You said 2 routes, right? The one route was serious improving the draft. What was the second?
Content time.
Oh, content. Okay, yeah. I should have been able to put that one together already. But I'm excited to see which Fart Studios does turn up. Godsphere, thank you guys both so much. It was only our first series. We're having our second one coming up after a little bit more of an extended break, though. Welcome back. We just had the cut versus C-Dub, which means we're on to our second series today. It is going to be Ant up against Fart Studios. And joining me for this fantastic series are two fantastic people, Fear and Sheepstick. Sheep, how are you? I haven't spoken to you today.
Hi, Nat. I'm so happy to be here. Is this my first panel on Q&A, actually?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is. It
Oh my
is.
gosh.
Yeah, if you guys didn't know, Sheep was casting yesterday, so if you want to run back that blood, you can do it after the day ends. But for now, I'd recommend staying tuned into this. Fear, though, how was your little break between series? Are you pumped up and excited for Ant versus Fart Studios?
I mean, yeah, I was just doing push-ups on the backstage there, getting ready for this one because, you got to be pumped for this series. Ant versus Fart Studios. It's going to be a thriller.
An absolute thriller. I can hear it in his voice there. Sheep, if you had to describe Fart Studios in 4 words, how would you?
Smelly, gross, stinky, you.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, Fear, though, you get unlimited words to describe Ant.
Ant?
Yeah.
I mean, they look like just another NA team to me, so we'll see what they can bring.
Wow, you had unlimited use of words, and that's how you describe them.
He's like a dictionary. He's just full of them.
He's just throwing out all the descriptions there. Well, we're gonna have a look at player comparison, okay? Instead of just these vague questions of how the teams match up, we can have a look at 2 teams. In fact, the pos-2s from each team. It's going to be I Annihilate up against RRL here. And when we look at the average kills, the average experience, and the average last hits, Sheep, I Annihilate just really standing out.
All right, I Annihilate is I think just better in this matchup. RRL, my experience of watching him play competitively is that his hero pool seems quite limited in the sense that he's picking a lot of heroes, but I only really see him shine on stuff like his Invoker, which he's pretty good at, and his Void Spirit as well. Outside of that, I don't think I've been too massively impressed with RRL. I Annihilate, on the other hand, seems a lot more stable.
No, I'm going to counter you on that, actually, because
fine, then.
RRL against C-Dub,
That was one too many
the
hours.
most amazing Death Prophet that we have seen in a very long time. Crushing Mark in the mid lane. It wasn't even close. making rotations to the safe lane, getting carries killed, carries TPing, trying to gank him, dying in return. I mean, sure, he still lost the game, but he played his heart out.
Well, guess what, Fear? I didn't see that game, so it's not real.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
If she
Does that mean
didn't see it, it
does that
doesn't
mean
count.
they didn't lose that
Yeah,
series?
that
Yeah.
does mean they didn't lose.
All right,
I'm
delete
looking at it now. Damn, he's so good.
Okay, now the game does exist.
It does
so they
exist.
did
All right,
lose.
I'm so impressed by RRL, actually. He's really pushing his boundaries of what he used to be confined by, and now he's flourishing as a mid laner.
Okay,
He
but on
might be-
the other side, sorry, I'm going to take over
No,
here.
that's fine. Oh,
I
yeah, please, run away with
Annihilate
it.
in his last series against Felt, he did not deliver. Like, earlier on, he was delivering his OD he picked early on. Like, it didn't really crush the lane the way they wanted to. He picked the Queen of Pain as well. Like, trying to crush his lane matchup also was not successful. So I think his series against Felt, he didn't show up in a way that we thought he would.
Okay, I Annihilate, he sucks. Honestly, of these mid laners, I think RRL is incredibly favored and is definitely the most stable of the two.
I reckon we should actually just put them in a 1v1. I reckon this whole series should be purely decided by a BO3 1v1. What do you guys reckon?
Yeah, that's it.
No, that sounds pretty stupid.
What?
I think Fear's just been put in this panel to disagree with you now, Sheep. That's
Bro,
it.
I'm
Everything
so
you
happy.
say.
This is
Quickly,
what I miss.
quickly.
I miss you so much, Fear, honestly.
Sheep,
I mean,
say
it's
your
been a while.
wildest thing and make Fear disagree with it.
I believe in wait, hold on. I was about to get fired. I can't.
That was Fear's plan all along.
I believe in gay
look,
rights, Fear. What do you think?
I agree.
He got you.
Okay, GG's, I guess.
Fear knows how to keep his job. We can come back on track though. Ant versus Fast Studios. I believe the draft is live. It will be popping up in a little bit. You guys highlighted the mid lane very in a lot of detail. You practically painted a picture for me. But what about how the teams work as a whole? Like I said, it felt like Fart Studios in their previous series against Felt almost got game two handed to them. They didn't really step up to the plate there. And Fear yourself, you already weren't too impressed with Ant and the performance that they've been bringing. So how are these two teams sort of coexisting right now?
So is now a good time to bring up my random stats?
Yes, that was
Yay.
exactly what I was leaning
Perfect.
towards.
Been
All
waiting
right,
for these.
excellent. All right, so we're gonna go over Division 1. There was only one hero that was uncontested, right? that was Clinks. Here in Div 2, it's been played 2 times, and it won both games in South America. But
Wow.
the heroes that have been uncontested in Division 2 right now are Bane, Slardar. We just got a Necro pick, actually, so that's not even on the list anymore. Alchemist and Oracle. Do you think we're gonna get one?
Hold up, who picked Meepo?
In the band.
I'll go back.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna.
Yeah, 'cause uncontested
search
is
that for you
Pickle
right
Band.
now.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, we'll see an Oracle.
We saw
That's what I
Bane
reckon.
in Div 1, right? That was used as one of those like
Yes, in Div 1,
anti-FPL type
we saw
ideas.
everything but Clinks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was bringing up the context of what it was picked around Fear if you hadn't talked over me, but that's okay, it's fine.
I reckon you
sorry.
should do it again for you.
I'm gonna mute for like 30 seconds.
Okay. Sheep, this is your time to shine. Quickly
Oh
while
my
you-
gosh, I can't believe it. Alright, so yeah. I like all these heroes, they're really cool.
What a fantastic use of 30 seconds. I'm so glad I gave Fear unlimited use of words to describe Ant, and he used about 5. And Alex used about 5 seconds of her 30 seconds to say whatever she wanted. Thank you, guys. Draft-wise, though, instead of just random stats, Fear, the Nature's Prophet Tiny opening from Fart Studios. You like it a little bit more than what we saw yesterday? You think they fixed some of their drafting issues?
Their openings are always fine. They always kind of just like went off the rails a little bit later on. I mean, I guess you can debate the Magnus. They did like that hero quite a bit. So I do like that they moved away from that. I do think Tiny plus Nature's Prophet is very versatile. This could be their offlane duo. This could be their carry. This could be their mid. Like, you can do a lot with these type of heroes. So yeah, I'm a
can't
big
they
fan
do?
of this opening. Do you want me to answer that? They probably can't do position 4 Nature's Prophet
Okay.
and position 1 Tiny.
Okay.
I would agree with that. Seems like a smart thing. Obviously, Fear's never.
But they could
wrong.
run position 5 though, because you didn't bring that one up for either of the 2 heroes.
Yeah.
They could be. I mean, Sonic actually loves to play this tiny, or used to. He's been mellowing out a bit on his hero picks. I'd love to see more of his 5 mag and his 5 tiny, but I don't know if we'll see it. But enough of Fart Studios. Let's talk about another NA team and their opening. Ush on his Beastmaster. He
That's
actually
not fair.
looked
I
really
wanted to bring
good.
that up. Damn.
Okay, then take away.
Thank you. Oh my god, Ush's Beastmaster is really good. I mean, it's definitely like probably his top tier, best hero. I like that they prioritize taking it a lot. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
5 seconds.
Wow, that was
Wow.
underwhelming.
Yeah. I mean, the idea was I wanted to open with that and lead into Fear walking off of it, but he opened with that and I didn't have anything else.
Well, Fear opened with it. She doubled down on the opening, and now Fear, it's back to you to expand on it.
Right, yeah, so we got the Beast. That hero's pretty much stuck in the offlane. Tusk, that has some versatility. Technically, it is best in the mid lane, but it can be a 4 with the Beast if you can just pull some waves from him, go gank. Not a huge fan in the meta right now, picking melee POS 4s right now, because it feels like there's a lot of emphasis on like these nuking position 4s that just do damage on top of these stuns here. So we'll see what they end up doing with that, as Fart Studio does pick up the Mirana, which, you know, it could be 4 or 5 at any rate, right? So that could be our supports. Still pretty open. Like, Fart Studios is a very open-ended draft here.
Yeah, I like it a lot, and they're gonna have setup for this arrow as well throughout the game already. And I like the kill threat if Tiny goes mid with Mirana. I mean, it's just so easy for her to rotate, and Nature's is gonna be able to manipulate. Like, if it goes off lane, it'll be able to manipulate the lane really easily to be able to just farm safely and give that space to Mirana. I'm a fan. I like it.
I'm glad that you guys can
5
agree on
seconds
something.
remaining.
Makes me feel very happy.
Yeah.
You know, it's like when Mom and Dad fight, and now you guys are like, no, we agree. It's great. It's fantastic.
I mean, you say mom and dad as if me and Fear don't have more of a sibling type relationship. Just
that's
screaming.
true. Yeah. Yeah.
hitting
that's
each
actually
other.
True.
I like
Yeah.
bit his ankle at one point, I think.
Yeah, I can confirm there's still a scar. Your teeth are immortalized on my ankle.
That's true. That is actually, I did witness that as well. It was very emotionally scarring for me.
Same with your fist in my arm.
Well,
Oh yeah, when
that
you
one.
punched Fear, that was like
Yeah.
that was abuse. Like, you're the mom in this situation. That was messed up.
No,
Matt.
whoa! I think we're all just siblings, just beating down each other. You know, I might have physically punched Fear, but you don't understand the scar and the emotional toll that he's left on me after months of paneling together.
Yikes!
Yeah,
I'm done for, guys. See you later.
Yep,
Radiant
it's been great while we've had you.
This reunion got a little
Flashback.
bit out of pocket.
Yeah, we can pull it back down though. The hood. I guess this just shows where the Tusk is going, because the Lesh can't really be run too much else with the rest of their lineup here. It's gonna be going midfield.
10 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
and looks. Are we having? How crazy are they gonna get here? Because like,
5 seconds
is this just gonna be our supports here, Tusk and Hoodwink, or are we gonna get a carry Tusk? We can only pray. But like right now, like I like Hoodwink with Beastmaster a lot. I don't really like Tusk with Beastmaster, which means is this guy going full Kuroki mode? Are you gonna play POS 5 Tusk here? Or... I'm not so sure about this. I've got question marks here.
10 seconds remaining.
I'd probably prefer
Oh,
to see
true.
the Tusk on 5 or. I mean, yeah. I mean, we've seen carry Leshrax. There's always the
Yeah, plus
possibility
one
of.
Lesh.
Yeah,
Versus
I mean,
like
what-
a Naga maybe, but like what reason is there to do a carry Lesh?
Maybe they're thinking the lane's good into Nature's? I have
Dire team.
no idea.
That's a negative.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, with the Tusk, it would have some level of kill threat, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I'll agree with you on that one. If they can actually just get on top of the NP and make him chain feed, it's fine. But like, Lesh has very bad last hitting, where NP has like top tier last hitting, so Lesh would struggle pretty hard in the last hit department if they did play a passive laning stage.
5 seconds remaining.
I was trying to combine hero ideas. It's. Yeah, no, Nature's would slap him. I mean, there's. Most of the good carries are already banned out against the Nature's. I feel like he's kind of answered though. It's fine. You have both supports that can both catch him and find him. You have vision. I think the only thing that they're missing for me right now is just like oh god, what is it even? They have ways to take towers. They have no team fight spells, I suppose, but they have a lot of stuns and lockdown even through BKB. Like they're pretty rounded in general, magical and physical damage.
Which team?
Another NA team.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they most likely just need a carry, right?
Yeah, it's like some later game scaling, whatever. I mean, they could even just rush the timings and go early game and pick something that just goes really fast, like an Ursa's band. Sad.
There's a lot of carry bans if you look at them. Almost all of Fart Studios bans are on carries. We've got a bunch of carry bans on another NA team. They're gonna have to ring out. All right, Morphling, not the greatest hero versus NP. I think you're really considering doing NP offlane if once you see this Morphling come out. If I were them, but then they need a carry hero that can lane against the Beastmaster, and they didn't even think about it. Or maybe they did. Sorry, that zoom in thought I thought the hero was being picked. I got you baited there. All right. So let's think about it. What could they possibly pick here? They need a carry or an offlaner. Pango's going mid for sure. There's a lot of carry bans. Against the Morphling, I mean, these two heroes scream anti-mage, but that hero's kind of dead.
Nah, he ain't dead. We've seen that in China all over. Lots of bans and stuff coming out, and then it
BSJ
finally got played.
anti-mage?
I mean, whew, if there's one guy.
Is he that guy? All right, I didn't know about his AM prowess yet. We'll see.
We have been
I'm
watching
sure
every
he
single pub
has the
game of his.
confidence.
Come on,
Yeah.
Theo. What the heck, man?
I mean, he would have Ursa'd for sure. Maybe Terrorblade. But, like, in this situation, yeah, I mean, he's even really thinking about it. All right, let's look at what he's played. He's played the carry Doom. Will he do that again?
No.
I'm not so sure about that.
He's
played
give me a
PL.
BSJ slot.
No, thank you. He played Faces Void. These are all losses. So I'm not sure if that's
Yeah.
the case. Slark against Lesh and Beast might be a little rough. I mean, mainly
Yeah, but
just the
you can just
Lesh.
buy Mage Slayer.
Yeah, you can. He doesn't have great options. I think another NA team did some really great bans here. Like Sniper's gone, Drow's banned. Like they had some really good bans on another NA team for the carry position. I guess we're
Did they
stumped.
change? I was gonna say, did they change up the lanes though? Did they put Nature's Prophet?
I think so. Okay, I got it. I figured it out. It's done.
Okay.
Pick Enigma
Yep.
offlane NP carry. Let's just go.
Okay.
Oh, he's on to something.
Yep.
Yeah, I believe in that.
Or
I don't think there's a better carry than NP right now. I'm like really trying to think of one, and it's like I think all of them are just worse than NP carry. Where I think they have some options for their offlaner here.
yeah.
I do think the Faceless could be okay. I'm not like super excited to see it, but if they are really like gun ho on putting the Nature's offlane, I'm not against it. Or they
Yeah.
could just run some. Oh my God!
Sand King.
Sand King
Yeah, there's
against
a Sand
Morphling. How do you like
King
that
on
one?
That's
Good.
awful. It's so bad. It's so bad, dude. You can't last it at all. He controls the CS insanely hard. Yeah, that's really rough.
Yeah.
Does he even have kill threat in lane? Who's this for? Nusham? I guess they have. I guess
Oh,
maybe.
Pos
if they
5
catch him
Tiny.
off
I got it. Nice.
guard.
Yeah, you did. You did.
Yeah, cool. I
He's
mean, I
so
think
good.
the Sand. Okay, let's be real. Everyone picks
Okay.
Morphling into Sand King. It's like a thing. So they pick Sand King into Morphling,
Yeah.
which is not a thing. So I'm very curious of why they went this route. Sure, maybe you can burst them, but like soon as Morph joins it gives Morph a reason to join the fight. You just turn into Sand King, you Burrow Strike, you use Sandstorm, you instantly have a lot of impact as a carry player.
Yeah, I mean, Sand King also definitely not one of the best laners. He struggles for himself. So, Sheep, do you think that this is an avenue for Ant to kind of just really come online with that morph and snowball over the game?
I mean, I really rate Argus as a carry. But maybe there's just a world where they catch him off guard with a Burrow Strike into arrow like 18 times. Morphling players like to play on 2 HP, so maybe he just dies 100 times and they win off that.
Okay, so it's going to take a lot of more deaths for Fart Studios to potentially take this win. But we'll jump on into game number 1 with our casters, Beakup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Lacoste, back again, but so much distance between us. I can't hold your hand. and go down mid with you. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, I'm glad it's that way. But yeah, to talk about something that panel mentioned, they did pick Sanking into Morphling, and they couldn't figure it out. But I think I'm onto something. I think knowing Jenkins, he's not gonna get the Burrow Strike at all. So joke's on you, Morphling. He's not gonna be able to steal that Burrow Strike and get stuff done. So we'll see about this one. Doesn't look good in terms of the laning stage for Sanking. I don't value this hero highly at all. It just feels that he's super weak to play. I think the hero is going to get buffed in the next patch, which is coming out tomorrow, by the way. Not just kidding. It's never coming out.
Never, not ever. Oh, I mean, I feel like it's got to happen soon, right? And if it comes out tomorrow, now people are going to think you're Ice Frog.
Definitely not going to happen. I think after this Div 2 ends, we might see it. But sooner than that is old. It's just hopes and dreams. But yeah, looking at the two of these drafts, I gotta say I like NA's Last Hope draft way more. It looks like a solid draft, you know, nothing out of ordinary. You have this Leshrac that can play extremely well and fast early on. You have a Beastmaster. I don't think they have a hero that can deal with the Helm of the Overlord timing on their side. If Beastmaster manages to get the farm, like get the timing going, and yeah, this a bit of a something that the panel talked about. Like we don't see this position 5 Tusk most of the time. Kuroki does love to play, as Fear mentioned, but other than that, it just feels it's mostly suited as a mid or position 4 at the moment.
So it'll be interesting to see this Tusk be in the 5 position and how this Morphling's going to do, because I feel like my standard is Fly Morphling, so you're either the Fly Morphling or you're better. So you're not full agi and just getting killed immediately. And Nushum, Jenkins, it's the Bubby lane, as they'll be together, and they'll tuba it up. But usually when they tuba, they're thinking it's not the real deal, and well, I feel like now Div 2, it's the real deal.
Yeah, Jank is definitely a type of a player that belongs in Division 1, belongs to be at the majors, whether as talent or as a player. But we'll see. It's a start for them, not the ideal, sitting at 1-1, but knowing how Jenkins plays, I also am a bit surprised that they didn't decide to give him Nature's Prophet. He's one of those Nature's Prophet players that it's just like he's Nature's Prophet and the Pudge Spammer most of the time, so he loves to play, starting with that Burrow Strike, try to put some more pressure on Morphling with the combo that they have, and looking at him on the camera, looks very dead inside. Same goes for BSJ.
That's fart.
Yeah, not too many emotions. He rebranded himself.
Yeah, you go from BSJ to Fart SJ. You gotta wonder what kind of flatulence is happening in the room to make you emotionless at the moment. I mean, I know from experience, it's got to be bad. That room's got to be flatulated.
Yeah, I know.
Arrow hits with the Burrow Strike top, but he's already shifting. He should be fine. Now Nushim's the one in trouble.
Oh no, he looks very dead here. No leap.
Oh boy, yeah, no leap and no way out. Feeling. Well, he feels good getting that first one.
Definitely not the start you want to have in this Sanking Morana lane. You definitely want to be the ones putting the pressure, getting the levels, getting those early kills. But yeah, Morana, I mean, it's okay if you get something done with it, but not having a leap early on as position 4 sometimes can be a bit tricky.
I got to be able to get over those shards. And now the attack is going to be onto the Tusk, but they still just don't have the damage to get a kill on either of these heroes in this lane just yet. You can see the combos there, though. But, like I said, damage isn't. Nushim still lacking the leap. Not looking like it's going to matter. They'll get the kill on a feeling. And now the Morphling needs to shift on up in the strength department.
Yeah, definitely not feeling well after that one. A bit too aggressive. Morana Sanking. Now, Jenkins is going to start to put more points. By more points, I mean first point in the Sandstorm. So that way they can start to play, you know, like we might even see him stacking. But looking at the mid lane, good start for RRL. Having that Leshrac against Pango. I've seen this matchup go really well for Lash, but I also seen Pangos do better than I expected.
What's like the marker for better than expected? Because right now he's sitting top of the CS. Obviously, there's 6 denies against him, but what are you expecting to put him at the line?
I would say this is like 55-45, but it also depends on the players, like how much you're able to do in the first couple of waves to get that bottle as soon as possible. It's a lot of harassment. Like you need to be once you get to that level 6 and later on Pango matchup against Lashrak can sometimes be difficult because you have this edict running, and if you have like another ability that goes through magic immunity that stops him during the roll. Good arrow here from Nusham. Jenkins,
he's got a mango. Does he have the burrow strike?
Oh, what a play, but
get him out
gets
of the high
stuck.
ground. Oh no. And the courier's gonna go down. That's really good for Nusham.
This should also reveal the ward on high ground. Yeah, Nusham is going to immediately devore that because he used the snowball and knew that he needs to have vision for that. So, good read there. Professional gamer, knowing what's happening in the game. Very well done.
E-gamer, definitely coming your way. And Nusham, what? He gets courier, he gets the kill, he gets the ward, and all of a sudden boots are shipping out, and he's feeling pretty good about himself. He's also got some regen shipping with that those pair of boots. So that's a good chunk of gold, and yeah, you can see it right there into the sandstorm. But feeling like he might be in trouble. But snowball towards Nusham as well as shards that aren't gonna land. Jenkins still looking to maybe chase. He doesn't have the mana right now for the burrow strike, but he will in a second. Morphling trying to fight as well. Salve used by feeling while he waits over near the camp.
Morphling's gonna be fine here. He does have Raindrop, Magic Wand charges. I don't think they can burst him unless he makes a really bad mistake, and there's also potentially a Snowball save coming out from this lane. 1-1-1 build on this position 5 Dusk. Let's see how much he's playing a bit too aggressive. Like he needs to soak up some damage, but if he gets out of position, could easily get burrow struck and followed it up by arrow, which means that most likely he's gonna die. He's trying to get some raindrops to survive this harassment coming out from them in the top lane. And Jenkins, what a sandstorm. One of the lowest sandstorm durations I've seen in a while. It's like half a second. Gets absolutely nothing from it. Good charge block, but where's the damage? RRL is there.
Roche. Nope, not gonna help out. Trying to deny to Roche. Now Roche kind of helping them get that kill on the feeling. So he gives, he takes. And he also holds an Aegis. So that's the job of Roche at the moment, is they'll at least get the trade after losing Jenkins, who rotated all the way off the lane towards Roche.
A space created from Jenkins, buying that time, so rest of the team... I'm not sure what the rest of the team was doing, but giving free farm to Morphling, not a good idea. Sitting at 29 and 9, this lane, into Sanking can sometimes be very difficult for Sanking, and we can already see that happening. Janky, did he stack for himself? He didn't, so no stacks. Lane is still in a good spot for Morphling, so gotta keep it there.
Meanwhile, bottom, Fart SJ was putting in a lot of damage onto the tower down there. Got about 1,100 in damage, and that's making Ush's life maybe a little bit difficult. Arrow hits with the avalanche toss. This should be a dead hoodwink, but Snowball only saves for a moment as the Wrath of Nature flies in from Fart SJ. Now the chase is on. Nusham doesn't have an arrow again for another 8 seconds, so they won't exactly have much more than just that kill.
Fart SJ on top of the net worth, 3.5k. Going into Hand of Midas, no surprise there. My man loves some gold, loves to have some extra levels. Can't complain. Nature's Prophet, good stats gain overall with the levels. And look at the damage that he's done on this tier 1 tower already.
It might just drop. They're going to glyph, but this is problematic. You said he wanted that Helm of the Dominator and the Helm of the Overlord really quickly, but this is going to be a problem when you won't have a tower up in your lane for much longer. They're going to lose Annihilate over mid, and it's the Warden who gets the kill. And well, taking out Annihilate, who is doing decently over mid, gives a bit of an advantage over to RRL, and this could certainly turn into a pushing lineup for another NA team if they're not too careful on Fart Studios.
They have good ways of like stopping the push, like Pango with the swashbuckle, with the shield crash, Sanking with his sandstorm. Like even Nature's Prophet sending Treants and also using ulti does help out quite a lot. But yeah, as you said, Leshrac plus Beastmaster, they do put a ton of pressure onto these towers.
Let's see if they're going to try and go over for this mid tier one. They get the bottom tier one. Fartis J come the other way and get even more out of this. Really shrink the map. This is something we saw a lot of the better teams in the Div 1 do. Shrink the map, and RRL are going to go down to that Wrath of Nature as Sonic and Nusham lining up to help get the damage before that Wrath of Nature came in. Shards, sort of well placed, but you still have a leap. You've got the Rolling Thunder continuing in a swashbuckle out there as Nusham gets the final blow onto the Tusk, and that means they're getting the tier 1 tower over mid as well.
Yeah, as I said, these Nature's Prophet being very active early on, going for these towers. Like we even see these like carry Nature's Prophets TP before level 6 to get stuff done, and Jenkins is recovering. Not from what he has, but in this Dota game, he's recovering really well. Going into Blink Dagger next. So, Beastmaster does have Roar available. Faking it.
About going to the epicenter. Sit here in the sandstorm, I guess.
Still gonna be a good timing on this Blink Dagger. 12, 13-minute Blink Dagger, unless he dies 6 times in a row, which I've seen it happen. I've watched Jenkins stream.
How do you like the stream?
Yeah, I'm his biggest fan and the longest subscriber of his channel. Hey. Yeah, and there's something that I mentioned, like here on the bottom lane, he's gonna sit inside the sandstorm, so they're not gonna push.
Yeah, making it hard to at least get more of the map back when you're losing towers like that to the Nature's Prophet that's moving around. And like you said, Fartis J gets the Midas very quickly, going into the Gleipnir next, which is no surprise. It's Midas, Maelstrom, and then off to the races.
Having that root mechanic against hero like Hoodwink, against Tusk, so he can't use the Snowball, Morphling can't use Waveform. Very good. It gives you so much stats as well. Like this item has not been very popular in terms of just like buying the item straight because it's really not that great. But if you combine it on these like intelligence scores like Lina and Nature's Prophet, it feels really good to have.
Looks like another tower is going to go down towards top. Yeah, so that's the main reason we're seeing Gleipnir, right? It's kind of cost effective as well in terms of getting the Maelstrom. You're going to have a farming item, and then going into that lockdown, it'll supplement a good amount of lockdown, even with the lineup that may or may not have a lot.
I gotta tell you something, B-Cup. Listening to you, like, you say a lot of smart stuff. I feel like you did improve a lot during Div 2 because of your co-caster.
I think he might be the best in the world. Going in, Primal Roar used there on a Sonic, and they'll take out the Tiny. Sharpshooter's not going to get a kill. And, you know, it looks like both these teams are pretty even.
Jenkins going in.
Epicenter, Blink, Burrow Strike, RRL. He's going to fall here to Jenkins. They'll at least get one in return on the side of another NA team. And it's just back and forth with a 3K, now 4K net worth lead for Fart Studios. The fights are even, just the farming's not. And I mean, that kind of reflects on the odds we saw earlier, brought to you by esportsbet.io. So you can see them on your screen right now, and it is leaning even further towards Fart Studios.
Yeah, Fart Studios, they are going to hit the certain timings. Like, they already feel very strong having this Diffusal Blade on Pango, Blink Dagger on Sanking. Nature's Prophet will join these fights, but not as a first hero, you know, just TPing in, might use Wrath of Nature. If they kill one, he'll join with TP, and then these fights are gonna get very awkward, I would say, for Dire team. Bushwhack lands.
Good Avalanche. Might help him stay alive, but I think he knows he's dead, especially with the rotation over from Feeling. But I guess that's just the death on a 5-position Tiny, while Maelstrom's getting shipped out here to Fart SJ, and then you've got Annihilate, who's already got his Diffusal going into a Blink Dagger of his own, so that'll help with the Rolling Thunder, that'll help with the control, obviously, which they're trying to supplement with the Gleipnir as well. things are looking good and shaping up for Fart Studios.
They can also like kill Roshan the next couple of minutes. I don't know if they want to just like straight up take Roche, but they could get a kill or two and transition into Roche. Having Nature's Prophet with maxed out Nature's Call does help out quite a lot. And they're smoked bottom lane.
They have that blink, so can close the gap. Do they have the damage to follow it up? Blink, Burrow Strike, Bushwhack doesn't land, arrow hits. Couldn't get the creeps in front of himself in time to stop that arrow. And then that's all the while Annihilate's mid, looking to get some damage here with the shield crash at the end. The right clicks from Fartus J and Fueling comes in, at least trying to trade, but a Blink Burrow Strike from Jenkins means it's a 3-for-1 over the map.
Fueling gets the kill there, but overall the trade isn't really there. Just trading this mid for 2 cores and a position 5. Sonic will place a deep observer ward in the enemy triangle, which is going to scout them. And another one near the mid lane. This is not for what I've seen so far, at least not in Div 1. Like 2 wards pretty much at the same spot, so it covers the movement when they go from tier 1 tower, tier 2 tower in the mid lane, and also anything they have. Arrow? Just kidding. Bushwhack also JK.
Bottom lane, Annihilate, maybe looking to get another kill on Ush, who's still looking to get this Helm the Overlord. This is being, like you said, if they could slow it down, it could feel good for them because they don't have many Helm of the Overlord creep killers, and that's exactly what they're doing right now with the way that they have just bullied this Beastmaster, and they're still trying to chase, and they're not going to find this Pango.
Ooh, they still have
5 heroes bottom.
Yeah, they still have a tier 1 tower here. Let's see if Jenkins decides to rotate. TP on cooldown for a couple of seconds. They even popped the glyph. But let's see. This is not something we see. Beastmaster Leshrac not being able to take tower for 15 minutes.
Now they finally get one, though.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
So you can see it kind of cuts into the net worth lead. Most of it in the hands of Fartus J, who is just 600 gold short of finishing off the Gleipnir. And I think the way they've been fighting so far has worked for their first 15 minutes, but coming into the big game and having a Gleipnir available is going to really open up the aggression for Fart Studios.
It's such a powerful timing. Once you get to that Gleipnir, Feeling will pick up double damage. Nusham, not much he can offer there. Does have an arrow, but no real follow-up from the team. Looking at the items, especially on the carries, Morphling going for Lincoln Sphere as first item. There's literally not anything that procs the Lincoln Sphere other than Burrow Strike, so he's only protecting against that. Does not want to get bursted by Sanking, but there's also a bunch of other spells that he needs to be afraid of. Swashbuckle, the Gleipnir item that we mentioned.
Rolling Thunder, Arrow, and the Control. Now they've got the Burrow Strike. They have not let RRL move, but they still don't have the damage to get the kill. They're going to snowball and bring over this Morphling. They get RRL as well as Ush. Now the Morphling as well as the Tusk trying to fight the TP from Fartus J is not going to be enough, as they'll use the Adaptive Strike to get the stop on that and get a kill. Sonic's also going to die here to the Morphling. So Morph coming in, and Argus is going to get a double kill, and that works out well for another NA team after losing Leshrac and Beastmaster, but it still does cost them that.
That's still signs of life from Argus, getting that double kill. He just finished the Lincoln Sphere that we mentioned, turning into Sand King in the previous fight. I think he has some good options. The one is Sand King, the other one is Pango. And then going into Dragonlance next, which he's gonna have that item in the next minute. So Morphling, definitely a hero that they should respect more. They can't just give away the lead that they have, and also missing out that this was supposed to be the big timing for Fart Studios, having this Gleipnir on Nature's Prophet that we mentioned. Also, why is Fartus J walking? He does have this global presence. He does have teleportation.
Arrow, RRL in trouble again. Bushwhack not going to land. Yule's up into the air. Now they get the kill there onto the Warden. And had the Hunter's Boomerang hitting the damage on Fartus J. Doesn't want to die back to back, but he will. And they still cannot kill off this Leshrac. There are 3 heroes here that are all going to burn out to this Leshrac, as he just stands there and pulses.
Level 14 does have a casual cloak, and that Fairy Trinket definitely helping out. Good shards.
Oh, good shards.
Godly shards.
Keeping this Rolling Thunder away for at least a good amount of the duration.
Bloodstone in a second.
Toss into the Rolling Thunder, Swashbuckle, Bloodstone, Snowball on a Sonic. So they're going to continue to chase, and now they've got the Morphling. This is just all feed for Fart Studios.
All right, they're kind of losing it today.
Oh, Newsham.
This is gonna be a full team wipe. He has no leap charges available.
They're just trying to get the vision, waveform, adaptive strike. There it is. Full team wipe for another NA team, and all of a sudden that 5k net worth lead is gone.
Yeah, like these 5, 10, 15, 20k gold leads, these are just irrelevant numbers. It doesn't mean anything. So you can expect it to go both ways. Like even if Dire team manages to get 10,000 gold lead, it's still comebackable. But I don't know. Like they were supposed to be strong with the heroes that they have. Pango did pick up a Blink Dagger. I'm not sure if that was needed because, I mean, sure, it's always a good item to have on Pango, don't get me wrong, but as a second item, maybe he feels a bit too weak. There's no real save on their side other than like mech on Mirana, but that's about it. So he still feels relatively squishy, and playing into Beastmaster and Leshrac that we mentioned, like having something to hold him during the Rolling Thunder and with the Edict running, they definitely do have enough damage to bring him down.
These long-running fights definitely favor another NA team at the moment. What's a way that they can get another item to potentially burst these heroes quicker? Hold that thought. Burrow Strike short. And this is kind of awkward, but a Yules, the Wrath of Nature, and a Star Storm. Still going to get the kill there on a feeling, even though the Burrow Strike wasn't that great.
Not the greatest, not the worst. I've seen people not even use Burrow Strike, so gotta give 3 points to Jenkins out of 10. Yeah, that's another death from I Annihilate. At one point he was 1-1-1 and that died pretty much 4 times, so needs to be more careful. Jenkins in the vicinity trying to set things up, but no real follow-up. Newsham, maybe he was close enough to use like a leap into arrow and then follow it up with the epicenter, but didn't happen.
So what really went wrong for Fart Studios? Because were they just over aggressive?
Yeah, when they formed the team, pretty much that was the turning point. Everything until that point looked really well for them, but then they decided to get some of the players, and they're like, yeah, it's an old Arkosh. They didn't have much success. Arrow.
Yeah, they've got the sharpshooter, now the arrow. They'll get the kill on the warden who tried to kill off Newsham, but Jenkins comes in with the Burrow Strike and stops that from happening. Maybe if they went back in time, they would just not go to the registration page. Like, if that's what you're saying.
Yeah, it's just a good content, good NA content that they're providing us with. Artist J wants to get inside the Roche pit, now with Pango having a couple of points in Lucky Shot, reducing armor and disarm. That's definitely gonna help out Dire. They know exactly where they are. They're also underneath the vision from Dire, so let's see if they decide to approach this one. Ancient Ice Shaman, my favorite.
Oh, Avalanche Toss, and now the Bloodstone activated Burrow Strike. Epicenter, they got the damage to get the kill on Osh, but here comes the Morphling, and they get the kill on RRL, so the 2 of these heroes are already gone. Taking the Leshrac out was their biggest problem in the previous engagements. They've also got a kill into the Toss. They're just going to fight here on the Morph. Jenkins has the Burrow Strike ready, the arrow to follow it up. Leshrac lands onto the Sand King, but it's not looking like it's going to matter, and they've got everything to get the kill there on Argus.
As I said, it's anyone's game to take, but this time around, Jenkins gets a really good Burrow Strike epicenter in the back lines.
Full team wipe. They still got the warden.
Yeah, the graph looks pretty
like
wild. Yeah, it's just another NA game, back and forth. You get a team wipe, then you get team wiped. It's gonna be Fortis J holding on to that Aegis, and does have a BKB on top of 1,000 gold. So he's gonna scale. He's gonna scale really well. I want to see what his next item is gonna be.
Yeah, with the BKB now on him, and anybody else going for a BKB at the moment? Not in particular. It's actually Ags for I Annihilate. He's got the shard, so he's got the roll up, and Ags also being built here by Newsham. And then I see Shiva's for Sand King. So 1 BKB is all they need. 1 BKB to rule them all, and we'll see if they can rule this game. Now they're back to a 5,000 net worth lead.
And now, I don't want to spoil it, but I just got a news from Jenkins. He privately messaged me that they got team wiped. They lost Aegis and all 5 members of their Fart Studios. So,
How live is that note?
yeah, it's they got the message from someone. I can't mention his name.
Dire's top tower is
We'll
under
see if it comes to fruition.
Arrow will not
Arrow.
find this hoodwink. Like these
middle tower.
heroes that are playing from the trees are very annoying. The first one that comes to my mind is actually Tree. So
Dire's top tower has
I don't know.
changes.
Something needs to be changed. Like we all want to see a new patch, but yeah, I've seen so many games. I think I've seen Treant Protector in 50% of the games, pretty much. There's just
Honestly, I think that's a low number. I think it's more than that. It feels like it's about 65.
either we've been casting a lot of Dota or that hero has been split pushing for like last decade. I feel like it.
And that hero is in everything, and it's not going away, it seems, anytime soon if there's not going to be a patch before the Lena Major. So 4K lead, still just farming up. They've got Morphling now.
Gotta farm
with his
up.
Lincolns and going into the Manta. So he's far behind where Tortoise J is, but there's no surprise in that with the Nature's Prophet. They have found a 250 gold creep with the Helm of the Overlord creep going down.
Yeah.
Wrath of Nature, Avalanche, and Sonic. He's kind of by himself. So he's going to die here to Argus.
We spoke about this Helm of the Overlord creep not being, being a nuisance for the enemy team if you hit the certain timings, but you can see him like dying. Double damage on Pango definitely help out, but you can see they can stun lock him with the heroes that they have, and I like what I see. Fart Studios going for Shiva's Guard next and Scotty on Fartest J. He's getting very close to it. Also, he is about to crack level 20, so Leash Mechanic against Snowball, potentially a save. Morphling goes through BKB. This, I think we said it so many times. I also know what your answer is going to be once I say that this Sprout Leash's mechanic is Imba. You're going to say, yeah, and we're going to continue to talk about something else. So it's just you're going to say that it feels like level 25 talent, then I'm going to ignore it. And I could solo cast this game. That's how much time I've spent with you. But this game...
Not enough time.
Yeah, definitely not enough time from your side. But from my side, different perspective. Fartest J going for that second tier 2 tower. He wants to bring it down. Does have a BKB available. 9-second BKB that he didn't even pop yet. Got a Scotty in meanwhile. Nusham holding Philosopher's Stone, going to Aghanims that you mentioned. Wants to scale slightly better.
Yeah. That just strike comes in on the Nusham. Nothing doing, though. I'm trying to give you the answers that you expect. Now I'm trying to be one step ahead. Sprout Leashes does feel like a 25 count. It's probably, honestly, it's gonna get removed, right?
Yeah, it's like we're not gonna rework this. It's not gonna be doesn't go through Magic Immunity anymore. It's just like straight up gone. It's gonna be, I don't know what it's gonna be, but it's gonna be something different. Something not as cool. I don't mind seeing something like, he had like 15 or 20 armor, 10 armor, I can't remember. It was a long time ago. My favorite talents are the move speed talents. Like, oh, you get 25 move speed. That's it.
I'm a big fan of hold on. Bro Strike up in the air with that bushwhack. They'll get a quick kill on the Jenkins. I think we should bring back the respawn talents.
I'm gonna lose it.
It's too early for this for you.
Yeah, it's almost 4 a.m. for me. I can't deal with it. I can't deal with your ideas. So 4K gold lead one more time. It feels like it has been 4K gold lead for last 15 minutes pretty much. And Nature's Prophet going into Lincoln Sphere next. I guess he is afraid of this Beastmaster getting on top of him. Is there anything big? RRL picking up his BKB next. Not sure what the Lincoln's really is for on Nature's Prophet, other than Beastmaster's Roar.
Yeah, both Lincolns in this game kind of feel a little bit interesting or
Yeah,
questionable.
if Aghanim Scepter was built on Morphling, I would say that it's okay, because then like he steals your stats, and if you were a different hero, like it's not the hero you want to morph into anyway.
Let's smoke up. See if they can find Fart SJ. He's been pretty greedy here. Bushwhack lands, and now they'll get the snowball with the Walrus Punch and the damage to get Fart SJ. They'll catch him by himself.
Dyer's middle tower
Yeah, you can
And
see
these
on
heroes are gonna
camera.
start moving bottom for Fart Studios.
Seeing him on camera definitely blames the team there for controlling his hero, but yeah, rest of the team trying to make something happen at this right side of the
Burrow
map.
strike.
Good Burrow Strike from Janky.
On a 2, Avalanche, BKB, Primal Roar. It's on the Marana. Goes up into the air. Nushim surviving, but BKB's now been popped by RRL, so they need to start to leave on this. Annihilate, he doesn't have Rolling Thunder, but he does have the roll up. Now a Swashbuckle the other direction. Shield crashing once again, but they're just not doing the damage to either
they
of these
find Tiny.
heroes. Yeah, Warden comes over and gets a Bushwhack, and they have the follow-up stun. So Fart Studios, again, the aggression biting them heavily.
Down to even one more time. I feel like Morphling is gonna take over this game. He's getting way too much farm, even though Nature's Prophet has like 2-3k more than him. It just feels that once he gets to his items, and we're getting really close. Right now he's 4-slotted, and I've seen games in this patch where Morphling gets to like 5-6 slotted. He just becomes unkillable. Going into Hurricane Pike next to be able to break this Sprout so he can actually be more maneuverable in a fight, use his waveform. Pangos has had a rough time. Like in terms of damage output, I think he's up there, but they don't have anything to protect him with. We talked about the itemization. There is also like no Lotus Orb being built, going into this greedy build, going for the Aghanim Scepter, the more scaling. A lot of them are going for the scaling builds, and yeah, we can see Dota Plus
Shift the other way.
favoring Morphling.
Yeah, that is seeming like the right idea, at least from Dota Plus. We'll see if it holds up. Like you said, it's an NA game, so at the end of the day, the net worth doesn't matter.
These are just some irrelevant numbers, like score doesn't matter, graphs. Some deep vision placed in the Fart Studios base that's gonna scout out potential smokes, and also another one that is being pointed out by our observer that is also scouting out Fart SJ, so he needs to be more careful. Dyer, they're thinking that the rest of the team is smoked behind, maybe try to bait him this time around.
5-man smoke from another NA team. And
Smoke and
they're gonna
smoke
come
action.
over. Moonlight Shadow breaking the smoke. Burrow Strike early onto the Tusk, but they're trying to take the snowball out of the equation. They've got the Rolling Thunder as well as the roll up. They'll get the kill with the Starstorm. The buyback's going to come in for the Tusk. Now they're looking. Primal Roar lands onto Fart SJ, and he's by himself, so he is just going to die here. They left him all alone. Snowball and Annihilate. Stun lands on a Sonic. Arrow comes in, and it's not going to land on anything. They get the kill on Annihilate. 3-man Avalanche, but it's not going to matter. These heroes need to leave. They've already lost their 1 and their 2, and it looks like another NA team are going to take another NA fight in their favor.
They did buy back on feeling. Oh, the Warden finds another one. I mean, it's Tiny. Whenever I see Tiny, I'm like, yeah, that's a core. Second Roshan being taken. Argus will definitely pick it up. He doesn't mind some good old Aegis on Morphling.
See where the shard goes to. Probably Ush.
Oh, he might pick it up as well. I think it's a really good pickup here because he can't be blown up by a Sand Like, he can't get stunned, so he can always use the shift. Let's see, holding it for now, and gives it to Ush, as you said, because he had one queued up. Dive Bomb, really good. Spell, not as good as it was before. Root mechanic now instead of a stun, but still Root, a setup for other abilities.
So 7k lead for another NA team. They've got this second Aegis in their hands. Have Fart Studios kind of just missed their timing?
Definitely, like the first fight that we mentioned, having this in, like Nature's Prophet, Leipnir, Pango, with the Diffusal Blade and the Blink Dagger, I think he had at that point, so he was super farmed. and then having Sanking with a Blink Dagger, but they couldn't really find any openings. Like these earlier fights that they were supposed to take and win, it didn't happen. Oh my god, Farda SJ one more time trying to mana fight against Leshrac with the Bloodstone, BKB, Hood, and Nethershall. We'll just pop that BKB and TP out.
Yeah, now they've got Moonlight Shadow trying to help Sonic get away, but that's not going to work for them. They'll get yet another, and now the rest of the team kind of needs to retreat. Jenkins goes north.
That's south, yeah.
Escape the Morphling. Now he's going south. Was going north.
He was going north, then south. Yeah. My favorite one is when people ask me for direction, or when I ask for direction, they're like, "Yeah, just go south and then turn onto." Like, what? What are you talking about? Like south?
You've gone too far.
Do I have a compass with me?
You should at all times. I mean, you see it in all RPG games. Compass is key.
Radiant's top tower.
I don't know what you're doing in this day and age of not having a compass.
Cosplaying Kunkka. That's what I'm not doing. Morphling almost has enough money to buy a full Scotty. There are different items that he can get in this game. Like, I don't mind Scotty. Gonna give him more stats. Ooh.
That stun was looking for Jenkins and almost hit Annihilate.
Blink available.
That could have been
and Jenkins
terrible.
so quick. This is why
die there to
this
Annihilate.
man is invited to TI as an analyst.
Because of that escape?
Yeah, he's game knowledge, his game sense, good looks, good sense of humor.
Okay. So if you're looking to check some boxes...
Yeah, empowering his colleagues, his colleagues are doing a much better job. Sonic? Oh, what was that? Blink.
Oh boy. And they are going to get the kill on the Tiny, it looks like, but Burrow Strike and an Avalanche on a 2 stops that from happening. So they've rotated well. Fardas J still trying to fight, and the aggression is right onto the Nature's Prophet. That's all they want. He doesn't have a BKB anymore. Sprout, Li Shing, very balanced talent.
This is 2 versus 5.
And, they're still trying to fight. Jenkins, Burrow Strike, Epicenter. Do they have the damage? Gleipnir coming out. Sonic's finally going to fall. Bloodstone's not going to be enough, and they get the Aegis out of the hands of this Morphling. So even with the massive lead, now all of a sudden, it's looking like Park Studios are going to win a fight here. Burrow Strike, can they kill the Morphling? Force Staff Manta, Waveform, and a kill on Anushum on his way out. Might be through a body bag, but right now he's at least getting something done, and he finally dies the farthest J.
Back and forth, back and forth. They do kill 2 supports immediately. They do kill Beastmaster. And then the rest of the team decides to take the... I can't blame them there. Like, they still have Aegis on Morphling. But this time around, Jenkins putting in some work with the Burrow Strikes. They land the combos. Even Annihilate combines his Blink Dagger with the Rolling Thunder. Gets multiple of those in a fight. And now having double damage and the Aghanim Scepter. So... Ooh. It all started with this weird blink from Tiny where he blinked like 20 range away. I guess he was trying to blink away, but not sure what happened. Still Sonic getting in, getting stuff done. Blink Dagger plus the Force Staff done on position 5. Tiny holding on to Ceremonial Robe. So these stuns are gonna last longer, but Jenkins fine. Has that flicker. We'll use it. Good way of dispelling things.
Never a bad item to have. Ninja Gear also now found here for the Nature's Prophet and Fardas J. Well, with that, is he going to hold it? No, he's still holding on to the Mindbreaker, actually. Thinking about the Epicenter, but Blink, Shard, Stun, Jenkins, he's the one who's found. Bushwhack, Hunters, Boomerang, and the Sharpshooter not even needed. Wow. They clean him up. He was the one getting ready to go and ends up being the one getting found.
Rest of the team not there. Nature's Prophet, level 25. No CD on TP. Imagine if you told someone outside of Dota, no CD on TP. What would they think you said?
I don't know.
They would just give you a look. Timeless Relic, found by Leshrac. He'll definitely take this one. debuff duration, extra 15 spell damage. It just feels like a very strong item on certain heroes, like Zeus, Lesh, Queen of Pain. Not that we've seen too much of a Queen of Pain anyway, but definitely needs some loving. Nature's Prophet. Radiant wins 3, so 100%. Not bad.
That might change. Potentially. We'll see. Still a lot of time, still an even game, so maybe it won't change. Who knows? But you don't want to be the one who breaks.
Yeah, there are 2 teams
right?
in this game. One of them is gonna win in the end, so. Morphling in the end decided to go for Butterfly instead of that Scotty to have a bit more damage output and also to protect himself against Nature's Prophet. I guess that's because he saw Daedalus. There's also Gleipnir that goes, like the procs go through evasion. The Warden will fall.
He's died 6 times, not as many as I Annihilate, but he's been found out a couple times just trying to use that scurry to get some information. Moonlight Shadow, not trying to put the aggression on. Fortis J's down bottom and use that Gleipnir. Needs to leave immediately, and they will not see him. Just getting away by the skin of his teeth once again. Roche potentially up in 30 seconds. Ooh, East up top. See if they grab that and go. Still 30 seconds, no Warden. Let's see if they are going to group up. Do they have a smoke ready? They've got one on Tiny.
And he's the one
Jenkins mid.
picking up the haste rune. Fortis J, he can be anywhere on the map, has Invis from that Trickster's Cloak, a lot of defensive item, a lot of HP on him. Doesn't have Satanic, so not a, like, doesn't have that second life, but if he has buyback available, he can always come back into a fight with the TP back home if it feels like this is budget Satanic, level 25 on Nature's Prophet. They start hitting you, you TP back, you use healing salve, you come back into a fight again because you have no
waveform,
no cooldown on it.
Trying to be the Tiny and use that avalanche. BKB gets popped. Now they go to the Primal Roar. It's going to be on to Jenkins to the Rolling Thunder, but the BKB's popped around the horn here for the side of another NA team. Jenkins dies, no buyback with Roche up. He has no gold.
He spent all of his gold. Does have that Shiva's Guard plus Scotty, of course, definitely 2 great items against the Morphling. Let's see if someone decides to go for a steal.
Nusham, but they will get their hands onto this Pangolier, and I Annihilate needs to leave. Swashbuckle and leaving while Roche is left down with just 1,700 health, and I Annihilate's going to be able to live. They go back into the pit. Arrow. And Aegis into the hands of another NA team once again, and they've got the Refresher shard on the cheese too.
I'm just thinking about who's going to pick up the Refresher. I guess you give it to Beastmaster. Double BKB, double Primal Roar. Sounds really good. And also potentially a double Hex coming out from him. They do lack slightly in terms of control, especially if, like, what we've seen happen. Both supports die. Beastmaster also either used the Roar or he died, and then you have Morphling plus Slash Rack. So in terms of control, they could definitely use some extra.
Where does it come from if they need a little bit more?
A Beastmaster with the Hex.
Is that enough, though?
Double Hex, yeah, most definitely. We've seen... Okay, you can say it now. This is your line.
Double Hex?
No.
No, you got it,
I got it. So in the Chinese DPC, we did have a lot of hexes being built from the offlaners, and relatively early on, Fortis J, is he AFK? What is happening? He just moved his hero after 30 seconds of just standing there. It's a good content, bro.
It's for the video. Yeah, we'll see the inside scoop when the blog or vlog comes out in like a week or two. Fortis J moving forward once again with that no cooldown TP. Arrow hit on the whole track, but a bit too far away for them to make the jump. And Argus, he is smoked, looking for a target as they're under the Shroud of Moonlight Shadow, but a waveform forward going after Sonic. Throw strike, Primal Roar. Jenkins doesn't get a chance to get that BKB off and will fall to Ush. So they're going to chase. They want more leap. Swashbuckle bashes and another leap. Argus not going to get hit by that arrow. It's actually an illusion that eats it. And all the while, Fartus J, he's cutting the creep wave. Just gets out in time, too.
Sitting on 10,000 gold on Nature's Prophet. It's time to invest. Oh, that almost catches him. Boomerang.
Everything short, just by an inch.
They do have a gem, which is being held by Tusk right now. Might consider giving it to someone else. I mean, Tusk is the front line. Beastmaster does have a slot available. I wouldn't mind seeing it on the Beastmaster, because he's the one, like, blinking in. He wants to see the Sanking. Fartus J never wants to sell his Midas, the value. Never-ending gold. Summons
It
Treants.
is too much value.
Goes back to the bottom lane, goes back to the top lane. Kind of hard to follow.
Moving as quickly as a Storm Spirit across the map. Making it hard for them to catch him, and he's going, or at least wants to go into the MKB. We'll see.
Wants to have another way of piercing through Butterfly, and also...
They have... He's gonna TP. Oh, the Rolling Thunder! He got TP away! They wanted the Primal Roar, but...
Yeah, that
Rolling Thunder just in time.
Yeah, that Lincoln's here. I don't think I have mentioned the Lincolns against the Primal Roar, so it wasn't that bad of a pickup.
Oh, they still found him.
But he found them. Like, they didn't find him. He TP'd in the middle of a fight in the river. This is the second time, and now Beastmaster, that Hex is picked up, so potentially a double Hex. So 7-second duration, plus add Primal Roar, extra 4 seconds, add another 4 from a refresher. So that's a lot of control that they have. Fartus J, 73 seconds. Jenkins trying to cut the creep wave on a mid lane.
They got the Aegis out of his hands. RL moves forward, but they're going to roll up right on top of him, trying to land the arrow. They got it, but they just don't have the follow-up damage, and they got to stun under the Warden for a second with a Swashbuckle, I believe. And now you hold your ground. BKB, right-clicking, Argus. How long are you going to stay here? Waveform back with the rest of your team, but the Burrow Strike, that lands on RL. Fartus J is going to buy back.
They need to get something out of this. This is a big buyback.
Where
Tiny.
can they cut him off?
So, and buyback for nothing. So if they catch him one more time, that means he's going to be dead for like 130 plus seconds. He's, what, level 27 at the moment. Invested everything. Does have that MKB. Needs to be more careful with the teleports. Beastmaster with the Boots of Travel. Like 1 initiation from him. Like 1 Hex into Roar. Will give enough time for the team to reconnect, because he can use it one more time. And this is Smoke from Fart Studios. Let's see, Fartus J thinking about TPing in.
Everybody's got buyback for the Dire, so this feels like a dire situation for the Radiant. Because you lose Fartus J and you probably lose the game. Thank you for the pity laugh. Appreciate that.
That was a
We're
good.
going to go and potentially find just the Warden again. And I mean, that's not really who you want in a situation like this, but I guess you got to take the kill, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Jenkins gets it. We're getting to level 25 territory on some of the heroes. We already got a couple, like Pango, Rolling Thunder cooldown. We talked about the Nature's Prophet. On the other side, Lashrak, of course, Diabolic Edict, and Morphling decided to go with the Waveform cooldown. But the big one, I would say, is Jenkins hitting level 25, the Sandstorm Slow and Blind. This talent is... It's so good, but we don't see too much of a Sanking, and we don't see Sanking hitting 25 in those games anyway.
Allies disappear.
They're going to come all the way through with the Moonlight Shadow and throw down an Obs. And they're going to split this fight up very quickly. Sonic going the other way. I know it's already taken out here by Argus, and they've got the BKB pop by Ush. They get 2 kills very quickly. Both those heroes have buyback, but get cleaned up like that does not feel great. And Fortis J is pushing the lane, but immediately a TP out from RRL.
If they stun one target, their damage is very explosive. You have this like position 5 Tusk that just punches you potentially through a BKB, Beastmaster with Aura, Morphling. Pretty much 6 slotted at this point, has 11,000 gold saved up. This is going to be a set of barracks. 2 heroes don't want to buy back. As I said, they do have buybacks available, and another set of barracks on the mid lane that they started munching on a couple of minutes ago. Now, like 55 seconds without Pango, you need to buy right now.
These buildings just die so quickly, and then Jenkins just Hero strikes a boar. Like, that's all they're getting out of these buybacks. The disengage from another NA team's been perfect.
Yeah, buyback from your mid laner, you kill the boar. Value.
Best value you can get.
Morphling
For
13,000 gold. Like,
why buy anything if you're winning? Don't change it up.
40,000 net worth of. Oh man, Last Strike's also massive. Having this Timeless Relic plus Overwhelming Bling, so longer duration slow on that. So he blinks into the middle of the fight. If you don't pop a BKB, you're most likely dead just from the slow, because Beastmaster with Aura and the Morphling will take care of the rest. Satanic in the backpack for this Morphling. Wants to use the cheese. Not a lot of value from cheese, especially if he's near the Shiva's guard or Scotty, so it's just gonna be like eating pretty much a full magic wand at that point, considering all the reductions.
And fourth Roche is up. That is Ag's Blessing and Refresher Short. So they gotta contest if you're Fart Studios. I don't know if you could just allow this to go down, but well, they're already on it, and I don't think they can do anything about it.
Yeah, they're not close enough. This damage post 50 minutes into the game, you know, like this Roshan, he needs to be stronger. Aghanim Scepter, who's gonna pick it up?
Yeah,
it seems like it's gonna be him.
RRL.
I don't mind that. It's I'd say underrated one. We do see it being picked up from time to time. Mostly not prioritized, but against like some heavy clickers, like Nature's Prophet, if he pops a BKB, like, yeah, this is Mega Creep Jenkins going in.
Burrow Strike.
One last ride.
They've got the Aeon Disc. They're going to try and go for it. They've got the stun onto a couple coming out from the Leshrac. RRL, really rad. Leshrac is helping out and getting these kills. You get the buyback coming out from Sonic. Jenkins dies. He's gone for 95 seconds. Walrus punch in the air with BKB. Fortis J trying to get out, but the stun lands from RRL, and they'll take out Fortis J. So without the Nature's Prophet, a lot of their damage, a lot of their control is lacking, but maybe they can hold. But it's going to be up against Megas and Morphling ripping through the space. So
yeah, they can hold for another 5 seconds because Throne is going down.
Oh,
the Warden.
Argus. Well, the rest of the team is just hitting the base. They get the kill on a Sonic. Now they're rolling Thunder. Do they have the damage to get anybody else? They get Feeling, Primal Roar. Now they'll focus the Throne. They don't want to throw this one away, and they're going to get the first game for another NA team.
Nicely done. The game did look pretty rough, I would say. Considering the start, like their lanes were in a bad spot, and then Far Studios kind of delivered it to them, because it was 5k gold lead and then 5k gold lead one more time for Far Studios, but another NA team keeping their composure and getting the dub here. I think Morphling carried the game pretty hard, and the same goes for Leshrac. Like, sure, Hoodwink also had some really good bushwhacks to catch them off guard. And feels like we're gonna have a full series. I think this one's gonna go to game 3, considering how things are going with these two teams.
You never know what you can do with these series, because I don't know if half the teams know what they've got in their hands until it's gone. But well, to break it down and to break down what these teams had and what ended up occurring in this one, we've got the panel. So back over to you guys.
There was a little bit of back and forth in this game. I mean, I won't lie. I thought up until, maybe the 15-minute mark, this was going to be something for Fart Studios. They were aggressive. They looked great. They had taken a lot of tier 1 towers, and there wasn't a lot of map for Ant to kind of be present on Fear, but they just couldn't keep up with the aggression? Like, every time they tried to be, it just didn't work out in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of goes to like, I think the itemization was a little strange. I guess it could be draft and itemization. I think Nusham probably should have went for a Vessel playing against the Morphling and the Leshrac to have that early timing to deal with all this healing. You know, FSJ tried his best to go into like a build where he got a Scotty, then he went into Lincoln's, and it felt like he just had no damage at that point. And Sand King is a hero that never does damage, and Pango didn't have the type of game where he was going to do a lot of damage either. So their mid game, they're really lacking, just damage.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Like, talking about iron builds, this was just a mistake, right? Far SJ, he went Midas into Gleipnir on Nature's Prophet, but you look at, Mickey, and he goes Ags. So this was just a massive mistake from him. He should have gone the Ags.
Okay, that was it. That was the end of the... Sorry, I thought there was a little bit more there, but no.
I was just waiting for Fear to agree.
No, I mean, I definitely agree with that. The Ags could have done a lot of work here, rooting the Sand King into place, maybe Pango. That would have been really good.
Okay, sorry, it's thrown me off that you guys are agreeing with each other. You know what I mean? But even though there was some mistimings from Fart's user, at least item-wise, and they looked great. They were able to keep calm through a lot of that sort of aspect. But in your eyes, who do you think was doing the most to be able to keep them on the map and keep them in a position to be able to push through that mid and take advantage of the lack of Fart's user's damage sheep?
And they had a pretty good... I don't want to say it's one person, because I actually think they were all playing pretty well.
Yeah.
Like, they were just constantly, like, kind of sweeping and looking for pickoffs. I think Fart Studios were out of position quite often, especially on Jenkins, for example. Like, when he showed mid, they were really quick to sort of jump on that. So really, I don't have, like, a one MVP. I just liked how Ant used their vision. Like, a lot of their warding was focused around the middle of the map, whereas Fart Studios had more, like, side lane vision presence, like on Tinker Cliffs and stuff like that. So, yeah, Ant were just kind of looking to brawl kind of in a line across the entire map, and they did really well on that.
Yeah, massive props to Ant to be able to do that. And even though you weren't able to come up with an MVP yourself, I do know that there is going to be an MVP. I have already forgotten who it was, so Argus is going to be the MVP. And goodness for graphics, am I right, Fia?
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely right here. This Morphling is a really... he was really good this game, right? Like, his laning stage didn't go the best, but it was good enough. And eventually saw in that, like, mid-team fight, he turned into Sand King, got a double kill, really got him back into this game. And it was, like, not even a matter of a question if Morph would carry this game, because at some point he would. He's playing against a lot of heroes that he's very good against. He outscales the Nature's Prophet in a 1v1 scenario, and that's what he did. Him and Ush, I think Ush did a really good job this game too, always finding that BSJ, he had all the net worth, right? So he found him with a roar every time, and then Argus would find him and follow up with the damage, and after that, they had no damage on the side of Fart Studios.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you would agree as well that this butterfly pickup was so good. Like, instead of going for the Scotty, he went for that butterfly. Like, the innovation here, top notch.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with that one. Like, the evasion really helped him when playing versus the NP, the auto attacks. Like, the evasion, what can you do? Like, if you're not hitting him, how are you going to kill the Morph?
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, one last thing as well. Sorry, Nat. You have to think as well. Like, you look at Nature's Prophet, I think he made a massive mistake. He went for the leash talent at 20, which is just objectively worse than the mischance talent. Because, like, you look at MKB, it's one of the lowest pick rate items in Dota. So if he had just gotten that, and you look at this Morph, he doesn't have an MKB. So, like, don't you think this would have just been a much better talent that could have won them the game?
I mean, you might be onto something here, Sheep. Like, that missed talent could have made the difference in one fight. Because we saw the leash talent, it didn't really do much this game, right? But what if they had that one team fight where Morph just couldn't hit? Because there's 100% evasion. That could have been the game.
Yeah.
It could have been. It could have been. I mean, I love that everything you're saying, Sheep, is just a next level gigabrain that all Fear can do is agree. Another thing I do love is our sponsor, esportsbet.io. They are launching a watch to earn platform. If you guys want more details, you can head on over to their Discord. And if you don't know how to find that, well, then you can just scroll down on the PGL Twitch channel. There'll be a nice little link there for you guys. So a link to a link for more links and more information on the watch to earn and a chance to win some cash. Guys, a Fight Studio is going to have to go back to the drawing board in game number 2. Is there just going to have to be a big old reshuffle in how they are drafting Sheep?
Yeah, because I mean, if you look at the way they drafted, they left the last pick of overall to Jenkins, but that's kind of a mistake because like when you draft, you're meant to leave your last pick for your best player, which is Nusham. So I think they really messed up in that regard, and hopefully they go for that next time.
Yeah, do you want to agree with that one too, Fear, before we go to a break?
I mean, that's definitely not a bad idea. I don't think Jenkins is their best player at all, and I don't think he made a lot with that last pick. And, you know, maybe Nusham, if he was playing a hero that had more impacts, could have made something happen there.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Game 1 is in the past, though. Game 2 in our future right after this break. Welcome back. It's game number 2 between Ant and Fart Studios here. We got some great names going on in Div 2 NA, but even better drafts. I mean, game 1, you never would have thought it'd play out the way it did. In game number 2, almost anything else can happen here, Fia.
Yeah, I mean, we could
Yeah, thanks for
get a
jumping on that one
3-game
really quick.
series, or it could end in 2. Anything could happen. You are right.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
what cannot happen is another NA team cannot get Beastmaster this game.
God, he's so observant, Sheep.
He is truly one of a kind. Yeah, the Beastmaster ban. I mean, this is the sort of innovation that we've come to really love and respect from this team. So, yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about their chances going into the next one. They also recognize that their Nature's Prophet was just so terrible that they have to ban it from themselves.
All right, hold up. All right. So, like, literally yesterday,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mentioned. Okay,
Yeah.
it wasn't yesterday. We had a break yesterday, but the day
Yeah,
before.
the day before yesterday. Yep.
I mentioned BSJ. Like, does he play NP? I've never seen him play NP. Like, are they at a disadvantage because he can't play NP? But apparently he can play NP.
10 seconds.
But they banned it this game. I'm not saying his NP was bad last game. It was fine. I mean, other than not going
Fine.
Ags, of course, and the miss talent, you know, on the level 20 talent. But other than that, it was pretty good. But that was just a little tangent there, not related to this game. They did get Rubik first pick, though.
God, I
Followed by
love
Mars
Fia's
and Silencer.
anecdotes. I love Fia's anecdotes. Such great
Beautiful.
stories.
Okay, memes aside though, I actually thought his Nature's Prophet was not the worst. I just thought the draft was like, it made it difficult for him to play. Because you look at fights that went poorly for them, for example, and your Sand kind of wants to do a jump that's pretty fast, because people will just BKB after the end of your stun, and then you're kind of worthless as an offlaner, so you sort of want to just jump with the stun and kill someone and blow them up. But Nature's doesn't function like that in a fight, so you just saw so many times where their initiations were so awkward and the damage was just like way too late to come out. And I think that just struggled in general then because of the draft. So I don't hate his Nature's Prophet.
The Mars Silencer, though, we saw Mars 2 days ago between Penguin Squad and C-Dub. I can't remember off the top. I'm pretty sure it lost. And I think Mars just overall just doesn't really have a very good win rate in a lot of different regions. But and go for it here. Yeah, the Mars Silencer, though, on the other hand, does have much more success. But Mars Fear, I'm just not really enjoying it a lot this patch and when and where it's been picked up.
5 seconds.
Why not? What have you not been enjoying?
Well, no, this is where you jump on. You're like, yeah, I agree because of all these reasons. What the
Oh,
heck,
I see.
Fia? You're
Sorry.
supposed to have my
Okay,
back.
okay.
You're so unagreeable now, it's insane.
All right,
I'm so
got your back.
sorry. I will
All
try
right.
to be more agreeable next time.
so
You need to be
Mars,
more
yeah,
like me.
terrible hero right now. Like, unless you buy Greaves on this hero is not good. Most people are thinking it's 2015 and they're just playing offlaners that have a blink and a stun, but the meta has evolved. If you're not playing a hero that has either just wins his lane, which is still kind of outdated, like the Razor and Vipers, now onto like the meta, like Zoo type of heroes, or just a natural Greaves carrier like the Death Prophet, you're playing offlane wrong. So Mars sits in that category right now where people are living in the past. And there's like all these players who spammed Pango. They spammed Mars in the offlane for 3 years straight because it was good. They just haven't moved on, and that's why we haven't seen them been winning, because they're just so comfortable on the heroes. Sorry if I struck a nerve there, Sheep.
Those are 2 of my most played offlaners.
But you play it differently, though, right, Sheep? You're not like every other offlaner with Mars.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I have obviously like tracked the way Mars has changed. I think I always liked the ability to go Bracer as a starting item into a Falcon Blade in lane, and with Phase, you're not going for Soul Ring anymore. The Mars I saw the other day in a pro game was buying a Soul Ring, and I think that's just terrible. You need to just buy this stat items. It will upkeep your mana enough, and then you just out CS in lane and sort of bully that way, and then try and just be a presence on the map. And that's okay. I still think the hero doesn't, I don't know why he doesn't feel so good anymore. Fear kind of helped explain it. It's just, he is a weird one, because I still think he just gives all of the utility he used to give still. Especially when you get shot and you're pinning 2 heroes a fight.
It's because, like, in these early fights, like, you don't want your offlaner to fall off, right? And the current meta and, like, the way the map is designed right now, scaling is really important. And even if you do buy this early Blink Dagger and you get a couple kills, it's really not that impactful because like you're not making up for the farm you lost by running around the map looking for kills unless you can keep that land. So like just early blink daggers generally not good. We saw Jenkins do it last game. He had some impact, sure, but at the end like he fell off right as a core, and that's Mars has the same issues here. I think Mars offlane can work. You just got to go Greaves maybe into the blink into a Hex. Sure, now you're a real hero that has impact scaling and can hit all your timing marks, but I have yet to see it.
I just like the Deso build on Mars, and I wish more people would go back to it.
Two different people right there with the Mars offlane. Oh, but I'm excited to see which way Ant does go with it. They're going to be opening up this phase, though. Silencer, most likely the pos 5, so is it going to be a core or a pos 4 picked up here for the... It's a Snapfire. Good work, Sheep.
Thank you. Obviously, Snap Mars is one of the oldest combos in the book. This is like a draft straight out of 2 years ago or last year. I don't know. Mars is always meta, so. It's just gonna do simple things. They're gonna try and bully in lane. They're gonna have like some burst damage, ability to bully.
5 seconds remaining.
And yeah, you hit 6, combo your spells. It's very straightforward.
We like it. Nice, easy execution. Sometimes that's all you need in a draft. You don't have to go, this 5D chess fear. But if Fight Studios did want to go a little bit deeper, how would you like to see these next 2 picks play out for them? What is it required?
So it looks like they picked their mid 4, so they're probably going to pick their 5 for sure, and then do they pick their 1 and just reveal BSJ's hero?
Oh,
all right,
he's so good.
My goodness,
so good.
Get me out.
No, get me in.
Get me out.
In. Yes.
Okay, so I don't know why, but FSJ really likes to pull out outdated heroes. And yes, on paper, this is such a good Juggernaut game. That's what I thought when he picked PL2, but this hero is just trash. It's so bad. When was the last time we've seen a Juggernaut? This hero, it's so squishy. If you get caught by, 1 global silence when Manta's not up, you're dead. At some point, 1 spear randomly, you're dead. The Omni Slash, it accidentally went to an Ancient camp. Well, there goes 90% of your DPS. Unlucky, I guess. But, yeah, I've got a lot of feelings for Juggernaut right now. And we don't see this hero for a lot of reasons. But, yes, it is good against... what they have right now.
You want a fun stat about Jug?
Yeah, as long as it's fun.
Okay. Oh, it's fun. Across all regions, in both Div 1 and Div 2, it's been picked 5 times and has a 0% win rate.
Oh my gosh, that was so fun!
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I have a bone to pick with Fear, though.
Okay.
Why do you call him FSJ? That's not his name. I don't know who you're talking about. Who is that?
Do you reckon he's fully rebranded? Is this it? Are we going to see the change in socials if they make it to Div 1?
I mean, his name is Fardus J. That's the shortened version of FSJ.
I'll say it with pride, bro.
I mean, can I say BSJ, or do I have to say Banana Slamma Jamma?
You don't, because that's not his name.
10 seconds remaining.
Yes, it is.
It's not. It's
or
Fardus
was.
J. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Just wanted to iron that one out. Thanks.
Is it now Fart Sliver Jammer if you wanted to say it?
I think that was the idea behind the name, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we should all say the full name from now on then, please.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Well,
going
Fart
forward.
Slamma Jamma is going to be playing his Jug into a TB now, which is
Seconds remaining.
one of the 1,000 counter matchups to Juggernaut. It's not great.
Team back.
Yeah.
Dire team.
All right. Well, then how to Fight Studios resurrect this draft? How they pull it back? What's the one pick that goes? God.
I mean, it has to be Nusham's
Zeus.
hero, right?
Has to be Zeus Nusham.
No, yeah, it has to be Nusham's hero, as we discussed in the last panel. They can't be, it just can't be Jenkins again.
Seconds remaining.
Yeah. I mean, if it is Jenkins, it's kind of like a GG, because then they're not learning.
It's definitely a Jenkins hero.
Okay, they can
For
pick
sure
Sand
is.
King.
No, wait. The Pengo could go off lane.
Run it back, boys. Pengo Sand.
I think Sand King looks really good here. If we're looking for magical damage, the
Okay, tell
Precious
me.
Terrorblade.
Does
She'll tell you.
Jenkins play Pango?
Does.
No. Okay, that's
He
actually
plays
such a good
Darkseal.
pick. That was a good pick.
That's pretty baller. I love it.
I love it too.
Yeah, that's it. You guys love it, and it's baller, and there's nothing else to it.
I mean, the only problem I see with it is that you don't have a 4 to play with in lane with your Iron Shell, so you're kind of relying more on just yourself plus a creep. But it should be fine because I don't think the silencer. I mean, silencer TB can poke and push from high range, but as soon as the meta's down, it's not that scary, and you should be able to lane just fine. You trade better, I think.
Dislike.
Dislike?
I mean, okay, so you don't need another carry when you have TB, in my opinion. I really don't think you need that.
Okay.
But I thought they were going to put the Mars mid and then end up picking like a Slardar or something for the Juggernaut to make his life even more miserable, but it can work. All right, I'm not going to say I hate it because it can work. It's just a little bit greedy. And if Fart Studios does get off to a fast start with, the Darkseer and the Pango, Shadow Fiend doesn't really help too much with that, and neither Terrorblade, so Fart Studios got to play fast.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, they were able to do that in game 1. Do you think it's going to be run back here again in game number 2, Sheep? A nice, strong start for Fart Studios?
Okay, I mean, as long as they don't feed, which was probably the hardest thing they struggled with last game, they got it.
I mean, I didn't say anything about the rest of the game, just the lane.
I was fine. No, I strongly believe in this Darkseer with a Pango, with a Jug. Like, they're going to make it work. I think SF and TB are, like, very liable to getting rolled over here.
All right, well, we're cheering for Fight Studios because we want a game number 3 here. But for now, game number 2, we're heading on into it with B-Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into this second game, we'll see if Fart Studios can push it to 3. But another NA team, can they do some more NA dominance? That's the real question. Can they take away a 5k lead? Can they give it back and then take it again and then win the game? I will find out.
We'll have to see. This has to be one of the most difficult lineups to execute, I would say. Having like every single spell is pretty much a skill shot. So if you misuse, I don't know, like Scatterblast, Cookie, Mortimer's Kisses, they don't land. Then you have Mars not landing a spear, Shadowfin missing the raises, misusing the ulti. It's just very difficult, and this type of lineup can go real bad real quick. Holding on to the high ground for now.
See if these smokes connect. They might, and it may not be that great for Fort Studios if they are to walk up this high ground.
Give that 5-man Arcane Curse.
Oh. Feeling?
They see him.
They got him, and I annihilate.
100% shield crash, not receiving damage.
No damage. Wave Fury now starting to run away. Fart SJ needs to get out of this one, as they already know that there's a ward on the high ground, so they get the better of that by taking out the vision. There we go. Victory.
All of that just to kill one observer ward, and they are drawing on a minimap. They want to pick up 2 top bounty runes. Jenkins and Darkseer paired up with Nusham's Rubik. Not the ideal combo. Combo is Iron Shell into Telekinesis. That's it. That's the best thing they got. But maybe Vacuum into Shield Crash. We've seen how strong it is.
100%. That's all you need. Then you just don't die. Quite literally.
Like, you don't need 100%. This was very funny to watch.
So, get into these lanes, and, well, it's a new team for another NA team, and we've got some words from Ush to talk about how it is being with a new team. So, let's take a quick listen.
We're a new team. We just formed like a month ago. So, there's ups and downs. Scrims have been we've had some really good days and some really bad days. I mean, I think everyone can kind of relate to that. But overall, I'm just trying to keep the guys positive, let them know that every day is a new day and any team can beat any team. So just come in feeling good, feeling confident, and just play your best and we'll do well.
So any team can beat any team, and that does feel like the right attitude to have in Division 2 of North America.
We could rephrase that. NA team can beat NA team.
Yeah, that is definitely the proper phrasing when it comes down to it.
But I think in terms of these 2 drafts, hold that thought. Nusham, steal his end, has 10 stake charges, will still go down.
Kill. Yeah. Stick or no stick. Not going to matter. Nusham still falls here to Argus, who had a very good game as that Morphling in game number 1.
Yeah, he looked pretty solid. I think he looked the best out of all 10 players, I would even say, in terms of the itemization, what he did, the way he moved around the map, and Fartis J with the classic. Pick me, the hero. He knows the matchup, he knows the lane, but still dies in the end. Yeah, there's a reason why we don't see this Jug being picked up. Level 1 on Jug. About to crack level 2. Jenkins will get a kill here in the bottom lane. Terrorblade. Let's see. He's CSing nicely. Top of CS. We did mention that this type of lineup can be greedy, hard to execute as well, having Shadowfiend and Terrorblade on the same team. Something that Fear mentioned. I definitely do agree with it. Where like I don't think you need a secondary carry. Like you can have pretty much whatever. TV will carry the game by himself. But if Shadowfiend's off to a good start, which he is, looking at this mid lane, I Annihilate 9 CS, while RRL sitting at 16 and 5.
I Annihilate getting annihilated here over mid, and RRL is having a good time once again because game 1, I mean, it feels like it's a bit of a repeat for them in terms of the lanes. But Fortis J and Fort Studios were able to get an early lead because of the fact that they had that Nature's Prophet and were able to move around the map pretty fluidly to get those towers down early, which doesn't seem to be the case this time.
2 tower. What do you mean? It's going to be Jug showing up mid lane, trying to kill the tower with his right clicks and putting down a healing ward. Ush, I don't think they can get a kill on him here. He's relatively tanky with just a bracer. Their damage output is a bit limited, and Sonic will deny himself to a tower.
That'll just, you know, get him back full health, full mana. Right now only holding on to Tangos and a Fairy Fire. So get that mana back, continue to try and harass with Thunderstrike, but at the same time it does not feel like these heroes are going to die on the side of another NA team.
Usually it's spin to win. This time around, spin to deal 50 damage. Not very effective, but yeah, doesn't have it.
Radiant's middle tower
This is not looking great. Arcane Curse is up again and not even needed. They're just going to run down this Darkseer. Other NA team really just rolling in the early parts of this game.
Oh, lanes are going real bad. Like the panel talked about how Fart Studios, they need to play fast. By fast, I didn't mean like end the game, end the series fast by losing this one in 20 minutes, but seems like it could be a bit of a more difficult game than what we expected, because Shadowfiend's having a really good time. Free farming pretty much, sitting at 27 and 10. Terrorblade is the second. Like, all 3 cores are top net worth at the moment for another NA team.
Yeah, this is really bad for Fart Studios, and the recovery line is not going to be that great. And it just feels like there's going to be a certain point when they've got Arena, they've got Global Silence, and everything from there can kind of roll off. Especially Arena with the Mortimer's Kisses. Like, Fort Studios is going to be in trouble as this game gets to about that 15-minute mark, and they're already in trouble now at 5 minutes. Fartis J again, it's got Blade Fury, but if they could stick on him, ooh, Warden wanted that kill, but doesn't quite have the damage. And again, Jenkins is here bottom. He's got the Iron Shell, but now he's just surging to leave.
Now he's thinking about going in. Power Treads on Argus. I think he's going to run him down, and Silencer's going to get close, steal his int. Oh, he gets cliffed. We'll TP back.
Arcane Curse, though, and eats the mango to get the glaives continuing, and gets a kill on the Jenkins. Finishes him off.
Good trade. Cliff him. Lose int, lose gold. Come back to mana, full life, full HP. Get a free TP scroll worth 100 gold. When you do the math, it's not that bad. You also forced 100 gold from Terrorblade because he needed to TP out. This is a big kill if they can get it.
Far out. Glimpse and Fueling. He's here. Trying to help. Thunderstrike, no glimpse again. There's one raise, but you don't want to be close for another Swashbuckle in RL. Alt Shield Crash Swashbuckle and he'll die, and that's a big kill for Fart Studios to get because, well, it's finally something going their way in one of these lanes.
This is the type of a kill that they needed. Kill the Shadowfiend, slow him down a little bit. Like, he's supposed to be also like a playmaker other than Mars. FPS. issues. Just buy a new PC. Lol.
Should just that fixes everything, right?
Yeah, a lot of your problems. Buy a PS5 as well while you're at it. Play some other games. Get yourself some Steam Deck when you're traveling. How far does Jay?
Are all fixed.
Ooh, spear misses. So if that spear lands, he definitely dies. Oh man, what a player. Not gonna even use Blade Fury. Does not want to waste mana. Will TP back to tier 1 tower. So no HP, no mana whatsoever. Gets Glimpse back. They want to ruin Shadowfiend. We've all been there on the receiving end from Disruptor.
Yeah, not great. He sticked around, and RL, he didn't know how to count up to miss that glimpse, and unfortunately, he walks all the way back.
You do forget about it. It's just something that you don't think too often about, like these small things. But if you see someone do it once, you're not gonna fall for it again. It's also not that effective at the later stages of the game anyway.
So all this is going on with the Shadow Fiend having to go all the way back, but Terrorblade, Arceus going into the Dragonlance and sitting here free for bottom, and he's got a pretty significant lead over what Fartus J has at this point. Vacuum back, but like you said, this combination of Darkseer, Rubik doesn't exactly do anything, and the arena's down, the spear lands, they'll get the kill with the Scatter Blast on Sonic, killing him at Sonic speeds.
First usage of the arena, you want to pop that as soon as possible if it's going to land you a kill. Now Mars getting a Soul Ring, so that will give him some extra mana sustain. Like, it's either that or you get a Falcon Blade. I'm a big fan of a Falcon Blade on Mars. I feel like the Soul Ring is just way too costly these days. And like, you also don't want to build Soul Ring early on because you just don't have HP sustain. So building into Falcon Blade, it doesn't cost you HP. So in terms of like the usages, it feels much better to have on a hero like Mars.
Right. Spear just coming through and taking out some creeps, and Falcon Blade always. I mean, I've been building that recently in my pubs. I feel like
Good to hear.
A better e-gamer.
Good to hear. Never gonna be a professional, but you know, you're still up there doing some of the good stuff, doing the service for the community. And Juggernaut
by building Falcon Blade.
Yeah, this is Juggernaut hitting level 6. Let's see what he decides to do. Spins mid lane. Going into Hand of Midas next. My favorite, Recovery Midas on Juggernaut. He looks pretty dead here.
Yeah, they found another speed to kill once again. They
oh, this is a big kill.
Vision gets pinged out, not going to do anything, and then Arceus going down to Annihilate. Well, getting that kill onto the most farmed 1 position, which there are only 2 of, but he is the most farmed 1.
So they killed Shadowfiend, they killed Terrorblade once, still keeping this game even. Like, it looked like it could go like to a disaster in a couple of minutes if they didn't get those kills. Also looking at the Shadowfiend's build, he is going for more right-click oriented build, which I'm not a big fan of it. Again, you do have Terrorblade in the team, and if you build like into more like magical, or I wouldn't even mind seeing something like a Yule Scepter, to be honest.
Right.
Because you can dispel Shield Crash. We've seen 100% in the previous one. You can dispel Iron Shell and Surge, so valuable pickup here. But this time around, he's going to focus more on the right clicks. Big stacks being made for another NA team. They were being made, but now they're going to get cleared.
So stacks, lanes, everything.
Everyone's
still
here.
In the way of another NA team. Yeah.
Sharing is caring.
Share the stacks. Share the gold, and well, get yourself a trusty lead at 4K. Opposite of what Fort Studios had in the last game, so now we'll see if another NA team can hold on to their 5K lead early on into the game. It's gonna be tough, though. Ooh, what do they have coming for Fort Studios that might
Defuse the Blade, and this is gonna be another one.
Global
potentially, but Shadowfield's tanky.
Yeah,
not tanky enough,
gonna
though.
Finally die as they came back with the Rolling Thunder, but Scatterblast, Surge, Spear, and the Cookie all missing.
Yeah, there it goes.
SJ coming in, Blade Fury right on top of Fueling. They've got the wall down. It's onto the Warden, vacuuming him back, but that doesn't really get him a kill, and he's able to walk away while Fueling will eventually die to Annihilate with this double damage. They'll bring back the Warden with the Glimpse, but there's the Arena. The Spear lands with the God's Rebuke to get the kill on Annihilate.
Oh, Stolen Spear. That's a big one. Kisses.
Kisses.
Where's the follow-up? They need some kind of a
good spear
stunt, but it was Kisses to save the tower. They also used the glyph. That's why I said that this is a very difficult lineup to execute from Radiant, where like if you don't land your spells, you're gonna look like a fool. Ush just picking up a Blink Dagger, so things gonna get slightly easier for him.
Yeah, Blink, Spear, and he's going BKB Shard, so he'll want the Kebab at one point, the double spear. Argus almost has this Manta, and, well, we talked about the Shadow Fiend and the Terrorblade both kind of being the double ones, but Shadow Fiend also having a good game. I think things are going kind of well. We've got the Glimpse back, and that'll be in the kinetic field. Rolling Thunder still working. Scatterblast, Spear back from Nusham, so with the Stolen Spear, they've been able to make a couple kills out of it.
Not sure what the plan there was. There was like nothing to pin him to, way too far away from the tower, so right now, another NA team kind of handling a couple of kills to Fart Studios. Fart SJ about to finish off his hand of Midas, needs another 100 gold. But this is a big steal. That Spear of Mars that we talked about pins him to tower. Ooh, Annihilate drops very low. This is the Diffusal Blade that was just finished. So I want to see them move around the map with this Diffusal Blade and just go for the kills. Play with the Darkshire, Vacuum, Mech is available on Darkshire, so play with these two together. Add Disruptor, who's fairly high level, level 8, but seems like that's not gonna save him here. Cookie into Raze, what a combo.
Yeah, looking like a solid 1-2 punch, and well, the game's sitting a little bit in favor of another NA team, and last game the odds were favoring Fort Studios, but let's take a look at what we got this game, brought to you by esportsbet.io. That should show up on your screen. It does, and well, you've got another NA team, actually the underdog still, up 3,000 net worth.
Very, very interesting indeed, yeah. Yes, Jake? Well, TP out.
Nothing doing, nobody home. It's working out for the side of another NA team, but let's see if they can finish it off. That's the thing that some of these teams really struggle with, is getting this early advantage and working it towards a mid game and eventually
yeah, that's I think one of the biggest issues you can have in a team, that and also being consistent at what you're doing. Annihilate now wants to get in. He also does have Illusion Rune to dispel the global silence potentially.
There's the global kinetic field looking for the Requiem, but the Rolling Thunder, now the Arena, Blade Fury, Static Storm, all down. And RL, well, he'll survive. They've got the Sunder and the Stolen Arena, the Fable. The Warden's gonna go down. Jenkins ends up dying. They'll get the Requiem away, and they're gonna chase Nusham here. They should be able to at least get this kill on top of it, as Fart SJ. Omni was used on this neutral camp mostly. He was speared afterwards and now trying to run, but won't be able to.
That's
I don't know if you caught that, but that was an Omni completely on a neutral camp.
Yeah, I was hoping that camera didn't catch that one. But yeah, another big W for another NA team. Spear back, does have Diffusal available, will slow Ush. Let's see what's... Oh no, not again. Stolen Spear. This could be one of those spells, especially with Ether Lens, that could cause some issues.
Amazing what you'll find laying around.
Yeah, it could be an issue. We saw how good Nusham's been at really landing these spells. But there's that 5k lead mark, and Argus doesn't have mana. Jenkins is here. He's got a wall down. Vacuum back. No Sunder for 44 seconds. Has 3 charges in that wand, and he's probably just going to die to the Ion Shell.
Nah, he's fine. He's fine.
Arena, Spear. There's a kill in return. That's actually kind of... not that bad. Because they might even get Jenkins too if they could spot him in the trees. Cookie, and he has gone the other way, so Ush and the Warden can't find him.
Terrorblade didn't have Sunder available. He used it to save his Shadowfin on a mid lane. I think Shadowfin wouldn't die anyway. Did have 18 magic one charges at the time. Mid lane, Lucian will get that tower. I annihilate with the tip. Trying to build some morale in the team. I believe the morale's pretty low considering all the stuff that has happened in the previous game and also in this one. So now Shadowfin BKB complete. They don't have abilities other than Omni that goes through magic immunity, and I don't think Shadowfin's too afraid of this one, sitting at 16 armor, almost 50% physical resistance. So he should be a-okay. And they also don't have abilities to stun lock him, so we'll be able to get his BKB off, and the Requiem and also does have a global silence to follow it up. Big glimpse.
Eric, this is coming down. Kinetic Field, Static Storm, now the Spear, and, well, this is going to be a dead Ush. Sonic getting credit for that kill, getting a 3-time spree out of his hands, and feeling, not having the best feeling about moving up on that one.
Interesting one. There's not enough Roshan damage to be able to get in there like usually when you see this type of a pick-off. There's enough to get in there and maybe take it. Also looking at the items from Terrorblade, like there is no Dragonlance, there is no tankiness, just like straight up Mantis style. Going into Butterfly next. I'm not sure what this Butterfly really is for, because Juggernaut's definitely not gonna try and hit him. So the only item he needs to buy here is Eye of Scotty. Tank things up against the Juggernaut, like the matchup just becomes extremely difficult for him. But the Butterfly, like, I think it's very one-dimensional thinking, where you're like, I'm playing against their carry, I need to buy an item that's gonna cripple their carry from dealing damage to me. Like, you're already sitting at 30 armor, which is 63% physical, so I don't think you need like any extra evasion. You just need to be tanky enough to be able to get your damage done. Argus gets Sunder off.
Sunder, and they use the global silence, the Cookie to get back. I annihilate. This Rolling Thunder is going to end in just a moment. With Feeling and the Warden here, can they get anything? No, I annihilate. The Swashbuckler just at the edge.
Yeah, the Brigand's Blade doing some work. This is a big
Arena Spear.
That's huge.
Top. Really well done. Getting that jump and getting that kill. I mean, this is really being cleanup crew for Ush. He's been there time and time again to just get those final shots in.
He also decided to pick up Shard, like had Ogre Axe, thinking about getting into BKB, but wanted to pick up Shard next if he feels like it's a farming tool as well, and also having another way of control during the arena. But BKB, much safer choice overall. You blink in with a BKB, they can't really bring you down. There's just not enough stuns. Maybe if Rubik has like another spell stolen, like the Spear that we've seen a couple of times being very effective. For now, holding on to Cookie.
That Spear's going to be really effective. He's got the Shard on Rubik, so you'll have that double Spear and see how well he can lock these heroes up. Because his Spears have been high percentage from Lucian. Definitely the one shining moment here for the side of Fart Studios at the moment.
Radiant are scanning.
Sonic's getting some farm. This 5 Disruptor going into Aghanim Scepter, Brown Boots, Ags, pretty much. Just a Windlace, Glimpse back.
Warden, and now Static Storm, but the Arena down. That means the Spear wall as well. Stolen Arena. Then Diagram showing up, but the Requiem onto a couple of these heroes with the Rolling Thunder coming out from Annihilate. They got the kill on the Warden. Annihilate's starting to leave. Can they get the kill here on Anushim? A right click on a Sonic's not going to do enough damage, and nobody's going to die here on Fart Studios. They'll have the Glimpse to send RRL back.
I Annihilate dealing some serious damage in these fights. I did mention the Brigand's Blade. He also had that one fight, Arcane Rune. Oh, big Sunder. What a play. Not getting out of this one.
Yeah,
or is he? What?
What? He will. What? He's alive. And RRL Whoa, what are you doing? He's down to a little bit of health, and now he's going to try and get away from this one, but he'll end up popping to Jenkins. Global Silence just not going to help him out in time. Whoa, RRL just jumping in, and Ush goes down. 5k leads. They're never safe. Glimpse on the feeling, and another kill there for Fart Studios. They were disengaging, or at least trying to, and then the fight came to them.
Not sure what happened there. I don't think he had any shield crash available. If we could see that again, I would love to see like how Pango actually survived, and they, like the rest of the team, put themselves in a really difficult spot. But maybe the Guardian Greaves aura actually kept him alive. The extra armor, the extra regeneration, and it was pretty much the silencer who was hitting him. So good recovery for Fart Studios. We might have the game. Like I said, 3 games for this one. It looks very chaotic. NA Div 2. You know that these numbers, they just don't matter at all.
Yeah, the net worth is an irrelevant number. We could hide that away. I don't think it is looking like it matters all too much, but take another look at this. Ooh, Yules.
So he had the 20 for a little while, and then Guardian Greaves actually kicked in, and also like a slight healing coming up from the healing ward as well. Just enough to keep him alive. And then, yeah, rest of the team is there. Finally, Jug shows up. He's starting to get some items. You know, not as farmed as other cores, but Pango has been doing a lot of work in these fights. The Brigand's Blade, and also having the Yule Scepter to dispel the Global Silence, and now holding onto Shard. That roll-up.
Healing is pretty dead. Yushim, he has really been the MVP for Fart Studios to keep them in this game, I want to say.
Yeah, having some really good stolen spells. We did mention the Spear, and also Cookie, now holding on to Arcane Curse. There's some really good spells to steal, and also in that fight he landed in Arena.
Wall down, can they get the kill in time? He's got Sunder if he can survive, but he can't. The Static Storm is long enough, and Annihilate is going to get a kill here on Argus, and we're back to even.
I think at this point, like, Turbo did go for that Eye of Scotty that I wanted to see rather than the Butterfly, because, like, not too much value from Butterfly anyway. And right now, doesn't have much gold, sitting at 80 gold, but depending how the next, like, fight's going to go, if he's the one picking up the Aegis potentially, then he's not gonna need it, but I would love to see a BKB, because they can still bring him down from 100 to 0. Mars thinking about getting in. Ush, let's see the initiation. Spear's only one.
Global Silence, and they'll get the kill on Annihilate as the Blade Fury that kind of saves Fartus J from getting speared up with him. That could have been a big issue, and that stops them from taking Roche. Is the problems that another NA team are having due to the fact that they've kind of got this split one with the Shadow Fiend and the Terrorblade?
Another Spear. They just need some kind of a lockdown, some kind of a follow-up, but it's just not there. Also, there's still a tier 1 tower available in the mid lane, like with Terrorblade on your team, but another NA team. They are going inside this Roche pit, feeling. Let's have a glimmer, so we'll get out. The rest of the team is inside the pit, and we'll bring down Roche, so Argus will pick it up.
I'm surprised they didn't even contest that at all, but now Blink Spear, short of a tree, turning the other way. Fartus J, popping the Manta, glimpse back on Ush. Blade Fury, Rolling Thunder, and a good spot for another NA team, but they cannot commit to this fight once again.
No global, no arena. Another NA team just needs to go back, wait until that's reset. RRL does have ulti available and the BKB. That's 8-second BKB. Let's see if they have another stun. Ooh, that's a quick one. I don't think he needs to panic there, especially if he sees that the Rubik doesn't have any like good spells stolen. So telekinesis used. There is no basher available yet to Annihilate.
Right.
BKB done on Mars. That was the first usage. Going into Refresher next has a shard. A lot of early shard pickups, I would say. The Shadowfin decided to pick up the shard for himself. Usually we don't see that item until like super late. If you get it for second Roshan, like you do not want to invest money usually into it.
So I know that we're getting towards the end of the patch and there will eventually be a change. Do you think Shard needs to be changed? We see it picked up, like, it is that hard timing. It feels like a lot of heroes that utilize this item the most are definitely right on that timing, say like Techies and Ricky right now. But do you think that item needs a change?
This is just like very hero specific. Ricky's dart definitely gonna get nerfed, so it's not all about that 15-minute mark. I'm a big fan of the shards. I just think some of them need to be... Oh, another arcane rune for I Annihilate.
They got the glimpse back, so this is a kill on the Warden. He's did this in the first game where he kind of fed his life away for the greater good. Fartus J going in with the Surge, Blade Fury, Requiem, that lands onto the Pango Weir. Now they've got the Arena as well as the Spear. It's going to be onto the Pango as well. I Annihilate ends up falling to RRL, Telekinesis, so he's a little bit low, and the stolen Requiem gets the Fear and the Omni Slash onto RRL. So they put it together to get themselves two. It's a double kill for Jenkins, and that was well done by Nusham again. He has just been the saving grace constantly. And glimpse back, but I believe avoided there by the Terrorblade.
Yeah, he Manta dodged.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure he Manta dodged that. But I don't have the confidence to say anything that I don't have the MMR to really prove.
You just need to say it with the confidence. Like, yeah, what
he Manta dodged that.
He Manta dodged that. I saw the other guy the other day, like, did it like 4 or 5 times during one game, and the people are going to believe you. You just need to have it.
All right, hold on. Take 2. He Manta dodged that.
Yeah, he really did.
Wow. That was impressive.
Clap. So speaking of the itemization, Argy is going for Daedalus next. Like, Juggernaut's never gonna feel too comfortable fighting around him. The slow from Reflection, slow from Scotty, and the overwhelming damage coming out from that Daedalus. That's gonna come out soon, but Sonic, man, he farmed up. This is the big combo, like one of the reasons why he's going for that item, because it's a game changer. So if they can combo that with the vacuum and wall, this is what wins you the game, especially if you can make an Illu of TB, like even Illu of Shadowfin. Another Requiem
from Nusham.
Yeah.
They get a kill, and it's gonna lead to them also getting Feeling. I knew, hands down, Fart Studios win this game, MVP.
We don't even need production. Like you're making their job much easier by calling the MVP and everything.
Win or loss,
yeah.
MVP.
I think that one of the issues with this game is that Fart Studios are controlling all the power runes. I've seen I Annihilate holding like 4 arcane runes this game, and now there's a double damage on Fartus J. There was also another illusion rune on Pango to have like another way of dispelling things against this silencer. 2 supports, like they need to stay back. There's a really good front line, especially with the Mars, who does have a BKB available. But
what's causing it that another NA team, like, they're not really past the river, they're not really controlling these runes, but they did have a lead? Like, what's causing them to be so scared of that area?
Lack of stuns, long cooldowns. They, like, whenever they use Global Silence, Mars, or Terrorblade's meta, then there's enough window for Fart Studios to try and look for something, like look for a kill. Aghanim Scepter done. Let's see the execution. Supports are also out of position a lot of the times.
Force Staff Nusham was looking for that Requiem
only
again.
on 1. Like, you need to save that vacuum for a bigger target. You want to make Illu of Shadowfin or Terrorblade in these fights. You can't just throw it like that.
Mm-hmm. I also want to say that Ags was picked up by Sonic without Philly. Like, that kind of shows how much they're giving him in terms of gold and some open space. Usually we just see like a disruptor like, oh, I've got Philly Stone. I don't have to do anything all game. But not the case here. Sonic
He's
got it
been relatively involved, having that glimpse. And also, in terms of this like front line, it's not too bad. You have this Juggernaut now who's relatively tanky. He is recovering global.
Requiem again. Arena, global, kisses coming through and get the kill on Anusham.
He got sniped.
+2 for Feeling.
Instant
they
smoke.
smoked right off of that.
I don't mind that, but let's see the combo. Jenkins, he needs to be in a good spot. Needs to play with Sonic.
Oh, whew. I annihilate. Getting a 3-shot right there. That was some heavy damage coming in from Arceus as well as RRL.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That was hefty as they're going to take out Feeling, but I mean, that is just the silence.
It seems like they don't care about this silencer of their dying. Gonna go and kill the T2 tower on the mid lane. This explosive damage from Terrorblade, like holding onto Elven Tunic and yeah, about to crack level 20. That Daedalus, like, they're not gonna take the outpost for now. And Mars is having a big item in the next minute. Refresher with Shard, so he can be the one like controlling these fights.
Could control the whole team if he's
pretty much
fortunate enough to spear 4 of them.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Would be pretty insane. Now, Fortis J, he's got Mjolnir, he's got Manta, but is he keeping up? Like, is the damage output similar, or is it enough?
It's a tough matchup. Like, he's not playing only into one core, but he's also playing into Shadowfin, who does have a Silver Edge, so he can break him, he can stay away from the Omni Slash. A little surprised that, like, in this type of a game, he doesn't have a Pika. So both heroes kind of going for the same item build, I would say. It's going to be a lot of that right-click damage, so I think I see a Bastard next for Fortis J. I wouldn't mind seeing a Butterfly, because he's playing into 2 heavy right-click cores.
Glimpse RL. Fortis J going in, Global Silence, Blade Fury, and the damage almost enough. I don't know if you want to be looking for the high 5 just yet.
It's not just one bad matchup for Juggernaut. Like, this Shadowfin can also be sometimes difficult to play into it, especially once he picks up the Satanic. He's gonna stand his ground and keep hitting him.
Minute 30 on the second Roche. Let's see.
Can you see this?
Smoke through, but look at the silencer again, yeah.
He's been across the river way too many times, away from the team. Does have buyback available if he wants to use it, but no global this time around.
Global.
Refresher on Mars, Satanic on SF.
Courier coming back with nothing. Now, BKB avoiding the glimpse. There's the Manta, wall down on top of RRL, but the damage coming into Jenkins. They'll take him out very quickly. The kisses are on a Sonic. They've got the Refresher, and they'll use that Spear. Now the Stolen Spear, that lands out of the Terrorblade. Requiem comes through, and they are able to get the kill on Arceus as well as RRL on the warding. So they clean up on Fart Studios after what looked like it was a good turnaround from another enemy team.
It's Pango. Pango's doing so much work in these fights, controlling them pre-BKBs, like even after the BKBs with the Swashbuckle, and now you're giving Nushim another Spear, so this is their way of coming back into the game. Terrorblade immediately after dying there queues up BKB. He's like, you know, I'm tanky, but not tanky enough. They do have some good magical damage burst, also playing into Pango. Can be a bit tough. Mars, no BKB, does have Arena. However, if he can catch him maybe on the edge, but nothing to follow it up with. 2 cores still dead for a long time. And now Terrorblade thinking about getting the Satanic, Dragonlance, Hurricane Pike, like every possible item that is out there, he thought of buying it. But yeah, I'm a big fan of the Pike. Like I was a little surprised that he didn't get it earlier.
Silencer dead again. Goes out just a bit too far. Both spears missing, the one from Nushim and the one from Ush. So
we have pretty even game now. Yep. Roshan did respawn, Shard plus Aegis. This time around, Silencer does have buyback and global available. Definitely doesn't wanna like use it, considering that the lanes are in a bad spot. So another NA team doesn't seem like they're gonna contest this one.
A little bit surprising. I think having Arena and having buyback and global, definitely a chance to fight back, but instead they let that Aegis go, and I mean that's also Shard. Like I don't know, giving that up is really optimal.
Now they have 4 shards on side of Fart Studios. Darkshire getting closer to his Aghanim Scepter, so normal punch, creating illusions, and also illusion and having a stun. So more illusions from Terrorblade, more illusions from Shadowfiend.
Or you're just dying there.
Argus, like you can feel that he's slightly lost in these like last couple of fights, and also in terms of itemization, because like he doesn't know what to buy. He's like trying to adjust every single time he dies, and that's a big one. That's
I'm pretty sure they killed off Fortesje's Abyssal coming through, and now Jenkins' Axe. That
Radiant's top
feels
tower
really
has
bad.
fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Top lane. Just some creeps pushing in, and they're going to try and get feeling here. Still sitting bottom, and always a little bit further than it feels comfortable for them.
yeah, Fortesje, some of the members have been really looking and feeling dead inside, so they went for feeling multiple times. Like they wanted to catch some feelings, and they did. They caught him, what, 9 times so far? Nusham blinks away like he's fully jacked on this Rubik. Level 21, telekinesis land distance, does have a shard, so that's a good one. Ether lens, and also having a casual ghost scepter, so protected in pretty much every department.
And that arena being down for another minute. Meanwhile, they've got the Aegis available for another 2, almost 3.
Seems like another NA team will try to hold for the high ground, wait until Aegis expires. Fortesje needs to be careful, like spear back onto the tower. That's an easy kill unless there's a Rubik who's gonna lift him, maybe force him back. But yeah, I see another refresher feeling, trying to farm his. Like one of the reasons why he's so farmed is, and also has so many deaths, is he's been playing extremely greedy, crossing the river as 5, mostly getting caught on that mid meetup once the 2 creep waves meet. So Aghanim Scepter down on Darkshire, and as you said, his career did die, so needs another 30 seconds to get it. I'm still surprised that like Terrorblade's not even thinking about getting a BKB at all. Maybe he thinks, you know, playing into the Disruptor with the Axe, having this Pangolier with the Basher and also Jug's Omni Slash, but just for the sake of disarm coming out from Pango, I wouldn't mind seeing it.
Yeah, so Sans BKB at the moment, still looking at that Hurricane Pike, both him and RRL.
Gem picked up for another NA team. Feeling did buy it in the end.
So Refresher pushed back a little bit. If he bought that. What does Mars have? That level 20 talent, the Spear Stun, now going into the Octarine core. So Refresher Octarine. Okay.
And Spell Prism, he also found it, so even lower cooldown on these abilities, on these items. This is a very scary lineup to push into, having this Refresher Mars. Still 40 seconds left on that Aegis. Let's see how they approach it. I see the damage break down to half HP.
It's a lot of damage coming at you quick, so if you're not too careful, you can just lose this Aegis. And if the timing's right for the side of another NA team with the next 30 seconds of Fortesje, honestly, they could end up just losing this Jug and feeling really poor about it.
He needs to be careful.
Stolen Spear again. Global Violence comes out. BKB's been popped. Bash onto Ush. Now the Abyssal. We got the Swashbuckle to disarm him, but the Aegis, that's gone.
They committed. Kisses.
Spear. Static Storm. But he's into the Metamorphosis. I don't know if it's going to matter. Normal Punch, and they get the kill into the Terrorblade. Argus is going to end up dead. RL with the Requiem, they get the kill into Fortesje, so they'll end up trading their 1 position to Zion Island trying to get out of the arena. But Nusham with his own Requiem once again That lands onto this Shadow Fiend, and they will get a kill on a RRL once more. Limps back on the Warden. He tries to use that cookie to no avail. 4 heroes out of the side of another NA team.
Yeah, this I Annihilate and Nushem are carrying very hard. Let's see the fight recap. 4,000 damage done by Pango. Buyback from both carries pretty much, and Argus having a hard time finding what he needs to do. Kind of single-handedly giving the fights away, because he pops the meta, gets in there, refuses to buy a BKB for full 40 minutes, and now we'll finally see it in the action. Needs another 600 gold. Like, he needs to be able to deal damage. He can't really be... Also, one of the reasons why I love it so much is after this Darkseer picked up his Aghanim Scepter, is like you can't get punched, it doesn't go through magic immunity.
So, with buybacks coming out from both position ones, where do you feel that both teams stand at this moment? Like, does losing Fortis J feel as devastating a
No.
like, with this buyback used?
Not really. Could we see the damage done by heroes so far in the game? I feel like his damage hasn't really been there, but he's playing a bit of a different game where he gets in, soaks up some of the damage from the enemies, and puts them in the really bad spot, and then the rest of the team is the one getting in and getting stuff done. So Nushem, this time around, he's holding on to Scatterblast. We've seen him stealing some really big spells, the Requiem 2 or 3 times, and also the Spear. Like, these are the 2 best abilities pretty much that you want to have. So Shadow Fiend also going for Daedalus next. So they want to have a bit more in terms of the explosive damage.
Right.
Just like have that going. But Argus, he's been sitting inside of the base. His illusions are outside. I've seen 4 of them, the Mantis style, the Conjure image. But yeah, definitely struggling to get stuff done. Find the proper placement for himself in a team fight so he can actually get in and deal damage. He might also need to start thinking about maybe picking up... I mean, he's 6 slotted after this. Like, he needs to get rid of his boots and buy a full Hurricane Pike. So another item, like maybe a Blink Dagger, eventually swap things out, like have this Blacking Bar, or the other thing is you can invest into Aghanim Scepter, have this Terror Wave, which is a good one. Combine that with the Shadow Fiend, with the Mars, like a lot of fear inside the arena could be really big. Smoke.
So maybe they could use that fear. By the way, they're going to give up a free Pentedge sword. Nobody picked this up.
Jenkins is like, I got you, bro. I'm going to pick it up. I'm going to become a carry.
Okay. They gave that away for free. Stack Storm, but the BKBs are early. The Global Sounds comes out. They've got the Refresher. They'll have another Arena. The Spear lands. They get the kill on a Sonic. He's got buyback. They'll look over at Jenkins. The Requiem's going to come down. They get the kill onto the Darkseer. Buyback on the Disruptor. Rolling Thunder. I Annihilate being annoying.
Satanic is available, but stolen Requiem again.
The Omni. Nushem every time. He is not.
Like, Terrorblade needs to stay with his team. Like, they need to be able to use Glimmer, use a Force Staff or a Cookie on him, and now he's dead for almost a full 2 minutes. Darkseer with the buyback. They want to try to potentially end this game. You know, they have 4 versus 5 for a full minute and a half. On this, Brock. Let's see what they can get from these 2 buybacks. Roshan did respawn. It's the 3rd one. So Aghanim Scepter is available.
Sonic just in with a blink. Thunderstrike, Blade Fury, Fortis J. Does he have to be careful? No, backing back, punch, and RRL has to fade away from the fight a little bit, but all of a sudden the damage onto the Pangolier yields up into the air. They get the kill and a feeling. They'll take out the Silencer. And Swashbuckle again. Now a Spear. God, Nushem just continues to land these spells.
Cookie.
Static
Not
Storm,
gonna be enough.
and RRL is going to die. He's got no buyback. And we'll take out the Warden, and that might just be it.
Yeah, I don't think Mars alone can hold this. 45 seconds until Terrorblade respawns. It's a very long time. There is 1 arena available. 7-second duration if he wants to buy some time. Let's see. He's going in.
Spear. BKB not looking like it's going to matter as they will kill Ush. He'll buy back. They've got the silencer buyback that he is holding.
Saving it for the third game. It feels like it.
One tier 4 gone. The second one drops as well. And this throne is in trouble. Vacuum back into the kinetic field. Fartus J now looking to lose this game. They'll finally buy back on the silencer, but it's too little, too late. Little silence won't matter, and Fart Studios will take game number 2.
Big comeback from Fart Studios. I feel like it was more of a throw that them, Nusham played really well. Like, Nusham had a couple of Requiems. He was the one controlling the Terrorblade. I just want to see the damage done by heroes. I feel like Terrorblade's damage was supposed to be much higher. Yeah. Damage dealt 17,000. Like, he almost dealt the same amount of damage as Silencer in this game, which is very, very low. But yeah, I want to see what our panel members, if they agree with me or what they have to say about this Terrorblade performance.
Well, there we go. Lacosta's practically done half my job for me. Guys, this Terrorblade, Sheep, we'll start with you. I feel like you have something positive that you want to say about the Terrorblade.
For sure, he did the best that he could. Like, it was a hard game, and he still ended up with the highest amount of lost hits in the entire game. Like, he farmed, he did his job as a carry. Really, it was just Fart Studios outplaying him. There was nothing he could have done.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very nice way to look at it, and there has to be a way that we see this for Fart Studios just outplaying, because it turns out it doesn't matter if you win the laning phase, Fear, you can still come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I think there may have been, like, some misitemizations on the side of Ant here. I believe if Mars really didn't go for the refresher orb, they would have had a much better chance this game. We saw he got the refresh orb. It didn't net a single kill. We've seen a lot of teams, a lot of players, go for like this early hex on the Mars, because there's always a point in the game where you have the BKB, you have blink daggers, where your spear combo just won't hit unless you have that instant hex there. And I think that was a big part of why the wheels started falling off for Ant, because Ush could no longer make these connections, and I really think it's because he misitemized.
But think about how cool the idea is of having 2 arenas, right? You're playing against a Doxy who's going to make illusions of your ranged meta and SF cores. The arenas, having 2 of those, is going to be able to wall those out and mitigate the damage that they're trying to deal to that team.
Well, it didn't even hit once, so, clearly didn't work out that well.
Things could be said about items for everyone, but you brought up Mars, one dead hero. The other one, Juggernaut. Juggernaut, though, actually got a win, Fear. I'm not. Maybe you have to try and stretch to say something positive about this one.
I mean, I'm still not a believer in the Juggernaut, unfortunately. Like, I feel like he did what he could in this game, like, but the Omni Slash, sometimes it went off to the neutral creeps. Like, he got the Aegis, but it was hard. It was a hard Jug game. And, like, I feel like almost any carry could have accomplished this.
Oh, but only a hero like Jug could have recovered as well as he did. He was able to get out of the lane. Yeah, he was a little low in net worth, but it was okay because he moved through the jungle, killed some creeps there, he went to mid, took some waves there, made his way all across the map to the bot tower to push it, and was able to just farm safely, utilizing this spin to be able to be out on the map, in dangerous situations to TP away, which him plus Lifestealer, granted, can do. But he made the best of it, got that Midas, and recovered.
Someone went, though, when we're looking at this leaderboard, it was a tough Jug game, no matter how well he played or not so well. The stats don't really reflect his impact, but the stats that reflect our MVP's impact is I Annihilate. He gets awarded MVP here, and Sheep the Pengo. It took a little bit to get online, had a bit of a struggle in a few fights, but really had a lot of impact in that later part of the game.
Okay, hold up, wait, it wasn't Rubik?
No.
whoa,
hey,
whoa.
Okay, don't shoot the messenger. I just get told in the ear and I repeat it on camera.
Alright, well, I Annihilate, he had a really good comeback from these early fights where he was a little squishy and died a couple times, but he was always there. He was always making moves. That was his biggest plays, that he made up for the fact that his teammates had had a rough time and showed up to every fight. And he moved across the map and and really just drew the interest away from his Juggernaut to allow him to get back into the game.
Fia, I feel like you actually want to advocate for Rubik here and tell me reasons why it shouldn't have been Annihilate.
I don't have a lot to say about the Rubik in this game. I'll let Sheep take care of that.
Yeah, I mean, gosh, Nushin played so well. He was amazing all game long. Like, he was getting the steal on the Requiem, doing the lift into that. The combo was awesome. He was always so quick stealing that spear from Maz constantly. I mean, it is so hard to steal spears from Maz, and that was all off the back of how good Nushin was of that hero. I mean, his positioning in this game was great. He was always getting those saves, getting those initiations. I mean, oof, my boy.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, like,
not good enough.
The only issue I had with the draft here of Ant is, like, picking 2 hard carries is, like, it's very difficult to pull off, and we don't see it very often. And when you have, like, a hard carry in the mid lane and a hard carry in your safe lane, at some point, no matter how well you're doing, if you get cornered in your base, the game's going to look hard, and they really struggled because of that.
That was the only issue you had, Fia.
I mean, we don't have all day. I'm just doing, like, pinpointing, you know, the big issues.
No, true. Yeah, I was wondering. I just needed a little bit of clarification on that one, though. But that's the main bullet point there. Well, hopefully they take that lesson. Hopefully they felt the pain of being caught in base with 2 carries there, and they don't do it again for game number 3, which will be happening after this break. Welcome back. Game number 3 between Ant and Fart Studios. If no one else was paying attention to the first few games, guys, let's say they just tuned in. Sheep, how did we get to here? How did we get to a game number 3?
Through a lot of death. Yeah, I mean, game 1 went to another NA team. I think they just performed better. Fast Studios seemed a little disconnected on their moves across the map. You know, their lineup just didn't scale very well into another NA team, and they missed their timing. And then we get to game 2, where kind of the opposite happened. This time it's NA team that seemed a little disconnected, and Fast Studios farmed themselves to the point where, yeah, you just have heroes that are better than the enemy, and your fights are just kind of easy to take.
Yeah. Flight Studios are going to be getting the Rubik again for themselves. Had a lot of impact in that game number 2, and they're like, gobbled it up straight away for you.
I'm always a fan of picking Rubik when it's in the pool, as long as there's no Lina or Broodmother, so high five to that one. But I think we get a Treant Protector in this game, if a team wants it. I feel like I haven't seen Tree in a while. I'm down for a Treant game.
I'm not.
No.
Why not?
Why are you not?
Who would ever be for a Treant game? There is nothing worse than seeing heroes start to pop up that defend towers. You see a Cuddle, you see a Treant, you see a Tanker, you see an Aqua, and suddenly you're just like loading the gun.
This is game 3 NA. I want 90-minute action. Let's go.
I don't want 90-minute
I want
action.
nothing but fighting.
Yeah, I'm down for nothing
fight.
but fighting.
You can fight forever if the towers never die.
Okay, sure. I mean, if the fight happens for 90 minutes straight, sure. But it doesn't. Usually it means that there's like 25 minutes of absolutely nothing. And then there's like a load of fighting. And then everyone goes, shit, we gotta stop fighting. And then there's nothing again for like another 10 to 15 to 20 minutes. And then everyone just postures around Roche for the remaining 20 minutes of the game. I can't have that. I can't do it.
Pango.
Well, you get to see a Mars instead, and I reckon Ant listened to us. I reckon this time around he's not going to go the refresher fear. Do you have more faith in the Mars this time around after seeing it do somewhat decently, bar 1 or 2 item choices in game number 2?
Alright, I'm going to turn on some positivity here. Ush owned that game. He was like
please.
solo carrying that game, quite literally 1v5. And then he stopped a snowball by purchasing a refresh orb. If that would have been a Hex, he would have continued to be the god of that game, and I am certain A&T would have taken that game 100%. But then he bought the refresher. Then the items came online. BSJ pressed a spin. There was the roll up. There was all these other spells that happened. Rubik was throwing himself out of arenas because you just didn't have the lockdown anymore. And if he makes that change, which I doubt he's listening to broadcasts in between games to really listen to my advice there. Hopefully he can make that change within himself and realize that a Hex would have been much better.
Yell louder.
Hopefully
He'll hear you.
Self-reflection occurs. Yeah, I reckon. Fia, how loud do you reckon you could yell?
About this loud.
I think he'll definitely be able to hear you then, yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Mars, I'm begging you, buy the Hex.
5 seconds.
Please.
But he has to have the same early game performance, which I doubt he will because he probably won't lane versus Juggernaut again. But you never know. Maybe he will. Ooh, I want to see Tree.
It was pretty damn impressive.
Tree DP.
No.
Good combo?
No.
Is it good?
It's a good combo, but I don't want it. No, please no.
No.
I want to see something like what would be an epic, cool 5 support that's fun to watch?
Coddle.
CM.
I want to see a Witch Doctor.
Silencer.
Witch Doctor's epic and fun to watch. Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe I could interest
Okay, no, I
you
kind of
in-
agree with that. I like Witch Doctor.
Maybe can interest you in a Dazzle to them.
Oh my god, yeah! Yeah! That would be
Oh,
super
what about
cool.
a Mag 5?
Oh, it's the Sonic special.
I mean,
I'm down.
Jenkins or Sonic will play it, one of the two. It's a flex.
It
Who do you
doesn't
reckon's a
feel
better
like...
mag?
No, they gotta lost pick Jenkins as hero. You really don't understand trends, do you, Fear?
Seriously.
2 games in a row, that's what they've done, so clearly it will happen again.
And they're 1-1, so just continue that trend.
Yeah?
Which would mean they'd lose this game. Or does it go...
They...
It was loss, win, then it'll be loss again, right? Or is it loss,
No,
win,
no,
win,
no,
loss?
no. Yeah, exactly. You understand.
Perfect. Ah, okay. Yeah.
Or loss, win, 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 and they never lose again.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
That's a
I
pudge.
really like the Pudge pickup. I like it a lot.
that is a pudge.
I think
Who's
it's
playing
I
it?
think it's awesome. Even though it doesn't really use the empower, it's a hero that gets the ags and has the healing reduction to deal with the DP. It's just gonna be really nice there.
Real talk.
Okay,
5 seconds.
Does
Okay, go
pudge
ahead.
counter DP or
Yeah,
does
we'll see.
DP counter pudge?
you got a good question there. I don't know. We'll see who. It depends on who wins the game, I guess.
Yeah, I do suppose so, huh? But I think
Yeah.
you have a point there. If you do get Shivas, right, and the Ags, that's a lot of reduction for the DP. But at the same time, the Siphon and the Ghosts burn through the Pudge quite easily, too. So I guess it really comes down to who has the more net worth.
And obviously
That
with
normally
the
is it.
empower, it has to be the Pudge.
Pudge doesn't
Obviously.
farm that much faster with Empower,
He
does he?
notoriously farms so fast with his right clicks. What do you mean?
That's true.
Guys, what if it's a bait? What if it's a bait all along, and this is actually a POS 5 pudge?
No.
No. No. Wait, it's a Jenkins Pudge.
It could be,
Oh, we're
yes.
so stupid.
Oh, and then it puts
We're
I'm
so
not stupid. I
Madness.
had it factored in the entire time. Nobody asked me.
Of
No,
course you did.
well, why didn't you say it then?
Yeah.
I told you Sonic. Did I once say FSJ or Fart SJ Pudge? No, I
Fart
didn't.
SJ,
not even.
thank you.
Not even once did I say
Fart
that.
Summer Jammer.
You're right,
actually,
but
thank
you entertained the conversation that it could be a carry, like a fool, like an idiot. You were baited in.
Because it could be.
Nah, there's no way. There's no way.
But it could be. Why not? I think right now they have
think
options.
about the hundreds
it's
of
a double
hours that
flex.
he's practiced Pudge in the offlane. It's a triple flex. They have so many offlaners.
They
I don't
decided
think
if they
Jenkins-
only play with offlaners, they can win.
Yeah, Jenkins doesn't play Pango. I'm pretty sure of that. So it's only a double flex.
Okay. I'm 100% sure that they are doing Rubik, Pudge offlane, Pango mid, 5 support Magnus, and we're about to see BSJ's banger hero. Fart SJ's hero coming out here at the end.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
I mean,
I'm gonna
it's possible.
It's 100%. It's certain. It's already decided.
100%.
Yes.
100%.
Why she's confident.
Okay.
Fia, why aren't you 100%?
I mean, if she is wrong during the post game, she's not allowed to speak at all.
Okay.
Oh, okay, okay.
I'll take that deal. Handshake, handshake.
And if she's right, does that mean you then don't speak, Fia, or you still also have to speak the whole time?
Team ban.
Which one's the bigger punishment?
I want him to talk in the post game. I want him to grovel.
Okay. Then I'll talk.
I want him
more.
on his knees crying.
Well, I will not be doing that, but
10 seconds.
Yeah, you have to spend the whole post game talking about why Sheep's theory was right,
5 seconds.
Yeah.
even if it loses.
Yeah. Wait. Yeah.
right. So another NA team is looking for
Yep.
Ursa or Lifestealer, I think.
No,
Ursa's
they're not.
banned, so they're
Ursa's
not.
banned.
Good job. I got it
God,
before you. Nice try.
What? No, I said no. No.
Yeah.
Lifestealer is still in the pool. Juggernaut is still in the pool.
Yeah, Jog, run it back. I want to see it in Ant's hands now.
Yeah.
Another NA team are clued into this offlane Pudge pick already.
Alright.
That's why they're banning
We're
more
gonna see.
carries.
We're gonna see if it's offlane Pudge or not here.
I wanted a slot
It-
for Fart Studios, but they banned it themselves. So I guess that wasn't meant to be.
Mm-hmm.
They could just pick anti-mage. Pretty bowler anti-mage game again.
They're not gonna
Oh,
pick
yeah, and
Anti-Mage.
even Bloodseeker's
I'm
even banned, Faces
100%
banned,
sure
Monkey's
they're
banned.
not gonna pick Anti-Mage. 100%.
Okay, well, I would agree with you, but I still wish they would pick it because it's
I
a
also think
great
it's
game.
yeah, sure. I also think it's a BS. Jenkins Pudge, most likely. Let's see whose mouths
Oh,
are
now he's
moving.
flip flopping.
He's flip-flopping. That's pathetic.
Jenkins is talking. Okay, so it might be a Jenkins hero. BSJ
No.
is not talking at all. Look at him. He's not moving his mouth. I think his hero's already set in stone.
Oh, he's thinking.
No, he's
thinking.
talking.
You're
Okay,
wrong.
okay.
He just said, "Yes, you are taking the Pudge."
He just lay down
And
the law.
Jenkins is
Okay.
saying, "Man, I just ripped a fat one. It smells bad in here." BSJ,
Yeah,
can you
she
hurry
has
up
a-
and
she-
pick your hero?
Sheep has a degree in lip reading, so I
Yeah.
believe every word that she's saying.
And Sonic just said,
He said meow.
is that? Yeah.
What the heck, Pia?
You don't know him? This guy literally says meow all the time. You didn't see
like hearing it from your mouth though.
the post game? He tried to get the whole panel to say meow with him.
For real?
Did you?
Yeah. No, I said no.
What?
You just said it now though, so it's kind of
Yeah,
weird.
so you'd meow without
Yeah.
him, but you won't meow
Oh,
with
would
him.
you look
Yeah,
at that?
I mean,
What
of
a
course.
nice carry for Fart
can't get him-
SJ.
I can't give him the satisfaction. Yeah, so Fart SJ here, going back for like these forgotten heroes almost, right? When's the last time we've seen a PA, a Juggernaut?
Like a week
he's
ago?
bringing out the classics. Okay, I haven't seen one. Where did you see it? And was it good?
We had
And
China
was it with the
EA's
Magnus?
one.
China. It
Alright, so
was
he's
not with a
taking-
Magnus.
Right, what's the win rate of PA, Nat? I'll get you on that.
I can. Do you want to across all regions, both
Yes.
divisions?
Sure.
Okay.
Let's do it. Let's get on to that.
It
Anyway,
is 25%.
perfect. It's right where I thought it might be. And then
Yeah,
a Sven.
full picks, 25% win rate. Guys, you all laughed at me. Can I just say, look who picked up the pudge?
Oh God, what the hell?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, we didn't factor in the scenario in which I was right.
Okay, sure.
Now,
Nat.
now neither of you get to talk in post game.
Okay, fine. I don't want to
No,
talk.
that was a joke. That was a
No,
joke.
I don't want to talk.
No. Yeah, now you have to try and, backtrack here, Sheep, and explain the Sonic Pudge and the Jenkins Magnus. How it's going to work.
I think they just want to get items onto this this Magnus so that they can fight together with, I don't know, Jesus Christ. Bro, what are you, like a Pudge 5? I have no idea how to justify that. It's the worst lane I've ever seen in my life, bro. Godspeed,
And he just-
sons.
Yeah, any justification for you, Fear, or would you like to focus on Ant's lineup with Sven last pick there and how it sort of rounds it up?
I mean, it's pretty similar to the Mag 5. He's just going to hook people into the tower, just like Skewer. But instead of having to run up to them, he's going to do it from a range.
Pog.
Okay, alright. Well, I'm excited to see how this one plays out. Peacock and Lacoste are going to be our casters for it.
Woo! Pudge 5. Gonna be an interesting NA game. This is
Yeah, I don't-
exactly what we expect.
I don't mind Pudge 5 here. The thing that does concern me is they just picked Sven into Phantom Assassin. Like, not just that, you also have another BKB piercing ability from Magnus. You do have, like, Pudge as well, and then just Pango. I don't think this can work. Like, I don't know if it's because it's 5:30 for me a.m. in the morning, or if my brain's not working, but it should be the other way around. But this is also Phantom Assassin with Magnus, so these items are gonna come out really quick.
Yeah, and so the first two games we've kind of seen it be back and forth, and we have another video from Ush talking about the concept of throwing games.
To throw a game, everyone knows what it feels like to throw a game. It's miserable, you know? It can really demoralize the team. Dota is such a back and forth game, even amongst the best teams. Like, you'll even see teams that have a really good lead and they just end up making a few mistakes. You die on a few heroes and it snowballs. A couple more heroes die, then they get Roche, and then all of a sudden your 10k net worth advantage just turned into them having an advantage, them having Roche, cheese, stuff like this. I mean, since we're a new team, we definitely struggle with
Battle begins.
not ending the game and securing our wins like we should, but that's something that'll come in time.
So, the concept of throwing games, Lacoste, have you figured it out, how to never throw a game?
Oof, I don't think anyone figured that one out, but I figured out how to do it. Like, it's very easy to do it. I've seen professional players do it. I have a pretty good grasp on it.
Yeah, that's a good thing to have a grasp on. I had a teammate who had a very strong grasp on it today. Was playing Lina 1 position, and then they saw the Razor in the off lane activate ult, and they ran right in. They died.
Very nice. Always love to hear about your pub experiences. This is what keeps me going forward in life. And new Sham getting first blood one more time. Feeling it's the. Are we watching the replay? It's the Rubik played by Nusham. Feeling Silencer 5 overextending, slightly feeding.
Just a little bit, unfortunately. He has found himself in some interesting spots on this silencer. That's for sure. It has been.
He's a chat. I love it. He's chatting it up. Like he's pinging it out now. Like he's dead. Skewer, one shockwave.
Yeah, shockwave trying to skewer him back. Won't actually
skewer him
get
back. Skewer him forward.
Back. They'll get Argus.
Jenkins thinking about which direction to go. My man
south, east, west.
Needs guidance in life.
Needs a GPS. Get him from A to B. Fardas J up top with this Phantom Assassin. We saw this a couple times, like once or twice or so, when we looked at the Chinese region. I think it won one, and it was really good, and then it lost the other game, and it wasn't really good. It was
yeah, there was one game against Spectre where Phantom Assassin like completely popped off. There are certain matchups that just makes the hero feel really good to play. And Sonic is doing a very good job zoning them out. Fardas J. Well, I just jinxed it. Misses the creep. But he will pull the lane. Like, he will pull the lane top. Argus struggling here bottom as expected. There's going to be a lot of spam. Every single time I see Sven in action, I'm like, why are the teams picking this hero? Like, there's so many better options, and it just feels like he's never ready to take a fight. He's got God Strength cooldown for long durations, like almost full 2 minutes, level 6, and also this is not the timing where he wants to join any of these fights. Both of these heroes are very low. So
kind of tough for them. Well,
2 points in Skewer. What the
Storm Hammer,
hell?
but they've got the telekinesis, and Argus is going to die to the Fade Bolt.
I don't think I've seen this build ever before. 2 points in Skewer on Magnus. 1 point in Shockwave. We'll message Jenkins on WhatsApp right now. See what's this about. Probably a misclick. He has another one. No stick charges available.
It's the new technology, and Jenkins, Skewer, at least gets feeling.
I see what he did there. He kills the silencer, so he doesn't lose int, dives underneath the tower. Very well done by Janky.
Janky with a cheeky play.
Janky, very tanky there, but not tanky enough
snowball
underneath the tower.
On the Fardas J, and the jump over with the Phantom Strike, the Stifling Dagger, and Ush running away, but he is also tanky. His name may not be Janky, but he is tanky. Sonic? He's doing what he needs to do as a position 5 pledge, right? Bottom lane again, Storm Hammer, they'll split up, and that's because the Skewer misses. Jenkins now body blocking, making sure his Bubby will survive.
And they have a big wave, almost 2 full waves that they're gonna farm underneath the tower. How's mid lane doing? 21 and 9 on Krobulus, aka Dead Prophet, and Pango 16 and 3. So Pango's struggling here.
One more time, Krobulus.
Yeah, it's the Dota name.
I like it. We should go back to saying Krobulus. I'd appreciate that. Sorry to cut you off. Talking about the Pangolier not doing as well as the Death Prophet.
Yeah, it's a Death Prophet made into melee matchup and double Wraith Band build.
Hook on Ush. Spear back, Phantom Strike, and Fardas J is just not going to have the damage to get a kill there onto the Mars, but Snowball in, Sonic's dead.
So PA very involved into these like small items, full magic wand, orb of corrosion, casual slippers. So his Battle Fury timing is gonna be delayed, but then again he is playing with the Magnus, so maybe he's thinking I'll have some kind of an item to speed things up. Usually you won't get corrosion to dominate the lane, but right now he's sitting at 0-0-0. Sonic did die that one time, and Well, the lanes, in terms of CS, going really well for Fartest J. Let's see the hook. Snowball is available. Gets him in the end.
Oh, that spear missing though, so that means the Warden is more than dead. Fartest J will get credit for that kill, and they're going to bring in the Death Prophet Exorcism. Fartest J, Phantom Strike over, actually closer to RRL.
Radiant's middle tower is
And they'll have the hook. Fartest J now going south, still trying to chase, but Sonic, well, it looks like he's going to soak the damage and eat this death, because RRL Exorcism used and not really getting much tower damage. Still, though, thinking about going after Fartest J, another Stifling Dagger.
If he had a Spirit Siphon available, but yeah, there's another Crypt Swarm. I Annihilate will help FSJ to get out of trouble. Backpack Orb of Corrosion, gets a Bottle Charge, will TP back to top. So, in terms of CS, 40 CS on the Dead Prophet, and that means that she's at top of the net worth as well. Phantom Assassin second, but again, I'm a little worried for this Sven. Like, his ability to come back into the game and like take some of these fights doesn't have anything to amplify his damage output. Man, I miss Solar Crest. This item has been dead for so long. Like, make him great again.
Yeah, let's get Solar Crest back and praise the sun some more with it. Again, 3 heroes now top once more. Sven backing up into the jungle, so no need to just station the silencer in a lane that's not being used. Stifling Dagger, Sonic coming over from the side, Spear lands, Snowball connects, and now Fartest J body blocks, and they've got the silencer with the waves, and they get the kill on Fartest J. Now, Rolling Thunder controlling these heroes, and Usha's gonna die. So, a good trade, but RRL is in again, up into the top lane, and I Annihilate, he's got Swashbuckle in 5, Shield Crash, Snowball, they're gonna catch up to him. There's another Shield Crash.
60%.
Mana.
You're not getting the kill there. Hook, misses.
Yeah, it was a bit of a mana issue for I Annihilate with the silencer there and throwing those glaives.
And BSJ, like a good support he is, TPs and tries to refill the bottle from Pango, but something went wrong. I'm not sure what it was. It's not allowed. It only works if you're position 4 or 5.
Spear, Stifling Dagger again, but Sonic, he's gonna die. Another +2. Feeling, though, he'll die right afterwards. They're gonna bring the Rubik in. The Warden's gonna TP out successfully, and Ush might need to think about leaving because it's a dangerous spot for him to be in. They've got the vision, and, well, now they're gonna go. Newsroom's here. I Annihilate still top.
Guys, stop going to the top lane, please. There's other lanes in the game. Probolus mid, pops the Exo. Sonic is there, but needs help from the rest of the team. Like, even if he lands a hook, there's still 2 Spirit Siphons available. The 2 raid bands that we mentioned going into mech as the first item. We've seen Dead Prophets going for this offlane build from the mid lane, but my question is, who's gonna scale? Like, who's gonna be that one scaling? Usually you have the offlane, but Rolling Thunder.
Another Rolling Thunder.
A good angle.
Warden,
like, he bounced really
he doesn't have a
nicely.
snowball.
But then again, playing into Dead Prophet, like, you need to be very careful. Like, you get on top of Dead Prophet.
Fartest J still wants to kill on the Warden. Stifling Dagger finally does it, but how much have you committed for this? Spear actually a little bit back on that. Spirit Siphon. Fartest J is gonna drop to RRL, who will lose his life. It's trades back and forth and back and forth.
What a beautiful game Dota 2 is, especially when played like this. 15 kills, 9.5 minutes. Janky finally decides to show up in the fight. That Empower's maxed out. And look at the stacks in the Dire Triangle. These are some, like, juicy stacks. Yeah, look at the Dire. Radiant ones are good, but the Dire, whew,
It's better.
it's massive. And Fartest J will farm it up. Look, 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 look. Ooh, it's already gone.
Oh, it was there, and now it's gone, but the Ancient Stack's still there. It's a beauty.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Whew, look at it.
Empower's maxed out. Blur running away, running out. And they will need another Blur. So, Fartest J, level 7 on this huge camp.
Oh. crit action there. How's Sven doing? He took a stack. He's got Mask of Madness.
He's on top of the net worth. I'm not concerned for Sven's early game. He's level 10. Like, he's pretty massive. 3 levels ahead of Phantom Assassin. But the question is, can they capitalize on that? Like, they need to be able to get stuff done. You do have tower damage, so that means that with that profit, you can go for the kills. And something satisfying about the Phantom Assassin farm with Empower.
Oh, taking all these creeps, and they don't even know what they're getting hit by. They're not moving. They're not reacting. There's just something blurry in front of my eyes. They really need to go to the optometrist if it's that blurry from that close. Meanwhile, feeling Die Annihilate. This is more of what we saw in that last game for the Silencer. And look at that, Fardos J. Getting looking towards that Deso.
Yeah, still not on top of net worth. A bit of a different build. Like, I've seen even the Phantom Assassins picking up Battle Furies, even though they do have Magnuses on their team. It's just to speed things up, but because you can't really always play with Magnus. Like, if he's not there, this also means that.
So, Arena and Rubik in trouble will eventually fall to Ush. They get the kill on Sonic as well. And this will be the tier 1 tower mid dropping.
So 2 kills plus a tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
And to go
attack.
back to my point is, like, you can't always follow Phantom Assassin. Like, but if you do, that also means that you're not getting the farm on Magnus, so your items are gonna be delayed. The BSJ has casual Blade of Alacrity on Phantom Assassin. Not sure what this one is about. Maybe he feels, just a casual Yasha. Very interesting. Yeah, it looks well.
Dire's top tower.
Even game thus far, 3rd game of the series, and the odds have been favoring Fart Studios so far from esportsbet.io. And, well, right now, they're favoring another NA team. This is the first time we've seen them favorites like this.
Maybe it's coming from Dead Prophet. I think Dead Prophet overall as a hero just like showed how fast the hero can play, taking out the towers, taking out the Roche. You get to that level 12, you know that Roshan is definitely on the menu, but we'll have to see in terms of the execution. Sven is pretty massive. Argius does have Mask of Madness, Echo Saber going into Blink next. So once he decides to join, it's gonna be a lot of damage. Like, even with 1 level of Exo and just God Strength, they can take down Roche.
And we'll see who goes to get Roche first, because Deso's usually the timing on PA getting or trying for Roche as well, right?
Yeah, but it's gonna get delayed since he
Thanks to
just picked up Yasha. I mean, it's this, it's an item that also amplifies your farm, and he's been farming with the Empower for the last pretty much 3-4 minutes. How's Mag doing? He's been following PA, but I think he also needs to play a bit more greedy.
Smoke from Fart Studios. They find Argus, and they're going to steal the War Cry. Jenkins, there's no way to really close the gap and get an RP down.
Damage from Pango. I Annihilate. Empower plus double damage in bottle. Like, this is gonna be massive if they can find the fight. Global Silence one more time is available on Feeling.
So, Global Silence, we'll see how they use it, if they want to use it right now. Argus is still trying to farm up that Blink Dagger, and that's what he really wants to get in his hands, to get that initiation.
Fardas J deciding to go for Manta Style as his basically first item on Phantom Assassin.
So, not the Deso, not what we were really expecting there from the Phantom Assassin. Arena mid, Annihilate's caught, Hook's not gonna land, but they'll still get the kill there onto the Pangolier. Double damage, held in bottle the entire time.
Trying to delay it as much as possible. If he dies one more time, immediately we'll hold that double damage, so...
In a row.
Inside the Roche pit they go, and something that I mentioned, like even without Exo being level 2, Sven will use ulti, and Roshan goes down, so scan does reveal that Radiant is up to something inside the Roche pit, wondering what that could be. But yeah, I want to see Jenkins farm up more. He's been off to a really good start and then decided to just play with PA, which I think is a mistake. Like, you need to be able to scale as Magnus. You also want to get the Guardian Greaves against Dead Prophet, against Sven. Like, these are two physical cores. And also being able to dispel global, that's pretty big.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
End of EXO. They don't find anybody just yet. Sonic gonna try to TP out. Just gets away. We have not seen really much contention when it comes to Roches in this series.
Yeah, it seems like both of the teams like either don't value it as much, especially the first Roche. Sven going in, lacking a little some damage. If he had God Strength there, potentially that's a kill.
Kill is there for Fardas J to kill off healing. And now they're coming the other way. They've got the Walrus Punch on a Fardas J. Shards block him in after he Phantom Struck over to Jenkins. Global Silence is used, and this is looking like a dead Magnus. They're going to even blink for more. Nushim on the run, but Ush is there with the blink as well as the spear. They've got the control. They'll spear the Sven back, but it won't matter.
Good buyback from Feeling. Like, at least they get something done. They get the global off. This is why I would want Magnus to get slightly more farm. Guardian Greaves, you dispel the global silence. You can reinitiate with the Scuba early on, and then with RP follow up.
But Sonic too. Silence, spear, lands, and another one. Argus getting a kill onto this Pudge and moving around the map really well. 2K lead early on, but if I've learned anything from this series, net worth in North American Division 2 means nothing.
It really doesn't matter. It's all about who can make the moves and pretty much make the game easier for the enemy team. Fardas J farming this bottom lane, now on top of net worth. He's been farming with the Empower this whole time, holding on to Apple. Very tanky, but the Strength Treads almost has 2000 HP. Wondering what his next item is going to be, whether he thinks he needs a bit more damage. I would prefer if that's just a Deso, because you want to build it as soon as possible, get those charges up. And looking at the Dota Plus, still favoring Radiant team, 54% I believe.
It's pretty close, that's for sure. So, Philosopher's Stone picked up there for Fart Studios. They'll pass that on over. We'll see who's going to be holding that at the end of the day. I feel like giving that up and not using it or not getting that extra gold is the wrong choice. So, I'm curious to see who will hold it. Maybe it's going to be that Pudge.
Well, this allows him to get some items, because as a 5, like, you don't get to do much, but also I would mind seeing it in a Rubik. He does hold Eye of the Vizier at the moment, but to have some extra range with the Lance with Arcane Supremacy maxed out, so like the cast range on the spell gets pretty ridiculous. Good global.
Hush. Up in the air, Global Silence used, and Annihilate's going to drop. They've got the Snowball going after Nushim at the same time. Walrus Punch up into the air, and now, well, Telekinesis, Spear comes through. Nushim's going to die to the Stormhammer of Argus, and this Sven is out of control, and there really hasn't been much answer from FSJ just yet, and he wants that Deso. But what did he purchase with the other amount of gold? He picked up a Diffusal Blade.
Really? Huh.
Interesting.
So he didn't read the patch note for the last 7 years. It doesn't dispel things. It doesn't dispel Global Silence, Warcry, or anything. I'm really curious about this Diffusal Blade pickup. Maybe they wanted to pick Phantom Lancer for him. Rest of the team didn't want it, and he's like, you know what, guys? I'm gonna make a cosplay of PL, so we'll get Manta style. Diffusal Blade burn their mana.
And we'll see when he learns Doppelganger, if he'll complete the cosplay. But I don't know if that's too likely. I don't think they've implemented that into the game yet, cosplaying. Sonic? Ooh, they are aware. And it's the spidey senses of the warden tingling, and he just blinks away. Interesting move right there. Just to get away. Jenkins, by the way, still farming, wants the Guardian Greaves eventually. Also thinking about getting that shard for the horn toss.
They didn't really prioritize his farm. Lowest net worth core in the game. Like Rubik's also getting pretty close. Nusham, a type of a player that does consume a lot of farm. Like he does play with the farm well, so no complaints there.
Got it. That should help. Dire's top tower is under
You said he was kind of following the Phantom Assassin, right? So just feels as though that's not exactly the best interest for him. Spear Arena gonna land on the way down, and another quick kill onto I Annihilate. They have caught this Pango 3 times now, and it has felt pretty efficient every single time.
He did decide to go for Yules, which is a good way of dispelling things, but RP.
But Global Silence, and RRL is going to survive. He's got that mech. The spear connects on the lonely tree. Oh, FSJ. Unfortunate for him. Phantom Strike. It's not looking like it's going to matter because everybody's here for another NA team, and they will get a kill onto this Phantom Assassin once again.
And another spear. That's
Rush is landing every single spear.
Fart Studios, they have like relatively good vision. One behind the tier 1 tower. It's just that this Sven is really hard to fight right now. He also decided to, he was thinking, do I need Assault Curious? Do I need the MKB? And yeah, 40% accuracy on that spear. Not too bad. Maybe some of those are also from the farming, so that they don't land. But Sven, let's see what his next item is gonna be. He was thinking about the MKB, but also Silver Edge works, being able to break people, and also you can go for the solo pickoffs once you have that Silver Edge level 18.
Offense is going to be key with this Sven. They smoke up as Fox Studios. So, can you?
Nothing. Great snowball.
There's the snowball. Perfect, honestly. Spear lands again. The Warden's still going to die. They've got the Dismember. It's controlling up RL, but they've got the mech to get the kill on the FSJ. And now, well, the loser RL. Sven going to try and get into this fight. Annihilate very quickly. The arena's going to be off the mark, unfortunately. And
yeah,
I'll only get
not
3.
every spell can be perfect, but Argius is massive on this one, and you can already feel like he's 3,000 gold ahead of Phantom Assassin. FSJ did die 2 or 3 times in a row, making himself his scaling very difficult, I would say. Did pick up the shard, so some extra damage coming out from that, but still no BKB, no Deso on Phantom Assassin. Tough game, tough build.
What a bounty!
7k lead. And every time I say net worth, I am reminded it's just a number. I keep forgetting. I keep thinking, 8k lead, they're in a solid spot, but with the way these teams has fought back, nothing is safe, and I'll have to keep repeating it every time I think about a net worth lead. So I finally remember.
That Prophet is all RRL. Having a great time on that Prophet. Where's he getting the farm from?
Just being left by himself. He's going for the shard next. Well...
The big kill. Another one. Big kill.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dead.
Are scanning.
Sorry, dropped for a second.
Yeah. So, yeah, as you said, this game's gonna be back and forth. They just lost hero, but Sven farming underneath the vision. Just picked up a BKB, disassembled that Echo Saber, Horn Toss.
Yeah, Global Silence, though, coming through Snowball. That's on to Jenkins, and with the Walrus Punch, the right clicks, and the Arcane Curse. But Argus, he still wants to chase. He wants to get this kill on to Jenkins, and... well, Jenkins able to run away.
Quick in and out. Global Silence used. Silencer still in 20 intelligence this game. He's been part of 15 out of 20 kills so far, holding on to Ghost Scepter. But let's see, another smoke from Far Studios.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And they're really trying to put the pressure on. They still need to get a tier 1 over mid. Roche up in 10 seconds, too. With the way we've seen Roche's go, I mean, this is a little worrying if the next one goes uncontested again.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This is the second one. Shard, Aegis. Like, Dead Prophet already picked up the shard, so did Mars, so... two of the best shards, all at least on Radiant side, are already picked up. I would like... Sven's shard, not too bad for a support, I would say. So, because it's undispellable, you get some extra armor against Phantom Assassin, that's always going to be good. Now, Mortis J going into Ags, while the rest of the Radiant team, another NA team, will finish off the Roche.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So, Aegis and Shard for him. And that is going to be
Bottom tower is under attack.
Shard for Argus. Yeah, that extra Warcry armor.
Yeah, I mean, the Tusk Shard is not too bad, but seems like they're not going to prioritize, and you don't want to give it to 5 Silencer. He doesn't get many right clicks going anyway in a fight. Hook, Sonic misses.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Needs to be landing more of those.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So a long time to utilize this Aegis. And let's see what they can do now that Sven's got this second life. Right now he's just farming, going
Radiant's bottom
into the
tower
Orchid.
is under attack.
Let's see as time goes by. What do you need here if you're Fart Studios? Like, what's the big item timing for you?
Aghanim Scepter on Phantom Assassin about to be finished. Like maybe Podge with the save. He's about to finish off his shard. Pango going into Bastard next. So these items could be lined up in the next couple of minutes. I also wouldn't mind seeing Aeon Disc on Pangolier just to be able to get his spells off in a fight. Because like even if you have Yule Scepter to dispel things, they can still catch you. Once you go down, Argus, rest of the team, or at least half of the team, is behind him. So this is a very tricky one if Fart Studios wants to engage. And he's going to be TPing top. He's like, I'll try to find something. Sonic is there. So let's see Sven. One blink, and he's going to drop 4 hits. Even without using his ulti. He's a bit low on mana. What is he going for next? It's just going to be that Orchid upgrade, the Bloodthorn, which does give him evasion against Phantom Assassin, and also a bit more like solo kill threat on some of these heroes that do push the side lanes, and we see them like even overextend. So let's see the siege. This is not going to be a slow siege. That Prophet just hit level 18 from this creep wave, so that means 3 points in Exo. They should use it, like they should go for the high ground.
Forcing a fight, you know, you've got that second life on the Sven. Killing him once is hard, but killing him a second time feels impossible unless they catch him all by himself completely.
They scanned and they caught Phantom Assassin illusions. So
killed him. Killed the illusions. Got him. I mean, well done. No, what are you feeling about this PA build? Like, no Deso completely.
It's one of the worst ones I've seen, especially for a game like this. It just like doesn't synergize, like this Manta style into Diffusal Blade. They got
We're
him.
back. BKB, Arena, Spear. Ush surviving. RRL is here. Argus comes in, and, well, they're never going to kill off Ush. He's able to walk away. Skewer, up onto the cliff. I'll be able to get down in a second with the Blink Snowball, and the God's Rebuke. Hook actually lands, but he's already dead. So they get the kill onto this Mag, and he's dead with no buyback.
RRL thinking about getting in with that Exo. Hook doesn't connect. They
Really
seem
could
to
use
be
some connections.
like really worried about going for the high ground. I can't really blame them, but you're now holding onto Aegis because you're playing into Hook, Rubik's Lift, and Skewer, so you could potentially end up in Fountain. Not even kidding, if the execution is proper.
It's got to be perfect execution. May I say, Div 1 proper. Feels like it could get rough, but Aegis only up for 40 more seconds, so I don't know if another NA team are really going to press their luck too much. Not looking like they will at the moment.
Time to farm, time to hit some creeps. I mean, Sven's not gonna get any bigger. He can have, like, disassemble Mask of Madness, turn that into whatever he feels it's necessary in this one, whether that's satanic or, like, we've even seen, like, Sven's pick up Butterfly in certain matchups against these, like, heavy right-click heroes, but...
Dismember, Phantom Knives, and get a kill on Ush. Ooh. And can they get anything more from this? Still an Arcane Curse. Stifling Dagger pushing Argus away. Hook lands. BKB comes out as he's getting hooked over, and he'll free-shot Sonic. They're going to go the other way. The RP, though, from Jenkins. Can they get anything out of this one? Arena's down, and it's only locking up Jenkins. But on the run is this Phantom Assassin of Fart SJ. They've got the Ghost touching, but he's alive with 45 health.
Oh, he gets the bash as well.
Oh my, they're gonna go after I Annihilate. They'll get the kill onto the Pangolier. Somehow FSJ is gonna survive.
Oh, Newsham will TP out. He knows the spot, but they caught a glimpse of him. 3 pings immediately. No Exo running anymore. Sven, no ulti. Will pop a glyph. Some of these fights do get very chaotic. Ush gets caught, buys back immediately, lands a good arena to stop damage from Phantom Assassin getting in there, but also this Sven, like, it's just a fight where he pops the BKB, he destroys Pudge in 2 or 3 hits and then starts chasing you. It's like one of the most satisfying sounds. He needs to be careful, however. No BKB for 25.
So as we get later and later into this game, it just feels like FSJ does not have all the tools he needs to get these kills. Phantom Knives, Ghost Scepter, last word, but Manta used. Spear, stolen by Newsham. RL, silence on 2 of these heroes. Sonic can't throw a hook from the high ground. Argus is going to spot him. Stormhammer. Argus has got strength, but he's not even going to use it.
Not on Pudge. This is 5 Pudge. He learned his lesson last time around. Roshan could respawn in 50 seconds, and Exo's back online in 40. If they don't want to risk anything, they should just wait for Roche, but knowing how they play, they don't give a damn. I feel like they're just gonna try to go for the high ground. Phantom Assassin, buying some time, cutting the creep wave with the illusions on a mid lane. Not very effective, but still trying to delay as much as possible, try to get to his next item timing. It seems like they know, at least. Trying to guess where Phantom Assassin is. Almost got her.
Yay. Moving forward, going Basher again, and guess we'll see if FSJ can finish that. When's Roche going to be up? Here's the timing. 50 seconds, so not that long. Going to be interesting who can contest this. Timings don't exactly look amazing here for Fart Studios to get over, but they've got 30 seconds to go, and in a 5v5, it might be difficult for Fart Studios to lock it down as we've seen prior.
Yeah, problem is they don't have like the spells on other heroes. Sure, you have Manta Style on Phantom Assassins to remove the global Yule Scepter on Peng. I'm not sure how comfortable he feels using that for 2.5 seconds, then try to roll in, then you like have a cast time, like transformation time of 1.2 seconds. So it feels like really bad. It feels like half of the one was already
Sven
wasted.
blowing
Sven
up
just
two
gets in and
heroes.
gets stuff done.
God Strength immediately in, take them both out, seal the deal there with 2 kills, and yeah, cheer it up more.
Someone should scout it out. They do have this damage on Sven for another 10-15 seconds, and yeah, the Bloodthorn, look at it go. So it's gonna be a refresher. They could give that to RRL, or they could give it to Osh. Even Sven can hold it, so seems like nobody wanted it at the start. RRL will be the one holding it for now.
So, holding on to it, and Aegis 16k lead, and I'll say it again, doesn't matter what the net worth number is, we'll find out if another
I
NA
don't
team...
think this one is throwable. I don't think they're gonna be able to do it. However,
Spicy
again,
words, Lacoste. I'm just saying, there was literally a video to start this game about how not to throw and how they are a newer team and they have tendencies to do so.
listen,
Just saying.
listen here. So
Yeah? Listen
Rubik
here, punk. Yeah,
steals spear. So now you have spear, lift, hook, and skewer plus horn toss. So if there's a way to come back into the game, like the only hero you're missing pretty much is Tiny, to have like the 5 heroes that can do whatever the hell they want, like reposition you. But in terms of the execution, we still have to see it.
Will we see it? Arch Studios top. Just trying to hold on to everything. $17k lead, high ground defense. Can they make it?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
No go.
Yeah, they're not forcing it just yet. What exactly are they waiting for? Satanic on Sven? Like, you've got Aegis, you have...
They're looking for an opening.
Bloodthorn.
They want to see maybe Fart Studios, they make a mistake, they get outside of the base, they get a pick off, one of those heroes that could reposition you, and then you try to take a fight. But
Right.
seems like Fart Studios, they've been in the base for a very long time. You can also like siege with the Exo, but yeah, skewer,
Dire's bottom
horn toss,
has fallen.
powerful combo. Let's see if this is the one.
Under attack.
It seems like this is gonna be it. RRL,
Strength.
Exo, Glyph Pop, time to go.
Here's the EXO, Rolling Thunder. Oh, just blinking as the hook kind of looked like it made contact, but now Rolling Thunder. Horn toss, but misses the skewer. Telekinesis, now they've got the arena down. And Pudge trying to help out there with that shard, but can they even keep these heroes alive? Sonic's gonna die. He'll buy back immediately. They've got FSJ in some trouble to cleave. The God Strength, the damage. Jenkins gone, Newsham gone, all buying back. Oh, the skewer, not really working there, but telekinesis.
BKB.
Still trying to get him in, and well, they've got the Aegis out of his hands. Can they skewer him in once again? Oh, the timing! And, oh, they've done it. All right, well, Sven's dead again. No buyback.
He got
That's
the
all I
kick.
need.
Like this is the best spell you can get. Like it just gets ridiculous. Arcane
Now they get
Supremacy
feeling.
plus lens.
Now they get Ush.
Never
Oh,
mind. This is
dear.
it. This is the start of the comeback. Trust me.
Oh, dear.
Like they needed to use what 1, 2, 3, 4 buybacks, but this is it. Stolen kick plus like even a force staff can be used to push them further into the base. Let's see how Radiant team, another NA team, is gonna respond to this one. It's Divine Rapier time, I think, for Phantom Assassin. It's time to buy it. This is that type of a game. Not a BKB. Come on, you didn't want to have BKB for 40 minutes. You don't want to have it now.
Was buying the Ags on Tusk the mistake?
Is under attack.
Sometimes it does feel like it if Rubik steals it, but maybe there was a better option. Something like a Lotus Orb, I wouldn't mind seeing that.
It feels like it might have been the mistake.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I'm not sure. It could be a problem. Roche not up for another 3 minutes, though.
I mean,
At
if
least
they...
there's no Aegis in the hands of Fart Studios.
Yeah, if another NA team manages to get a kill or two on the heroes that don't have buybacks, then their damage output is going to be pretty limited. So they decided to go all in on Fart Studios. They bought back on 4 heroes, so that's going to be a huge issue for the next one. I think it's time to go. Like, even before the Roche spawns, it's a full 3 minutes. I think it's time to try to go, make something happen, smoke play, get a pick off, and then use Exo. And at least they're gonna smoke, but in terms of finding the kills, let's see. They're pinging the right spot of the map.
And they do it.
Radiant are scanning.
And they do it. That is the question. Can they finish this one off? They have the refresher still? They do. Okay. Trying to get another overwhelming blink. Smoke runs out. Fart Studios do a good job of avoiding that smoke.
I see potentially 3 overwhelming blinks on another NA team. One finished on Swen. Mars going for 1. Same goes for Death Prophet. Potentially 4, 5 with 2 refreshers. Refresher Shard and Refresher on Mars.
Artist J keeping back. Jenkins, though. Oh, boy. Skewer, luckily, he's got that extra range, and he'll be able to get out. Really testing the waters, though. Making things very, very dangerous.
There's the kick.
Walrus kick and snowball, but telekinesis throws himself all the way back. Oh no, Jenkins! He was right onto the snowball, got stunned, and now needs to run. Exorcism was popped, Rolling Thunder controlling the Tusk. What did he steal this time? RP comes out on an RRL.
Ooh, doesn't connect on any of the trees.
More. Jenkins gonna die here. They look over at FSJ. They've got the arena down. They'll get the kill on Annihilate. FSJ is gonna pop that BKB and Phantom Strike back a little bit. The buyback comes out from Annihilate. And well,
that's a good
Exo's
start.
Still running. Oh, silence. And Annihilate hit with the Storm Hammer, but Yule's up into the air. Stifling Dagger. Shield crash over the shards. Go back to the tier 3, back to the mid-set of racks, but no more Exo.
No more shenanigans. I mean, they still have enough damage to take down these barracks, and Refresher has been used.
Hook missing. Blink forward, and he is going to throw the spear out. That hits 2 heroes, but doesn't connect to anything. Annihilate with that Stormcrafter. Trying to survive there. Swashbuckle, Phantom Knives, Spear into the base. Not going to matter. Dies at the end.
Buyback. All right.
Buyback on the Tusk. And
this is the
now Rolling Thunder once
barracks.
again.
Where's the damage?
Stifling Dagger, but BKB, Annihilate has to roll away. The fear from the Spirit Siphon. FSJ runs, and that's going to be Megas. Still trying to find the Death Prophet. Phantom Knives, Spear, and another one. Now, do they have the connection to get the kill here on a RRL? FSJ is in too far. Walrus Punch gets the kill onto the Phantom Assassin with 2 minutes dead on the PA. That's looking like that's going to be it here for Fart Studios.
Looks like they're out
defend.
of gas. Like they can still defend. This is where they are the strongest, where you're trying to go and you're trying to hit the throne, and you are closest to base. Like, every single one of their spells can reach. Oh, another kick. Let's see what he stole. Just a snowball for now.
Yeah, but Snowball onto the Warden, who did buy back. Are they out of gas, or are they just sealed up for a moment?
They're going to go for Roche.
Gas out.
Next Roche will respawn in a couple of seconds, but let's see. This is a very risky move. Silencer with the refresher. Mars, refresher on cooldown for 50. Sven, no BKB for 20, but let's see if they can find Jenkins. He does have E on disc available.
Blinked in, Argus, Stormhammer, Arena down, and they've got the Spear. The RP, though, Jenkins silenced. Aeon Disc, Rolling Thunder coming through. Another global silence, so these heroes can't do anything.
And another
they
one.
get another global silence, so Jenkins, Sonic, they'll fall. Down goes Nusham. Annihilate's going to try and run back. They've got this Exo going. Stormhammer and the right-click damage onto the Tier 4 towers. They'll call GG, and another NA team has beat Fort Studios.
Yeah, this was one of those that they just couldn't fight back. Jenkins was on top of the network from the start, decided to play with the Phantom Assassin, and yeah, Phantom Assassin got dominated in the lane. She wasn't really able to like come back. Like, the itemization also was very questionable, like in terms of the damage output, and yeah, I like what I see from another NA team. Like, they do have, like, I think the best player that they have on this team is RRL. The way he plays, he's been very stable. He like does what is expected from him, and looks really good and really comfortable on certain heroes.
Yeah, I liked his performance. Definitely liked Ush as well at certain points throughout the series. But at the end of the day, it was a team effort to not throw the game and take the series. I mean, they talked about it themselves, and they were going to get the victory 2-1 over Fart Studios and to break down the series and have an interview. We're going to throw it over to the panel. Take it away.
We get to have a discussion about this series, about this game number 3 here, and we won it. A lot of high action, a lot of high impact, and for you, Fia, where was that mainly coming from both lineups?
Ush again on his Mars, very active, getting the fast dagger, making the plays happen, hitting the good arenas. RRL, I talked about him. Lacoste agreed with me. Standout player. We mentioned at the beginning, you know, we compared the mid laners. He delivered again, and he was on DP before. This is just his hero.
You're right, bro. I'm sorry for doubting. I messed up. I will never do it again. RRL is a king, especially on that DP.
Yeah, he did look great for sure. Fart Studios, though, we have to have a bit of a conversation about them. They have been having some questionable drafts. I want to say, I don't know if questionable is the right word there, but definitely some interesting things. Okay, all right.
It's certainly questionable.
Yeah, all right, we'll stick with it. Questionable drafts there. This one, it didn't feel like the worst that we've seen from them, but they just weren't really able to execute it or have it come online in a way we feel it should have, Sheep.
Yeah, I think this comes down to some problems with itemization. I think Fear has harsher words to say than I, but yeah, Far SJ, he went for this Manta into Diffusal, and oh my god, I know Fear, sorry, it's so hard with this team. I know Fear was okay with that, but then he just didn't go BKB. It took actually over 40 minutes for him to circle around to that BKB, and you saw how if their fight started in a way that was quite difficult, like they started with, or they smoked when they had Magnus Blink and then tried to take a fight, and this Tusk Snowball completely stopped it in its tracks. And as soon as that happened and PH jumped in, she doesn't have a BKB and she just can't fight, and it becomes this awkward, like, we have to disengage, but it's difficult, and then they're just all dying.
I actually didn't get to see Sheep, but what was the Mars build by the end of it? I know you weren't really talking about him, but I'm just curious if it went something different, or if it was the same this time around.
Same. Still the Blink BKB refresher.
Yeah, okay, alright. Thank you. And then I already forgot my next question. Yeah, Fia, actually, standout player. You're just going to double down on the RRL? You're not going to swap potentially to the Sven? Argeus playing him?
I mean, I think all of the cores played really well in their own regard. Like, Argeus had an amazing game on Sven. I don't think he made maybe he made a mistake, but it wasn't a very noticeable one. RL, same story. Ush, sure, he had quite a few deaths, but his initiations were on point, and I think playing that position 3 in like these type of games is like, you don't get a lot of like recognition for the work you do, but it's not easy. So I don't know who the MVP is in this one. Like, I think they all deserve it. They just played really well as a team.
Yeah, I like to see it, especially because Ant was, this team that a lot of people had question marks. They're like, look, they're probably not really going to be coming up to Div 1, but they might be sitting middle of the pack, potentially going down, being relegated out of Division 2. But in your eyes, Sheep, how strong is this team with the performance they put up today?
Well, they already lost 2 series, right? So it's kind of hard to say like, oh yeah, they're just like dominating, because they did look pretty good in this series, and I did I felt a lot of good things from them. So I'm sure this makes me feel like they won't get relegated.
Okay. That's what I'm fishing for here.
I'm feeling good about it. I mean, obviously they still dropped a game, so it's sort of just, they're contending, they're on the same level, they deserve to be in the division, but not quite good enough to go up.
Yeah. And then the flip side, Fear, we had Fart Studios as a team that we would have liked to see, put up a bit more of a fight, try and battle it out for top 3 at least. But going forward, what would you like to see from them being improved? Is it mainly on the draft? Is that where you see the biggest downfall and the biggest room for improvement?
Yeah, I mean, I think Nusham always gets a pretty stable hero, plays really well every single game. Annihilate's also doing a good job in most all his games. He has a very stable hero pool, but between Jenkins, Sonic, and Fart SJ's hero pool, I think they're getting a little wild. This patch has been out for everyone. Everyone's going, why, give me a new patch. But the heroes, the meta is pretty much established. Just play it, just pick it. You're good players. You'll probably win more if you did it.
Okay. All right, well, that's something that we can potentially see from them. But for now, MVP, it is going to be RRL on that DP. So please, Fear, hype him up some more.
All right, RRL DP, I don't know, I didn't see it until just a couple days ago, but it was amazing. He completely dominated his mid lane performance against C-Dub. As I mentioned, he beat Alina I know he lost that game, but morally he won that game because he played so well. But going into this game,
it was a personal victory.
It's natural.
Yeah, but in this game specifically, he was unkillable. They couldn't really kill him at all. He itemized perfectly. Look at those greaves. You love to see it. And Blink Dagger Shivas. He just built meta items on a meta hero and just took his free win.
Okay, well, I like hearing what you guys have to say about this series, about this game, but I also like hearing from our players just a little bit more. And with that, we have Ush joining us for a winner's interview. Ush, congratulations. You guys get this. Sure, it goes to a game number 3, but how are you feeling? You get a win. You get a dub over Fart Studios, your first dub in Division 2.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Test?
Yes, we can.
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling great. We started off, I feel like, playing against 2 of the top seeded or probably favorite teams, and since we're a new team, we had a little bit of a rough start, dropping 2-0 in our first series, so the atmosphere maybe was a little bit down, so we really needed a win like this, so I think it came at the perfect time, and it feels great. So
yeah, and it was a really nice victory as well. But, with that, having faced off against, more of the favorites and now coming up against the middle of the pack, where would you actually rank yourselves on Ant? Where in this Division 2 do you see yourselves finishing?
I mean, I think you got to have confidence and always say that you're the best, even if you lost to other teams. It doesn't matter. I think in Division 2 in general, even sometimes in Division 1, it's any team can beat any team. I feel I don't think any team is so far ahead of everyone else that you have to say that they're the top. I think you just be confident and try your best, and anyone can beat anyone. That's kind of the beauty of Dota, is you never know what's going to happen. So it's kind of just whoever shows up on the day and plays better is going to win. So, but I'll put us number 1.
I definitely agree with you. Okay, you're putting yourself number 1 still. All right, I love it. I love that confidence. Where do you think your biggest strength is then? What do you look at and you're like, I am confident that this is going to get us a win in this series?
I would have to say our laning phase, honestly. Our mid game is where we need work, the movements on the map and the decision making, but I feel like pretty consistently we do really well in our lanes. So if we're able to snowball off of that, I think we can get easy dubs. In that second game, Me and my boy Warden destroyed top super hard. I was like 2K net worth ahead of this jug. We should have won the game, I feel like, but I mean, you take the moral victory, like Fear says. So, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes even if you personally win, it doesn't necessarily mean the team wins. But Fear, do you have any questions?
Yeah, of course, congratulations on the win there, Ush. So you're feeling good right now, but I'm going to bring you back to some darker times real quick. You guys went 0-2 against DogChamp, 0-2 against C-Dub. What were like the major takeaways for you for those series? And did you make any changes based off of those series coming into this series against Fart Studios?
Fair enough. I agree. So I feel like we definitely had chances to win in some of the games. Like the first game against C-Dub, I feel like we were doing really well. I feel like we played the map nicely. We had a great chance to win. We just messed up the last fight at Roche. They got Roche. We don't have buyback on our DP, and we lose. So I feel like a lot of it just kind of came down to execution, which is kind of like I came into the day. I said, hey guys, we lost, but it's okay. We come into the day. It's a new day. You never know what's going to happen. Just try your best, and we'll win. But I feel like just overall, I mean, one of the games I know for sure our draft was really bad. I screwed that up. I mean, I'll take credit for that. I mean, we just didn't have enough disables. We didn't have any heroes that could go in. I think we had like one strength hero, like 2 stuns, and it's just really hard to play Dota like that. You can't take team fights, you can't initiate, and yeah, that game was a mess. I mean, we just got stomped. I feel like we were a little bit demoralized too after the first game that we thought we should win. So, but yeah.
All right. So, all right, next question is, so who's the funniest guy on your team and who's like the serious guy?
Funniest guy? I feel like we're all pretty serious. I feel like Argius and Feeling, they always speak in Spanish to each other and laughing, and especially like in the games during the laning phase, like when they're winning their lanes, they're just like saying stuff to each other in Spanish and laughing and getting the atmosphere going good. So I feel like that would be them. And then probably most serious, I mean, I would say RRL is super serious, Warden's super serious. I'd say we all serious, but I feel like since I'm the captain, I kind of have that responsibility of like keeping everyone like, okay guys, it's the heat of the moment, everyone's getting excited. I'm like, calm down, just stay chill. We still got a game to win, it's looking good for us, but we still have to stay calm and be serious and respect all of our opponents. So yeah,
discipline. Nice. All right, thank you.
My turn.
Thank you.
Congrats on the win. I was actually curious then, as a captain from the offlane role, do you think that impacts the way that you play offlane? Because I noticed obviously you played Mars and you went for stuff like Blink, whereas we see other offlaners tend to be a little bit more greedy in this patch. So how does that affect your game?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I like having Argius on a hard carry and then RRL on like another kind of core that takes up a lot of farms. So I feel like my job in the team is kind of to be more sacrificial. I mean, I think that's kind of how a lot of the time offlane goes. And I also do like being the initiator because I feel like I'm the most communicative on the team, and I am kind of like the in-game leader in a way. So me playing an initiator kind of helps me to play that role. So yeah, I think that's kind of the mindset I take going into it. And I think it does help me to be able to play that way as being the in-game leader. So.
Okay, that's good. And are you guys like are you guys scrimming a lot as well, like as a team? Like how seriously have you guys been taking this DPC tour?
We definitely take it super serious. I know personally I'm studying, so I don't have like a totally free schedule, and RRL is studying as well. I don't know about the other players, but we scrim at least 5 times a week, at least a couple games a day, sometimes even 4 games a day. We had a rough patch. I feel like we started off really hot in our scrims, and then like the week coming up to DPC when it was like things were getting serious, we had some brutal scrims. So we actually just like took a total break for like 4 or 5 days and said, hey, like this isn't working. We're just bashing our heads into the wall, so let's just try to chill, reset. Then like 2 or 3 days before DPC started, we scrimmed again and we like destroyed our games. So I feel like we made the right call there, and ever since then our scrims have been going pretty good, so that feels good.
Nice. It seems like you guys have a good environment. I know like in some of our other NA interviews there's been a lot of like flaming going around, like some beef. Do you have any beef with anyone? Is your team beefing? You got any stuff
I'm sure
to
that
swap?
I do.
She's a fiend.
I'm sure that I do, but I don't know. I feel like as I've gotten older, I've kind of risen above that kind of stuff. I mean, I do it for the memes, for jokes. Like I'll definitely tip someone or, use my voice line in all chat. I think that kind of stuff is fun. But as far as like beef goes, I don't know. It's like I'm just focusing on myself, trying to do my best and to get first place. So I feel like that kind of stuff can detract from your mental focus sometimes and your discipline. So not really, honestly.
All right, that's okay. One last question for
Sorry
me.
for the boring answer, but that's what it is.
No, it's
You can start
fine.
beef right now with sheep. Start it right now. Off lane of beef.
No,
Go,
don't
Ush.
beef with me. No,
Yeah,
Well,
beef with
she's
sheep
flame
on-
baiting,
on
so
broadcast.
that would be the beef right there. Flame baiting, SMH, I don't know. Trying to get me
I'm
to
not flame
put someone
baiting.
on blast.
Me?
Kind of cringe.
Fine. Okay, but one last serious question. So you obviously know your competition well. Obviously you can include like yourself and your team in this answer, but who do you think has like the best, or who do you think is the most skilled in Div 2 right now? Like if you put them into Div 1 on another team even, like you think they would be able to rise to that challenge?
That's hard, honestly. I feel like most people would be like, oh, it's me, I'm the best player. But honestly, I've been really impressed with RRL. I feel like, and RGS too. I feel like in terms of just individual skill, those guys can really carry a game when they have a good game going on. And I mean, I see RRLs like stomping his lane all the time. RGS and Feeling have some really good chemistry going on there because they speak Spanish and they've been friends for a long time. But I think RGS and RRL are extremely talented core players, and I'm glad to have them on my team. So I couldn't pick one though.
Oh, that's cute. We rate that.
I do have one last question before we let you go, though, Ush, is you say you don't really have much spare time outside of it, but I want to know what like Ant or the rest of the team are doing outside of just playing your officials. Like, I know that you said that you guys were doing scrims, but is there anything else? Are you guys doing replays? Are you doing any team bonding sort of stuff?
Yeah, so Argus is really good about that kind of stuff. He, whenever we lose games, we'll take the day off. We're not going to talk about it right after you lose, because fresh off a loss, the emotions are high. The morale can be down sometimes. So I think it's good to just let some time pass. But then the next day we'll come around and Argus will kind of gather the troops. Hit up the Discord, be like, all right, boys, let's go watch that replay. That was brutal. And honestly, it's very valuable. So we definitely do a lot of replay watching together, and I feel like that's kind of helped us a lot to figure out what we're doing wrong and to fix it in these games, which I think we've been doing I'd say a pretty good job of. Like in the series today, I feel like we definitely played a lot better than we were before. So
yeah. Oh, awesome. It's great to hear. Ush, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the win, and I look forward to the future of Ant.
yeah, thank you very much. I'll see you guys soon.
Hopefully. See ya.
Thank you.
I love it. The confidence absolutely just oozes from Ush there. He still put himself as number one, even though they have already lost two of their series. I love it. It was great to hear.
I'd die for Ush. That's my conclusion.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Well spoken,
That's it.
polite, nice,
Yep.
good thoughts. That's a player I can get
Sheepa's-
behind. Go
She
win,
was
my
found
friend.
at NA Div 2 bias.
I'm biased.
This is it. Yep, all in for Ant.
Uh-huh.
They're gonna win it all.
What about you? Yeah, win it all, you reckon, Pierre? I love
It's
to
over.
hear
They're
it.
going
The leaderboard,
straight to
though.
Div 1 and they're going to the major. Let's go.
Yep. Don't play
Let's
anything
go.
else. Love to hear it. The leaderboard, though, would probably say something a little bit different. It does have Dogchamp up there at the moment for number one, then the cut, C-Dub, Felt. Ant, though, at fifth. But there's still a lot of room for growth for them. There's still many series to be played out. Fart Studios moving down a slot there with another loss being picked up by them, with Penguin Squad on the same scoreline, and then Eternity with 2 series losses themselves. We can just jump straight into the schedule, though, if that one is ready for what's going to be happening in 2 days' time, because I want to point out that Eternity have a chance to be picking up a series win for themselves up against Felt. And then Ant can prove themselves once again against Penguin Squad. Or Penguin Squad, this is their time to shine, their time to start, moving out of that relegation zone shape.
Ooh, I mean, the second game, I guess, is going to be maybe the most evenly matched here. I'm thinking Attorney will probably pick up another loss here against Felt.
Whoa.
Unlucky for them. They just haven't looked very good, and I don't think they're doing very well outside of the game as well. So I'm thinking Fel will take that, and then Penguin Squad, they seem pretty figured out. I think people realize they could just take away the Spirit Breaker and win. So I'm assuming Ant will just do the exact same thing to them.
What about you, Fear? Is that second series probably the closest one in your eyes as well?
Probably, but I think tomorrow's gonna be really important because I think if Eternity and Penguin Squad lose, unless Fart Studios has something special up their sleeve and they lose to everyone, we're probably gonna see our bottom two most likely.
Yeah, it's like, even though there are still quite a number of series left to play, it's starting to get to that middle part where all the series start to mean just that little bit more. Every series already has so much weight to it, but these ones are getting extra special if you don't want to be relegated. But with that said, today only 2 BO3s done and dusted. Sheepo, how does it feel being back on panel with Fear? Any closing words for such a fun day?
It's been everything I could have dreamed of and more. He even said meow. Like, it really doesn't get better than this.
Yeah, that is peak Fear panel. What about yourself, Fear? Being reunited with Sheep, getting bullied once again?
I mean, was I getting bullied or was I bullying? I don't really know anymore. But it's been a pleasure and it's been
Even
a lot of
Stevens.
fun. And hopefully, we will probably do it again, right? So, looking forward to that.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I sure hope so.
We will
Unless
get
you
to do
keep
it again. We'll
ditching
get
to
do
go
it in-
cast, we'll see.
Yeah, what the heck,
It was a
Sheep?
one-time thing. Also, Nat then ditched me. It was like a double ditching. in
Yeah,
one.
okay, that was... No, well, it's because... You know what? We could argue off-broadcast, because it was like, she ditched me, then I ditched her, and then you ditched... It's a lot of ditching going on, and we're going to ditch out for today, but we'll see you guys in 2 days' time. Same spot.